There are places buried beneath the earth that refuse to give up their secrets. Temples carved with astonishing precision, artifacts that challenge everything we think we know, and entire civilizations that vanished without a trace. These aren't myths or legends. They are real discoveries, mysteries that have left archaeologists scratching their heads for decades. Who built them? How were they created with the tools of the ancient world? And perhaps the biggest question of all, what else is still out there, waiting to be unearthed from lost cities swallowed by time, relics that seem to belong to another age entirely? Tonight, we're exploring some of the strangest and most mysterious archaeological discoveries ever uncovered. So grab a snack, get comfortable, and join us as we dig into the mysteries that history still refuses to explain. High above the ancient city of Cusco, where the air thins and the Andes rise in layered silence, enormous stone walls stretch across a hillside like the spine of a forgotten titan. The blocks are not uniform. They do not follow neat geometry. Instead, they interlock in irregular angles, their edges meeting with such precision that even a blade struggles to slip between them. In the early morning light, the stones appear almost molten, as though shaped by forces that softened and pressed them together before they cooled into permanence. This is Sacsayhuamán, a monumental complex overlooking what was once the heart of the Inca Empire. Spanish chroniclers who arrived in the 16th century described it with astonishment. Some believed giants must have built it. Others simply recorded what they saw, walls of astonishing scale, constructed from stones so massive that moving them seemed nearly inconceivable. Archaeological study suggests that Sacsayhuamán was constructed during the 15th century under the reign of the Inca ruler Pachacuti and his successors. It formed part of the ceremonial and defensive architecture of Cusco, the imperial capital. Excavations and historical accounts indicate that thousands of labourers participated in its construction, organised under the Inca system of state labour known as micha. The complex itself once included towers, plazas and terraces, much of which was dismantled by the Spanish, who repurposed its stones for colonial buildings in Cusco below. Yet it is the surviving walls that continue to provoke debate. Some of the largest stones are estimated to weigh over 100 tons. They are fitted together without mortar. Their surfaces, while rough in places, meet at intricate angles, forming a zigzagging pattern that follows the natural contours of the hill. The precision is undeniable. The methods remain less clear. The core mystery centres on how the Inca, who had no iron tools, no wheeled vehicles for transport, and no written language describing their engineering techniques, achieved such complex masonry. The stones were quarried from sites several kilometres away. Transporting them uphill across uneven terrain would have required immense coordination. Shaping them so that each uniquely contoured block locked seamlessly into its neighbours suggests a sophisticated understanding of geometry and stonework. Mainstream archaeology proposes that the Inca used stone hammers made of harder rock to pound and shape the limestone blocks. Experimental archaeology has demonstrated that such tools can indeed shape stone, though the process is slow and labour-intensive. Ramps, earthen embankments, ropes made from plant fibres, and large labour forces likely enabled transport. The irregular polygonal shapes, rather than being a liability, may have enhanced seismic stability. Indeed, Cusco lies in an earthquake-prone region, and the interlocking stones of Sacsayhuamán have endured tremors that toppled later colonial structures. Still, questions persist. Some researchers note subtle convex and concave surfaces that seem unusually refined. Others point to the sheer scale of the largest blocks and the logistical demands of moving them with pre-industrial technology. There are also debates about whether earlier cultures laid foundations later expanded by the Inca. The absence of detailed Inca records leaves room for speculation. Alternative interpretations have ranged widely. Some propose that lost techniques, perhaps involving softening stone through unknown processes, were employed. Others suggest that the site predates the Inca and was inherited from a more ancient civilization, though archaeological consensus currently attributes the visible structures primarily to Inca engineering. A smaller fringe perspective imagines external intervention, though such ideas lack empirical support and remain outside academic discourse. What remains genuinely unanswered is not whether humans built Sacsayhuamán, but precisely how they organised the knowledge, labour and planning required to execute it at such scale. The Inca left no detailed construction manuals. Their knowledge was transmitted orally and through practice. Much of that intangible heritage vanished after conquest. Recent studies using 3D scanning and structural analysis continue to explore tool marks, construction sequencing, and quarry origins. Scholars analyse microscopic traces on stone surfaces, searching for patterns that reveal technique. Yet even with modern technology, recreating the exact efficiency and artistry of Sacsayhuamán's masonry remains a formidable challenge. The walls stand today not as evidence of impossibility, but as a testament to a civilization whose technical achievements were embedded in tradition rather than text. They reflect a worldview in which architecture followed landscape, where stone was not merely cut, but conversed with. Each block appears to respond to its neighbour, forming a quiet dialogue in mineral form. As evening falls over Cusco and shadows lengthen across the zigzag terraces, the stones hold their silence. They do not explain themselves, they endure. And in that endurance, the question lingers: what forgotten knowledge once guided hands that shaped mountains into walls? In the dim glow of a forge, where sparks rise like fleeting constellations, a blade takes shape beneath repeated strikes of iron on iron. The sound is steady, deliberate. Beyond the flicker of flame lies the cold expanse of the early medieval north. Fjords carved by ice, long ships cutting through grey seas, warriors bound by oath and honour. Among the weapons buried in their graves, a small number bear a name etched into their steel, +V Ulfberht H +T. These swords, discovered across northern Europe from Norway to the Baltic, date primarily between the 9th and 11th centuries. More than 170 examples have been identified. Most were found in burial sites, placed beside fallen warriors as prized possessions for the journey beyond. The inscription, typically inlaid with iron or silver wire, appears along the blade's fuller. Its repetition across wide distances suggests organised production, or at least a recognised mark of quality. Metallurgical analysis has revealed something unusual. Several genuine Ulfberht swords are composed of high carbon steel of remarkable purity for their time, compared to most European blades of the early Middle Ages, which were often made through pattern welding, layering and hammering together strips of iron and steel. Some Ulfberht blades appear to have been forged from crucible steel. This method, capable of producing more uniform and resilient metal, was rare in Europe during this period. The core mystery centres on how such advanced steel reached Viking hands centuries before similar techniques became common in medieval Europe. High-quality crucible steel was known in parts of Central Asia and the Middle East, particularly in regions connected to long-distance trade networks. The Vikings, far from isolated raiders, were skilled traders who travelled along river routes deep into the Eurasian interior. It is possible that raw materials or even finished blades moved along these networks. Mainstream scholarship proposes that at least some Ulfberht swords were forged using imported crucible steel, perhaps from regions near the Caspian Sea. Others may have been locally produced by smiths who acquired limited quantities of superior material. Not all blades bearing the inscription are equal. Some show lower carbon content and impurities typical of European bloomery iron. These are often considered imitations, copies attempting to capitalise on a prestigious name. The inscription itself raises further questions. Was Ulfberht a master smith, a workshop, a monastic forge? The name appears to be Frankish, possibly of ecclesiastical origin, suggesting that the earliest production may have occurred within the Carolingian realm. If so, trade or conflict could have carried these blades northward into Scandinavian hands. The consistency of the inscription across multiple finds suggests branding long before modern commercial systems formalised such practice. Alternative interpretations have expanded beyond trade. Some have argued that the steel's purity is so advanced that it challenges conventional timelines of European metallurgy. A few speculative voices suggest lost technologies or undocumented innovation. However, experimental reconstructions have demonstrated that crucible steel production, while demanding, was achievable under the right conditions. The question is not whether it could be done, but how widely and consistently the knowledge was transmitted. Another layer of mystery lies in chronology. Production of high-quality Ulfberht swords appears to decline around the 11th century. Some researchers suggest that disruptions in eastern trade routes, possibly linked to political instability or the decline of certain Islamic trade centres, may have limited access to crucible steel. Without imported material, the superior blades may have become difficult to reproduce. What remains debated is the exact origin of the steel and the organisation behind the name. No workshop has been definitively identified. No written records from the period describe the forging of these particular swords. The Viking Age left few textual sources from Scandinavia itself. Archaeology fills the gaps, but not completely. The swords also reveal something subtler, the interconnectedness of the medieval world. A blade buried in a Norwegian grave may carry within its metal traces of ore smelted thousands of kilometres away. The inscription suggests pride, reputation, perhaps even intellectual property in an era not often associated with such concepts. Yet uncertainty lingers. How many of the blades were truly made from imported crucible steel? Did a single workshop originate the name, or did multiple smiths adopt it over generations? Was Ulfberht a person whose skill became legend, or a brand that outlived its creator? In museum cases today, the blades rest in controlled silence, their edges dulled by time but their mystery intact. The inscription still glints faintly under careful light, a name carried across centuries without explanation. And somewhere between forge and grave, trade route and battlefield, the steel continues to whisper of connections not fully understood. High in the Indian Himalayas, where thin air drifts across jagged ridgelines and snow lingers even in summer, a small glacial lake lies cradled beneath towering peaks. For most of the year, it is frozen solid. When the ice falls, the water reveals something unsettling beneath its surface. Human bones scattered along the shoreline, skulls half submerged in silence. Roopkund Lake, often called Skeleton Lake, rests at an altitude of over 5,000 metres, far removed from villages and ordinary pathways. And yet, for centuries, the remains of hundreds of people have rested there. The lake first drew significant attention in 1942 when a forest ranger named H.K. Madwell reported the discovery of skeletal remains exposed by melting ice. At first, British authorities suspected the bodies might belong to Japanese soldiers attempting a secret Himalayan passage during the Second World War. That theory quickly faded. The bones were far older. Subsequent investigations over decades revealed that more than 300 individuals were represented at the site. The cold, dry conditions had preserved not only skeletons, but also fragments of clothing, leather slippers, wooden artifacts, and iron spearheads. Radiocarbon dating initially suggested that many of the individuals died around the 9th century CE. It appeared that a single catastrophic event had claimed them. The core mystery centered on how such a large group of people came to die in such an isolated and inhospitable location. Roopkund is not situated along a major trade route. Reaching it requires navigating steep terrain and unpredictable weather. Why would hundreds gather there, and what caused their deaths? In the early 2000s, forensic examinations provided a striking clue. Many skulls exhibited round fractures on the top of the head, consistent with blunt force trauma. However, there were few defensive wounds on arms or hands. This pattern suggested not interpersonal violence, but something falling from above. A study published in 2004 proposed that the group may have been caught in a sudden and severe hailstorm. Large hailstones at high altitude can reach significant size and velocity. With no shelter available, those exposed would have been vulnerable. Local folklore had long told of a royal procession angering a mountain deity and being struck down by a divine storm. The scientific explanation echoed the shape of that story, though stripped of mythic framing. A pilgrimage group travelling through the mountains could have encountered an unexpected storm and perished where they stood. Yet more recent genetic research complicated the narrative. In 2019, NAR analysis of several individuals revealed that the dead did not all belong to a single population or time period. Some dated to around the 9th century, as previously believed. Others appeared to have died nearly 1,000 years later, possibly in the 18th or 19th century. Even more surprising, a subset of individuals showed genetic markers associated with Mediterranean ancestry rather than South Asian populations. This discovery shifted the conversation. Instead of one tragic event, Roopkund may represent multiple episodes separated by centuries. Why individuals of distant genetic backgrounds would find themselves at such altitude remains debated. Some scholars suggest long-distance pilgrimage, as the lake lies along the route of the Nanda Devi Rajjat pilgrimage, a ritual journey that still takes place every 12 years. Others speculate about trade connections or exploratory expeditions during colonial times. Mainstream scientific interpretation now holds that Roopkund is not the site of a single catastrophe, but rather a location where different groups perished over time, likely due to environmental exposure. The Himalayas are unpredictable. Hypothermia, altitude sickness, landslides and sudden storms can turn pilgrimage into tragedy. The clustering of remains near the lake may reflect its role as a resting point along a high-altitude path. Alternative interpretations have ranged from theories of ritual sacrifice to lost armies overwhelmed by battle or disease. Some narratives have drifted toward the dramatic, imagining secret expeditions or ancient conflicts. However, archaeological evidence does not strongly support organised warfare at the site. There are no signs of mass weapon damage or structured burial. The bodies appear to have fallen where they died. What remains unanswered is the precise story of each group. Who were the Mediterranean individuals identified through Dina? What compelled them to ascend to such heights? Were they part of a documented expedition whose records have been lost, Or do they represent a lesser known chapter of transcontinental movement? Climate change has further exposed remains in recent years, making the lake both a site of scientific study and ethical concern. As ice recedes, more bones emerge, prompting discussions about preservation and respect for the dead. Roopkund endures as a stark reminder of how fragile human journeys can be against the scale of nature. The lake offers no inscriptions, no monuments explaining the events that unfolded on its frozen shores. Only silence and the slow melt of ice revealing fragments of unfinished stories. And beneath the Himalayan sky, where wind moves across water and bone alike, the mountain keeps its memory without speaking. Beneath the desert sun at Abydos, where shifting sands blur the line between ruin and horizon, a structure lies partially submerged below the level of the surrounding temple complex. Massive granite pillars rise from a trench-like chamber that often fills with groundwater. The air inside is cool, heavy with stillness. Unlike the ornate reliefs of nearby temples, these walls are stark and undecorated. The blocks are enormous, fitted together with deliberate precision, forming a space that feels older than the monuments that encircle it. This is the Osirion, located behind the Temple of Seti I in Abydos, one of ancient Egypt's most sacred cities. Abydos was revered as a cult centre of Osiris, god of the afterlife. Pilgrims once travelled vast distances to be symbolically connected to his mythic tomb. In 1902-1903, British archaeologist Flinders Petrie and Margaret Murray excavated the site more thoroughly, revealing the subterranean structure hidden beneath layers of sand and debris. The Osirion's architectural style immediately set it apart. While the adjacent Temple of Seti I is richly decorated in New Kingdom fashion, dating to the 13th century BCE, the Osirion appears austere and megalithic. Its central hall is constructed from colossal blocks of red granite, some weighing dozens of tons. The stones are arranged in a style reminiscent of much earlier Old Kingdom construction, with tight joints and monumental scale. The core mystery revolves around its date and purpose. Was the Osirion built during the reign of Seti I as part of his temple complex, or does it represent a much older structure incorporated into later architecture? Some early observers noted stylistic differences and speculated that it could predate the New Kingdom by centuries, possibly even millennia. Mainstream Egyptology generally attributes the Osirion to Seti I around 1290 BCE. Inscriptions bearing his name were found within the structure, suggesting royal association. Scholars propose that the Osirion functioned as a symbolic tomb or cenotaph dedicated to Osiris, intentionally designed in archaic style to evoke ancient traditions. The Egyptians often looked backward, revering earlier periods of their own history. A deliberately archaic design would not have been unusual, especially in a city as spiritually significant as Abydos. The subterranean placement may also hold symbolic meaning. In Egyptian cosmology, Osiris was linked to regeneration, water, and the underworld. The Osirion's lower elevation causes groundwater to seep into the chamber, surrounding its central island with water. Some researchers interpret this as a symbolic representation of the primordial waters of creation from which life emerged. Yet debate continues. The sheer size of the granite blocks and the simplicity of the construction have led some researchers to question whether New Kingdom builders would have chosen such a stark and labour-intensive approach when more refined architectural techniques were available. Geological studies of sediment layers around the structure have also raised questions about phases of construction and erosion. Alternative interpretations extend further. Some propose that the Osirion predates Seti I by a significant margin and was later restored or repurposed. Others suggest it may have been part of an earlier ceremonial complex, now mostly lost. A more speculative fringe perspective views it as evidence of a forgotten civilization preceding dynastic Egypt, though such claims lack strong archaeological backing. What remains unresolved is the full context of its construction. There are no detailed records describing its building process. While inscriptions connect it to Seti I, they do not fully clarify whether he commissioned it from foundation or incorporated an existing structure. The architectural contrast between the Osirion and the temple above it continues to invite scrutiny. Modern surveys using ground-penetrating radar and structural analysis have sought to better understand its foundation and relationship to surrounding layers. Scholars continue to analyse tool marks, quarry sources, and construction methods. Each study refines the timeline slightly, but absolute certainty remains elusive. The Osirion stands in quiet contradiction to the ornate narrative reliefs that adorn nearby walls. It offers no grand procession of carved figures, no hieroglyphic explanations of ritual, only stone, water, and shadow. In the dim chamber, where granite pillars reflect faint light from the surface, time feels layered rather than linear. Whether conceived as an archaic homage or built upon deeper foundations, the Osirion resists simple classification. And beneath the desert plateau of Abydos, where myth and masonry converge, the question lingers softly: how far back does memory truly reach? Between the southeastern tip of India and the northern coast of Sri Lanka, the sea grows unusually shallow. From above, a faint chain of shoals and sandbanks stretches across the blue waters of the Palk Strait, forming a broken arc nearly 30 kilometres long. In certain seasons, when tides recede and light strikes at an angle, the formation becomes strikingly visible, a submerged bridge of pale limestone and coral fragments linking two lands that today stand apart. This formation is known as Ram Setu, and in Western cartography it has long been called Adam's Bridge. For centuries, it has occupied a place not only in geography, but in epic literature and religious memory. In the ancient Indian epic, the Ramayana, it is described as a bridge constructed by the army of Rama to reach Lanka and rescue Sita. According to tradition, stones bearing the name of Rama floated upon the sea, forming a passage across the waters. The structure itself first drew scientific attention during colonial surveys of the Indian subcontinent. British cartographers mapped the shallow ridge in detail in the 18th and 19th centuries. Mariners knew the area to be hazardous. Ships could not pass directly through due to the low depth. Geological and marine studies over the past century have examined its composition, seeking to understand how such a formation emerged. The core mystery lies in its origin. Is Ram Setu entirely natural, formed by sedimentation and coral growth over time? Or does it contain elements of human modification layered upon a natural foundation? The alignment appears linear in parts, almost deliberate. Satellite imagery in the late 20th century brought renewed public attention to the formation, with some interpreting the visuals as evidence of ancient engineering. Mainstream geological research classifies Ram Setu as a natural chain of shoals created by a combination of sand deposition, coral reef growth, and changing sea levels. The region is tectonically active and subject to shifting currents. During periods of lower sea levels in the late Pleistocene and early Holocene epochs, parts of the ridge may have been exposed or more easily traversed. Over thousands of years, sediment carried by currents from the Indian mainland and Sri Lanka accumulated along a submerged ridge, gradually forming the chain visible today. Core samples taken from sections of the formation show layers of sand, coral, and calcareous material typical of marine processes. Radiometric dating suggests that various portions formed at different times, rather than as a single coordinated structure. Many geologists argue that while the ridge may have appeared more continuous in the past, its formation can be explained by natural coastal dynamics, yet questions continue to surface. Some researchers have noted that certain stone blocks appear to rest upon loose sand rather than being fully integrated into bedrock. Others have debated the age of different segments, suggesting that parts of the structure may be older than previously assumed. These interpretations remain controversial and are actively studied. Alternative perspectives often draw upon the Ramayana narrative, proposing that an ancient civilization constructed or reinforced the ridge. Supporters of this view sometimes argue that natural formations were enhanced by human effort. However, definitive archaeological evidence of systematic human construction, such as tool marks, structured foundations, or associated habitation sites, has not been clearly established. The debate is further complicated by cultural significance. For many, Ram Setu is not merely a geological feature, but a sacred symbol. In the early 2000s, proposed shipping canal projects through the Palk Strait sparked legal and political controversy, as some feared damage to what they regard as a historical and spiritual landmark. The intersection of science, faith, and national identity has made objective discussion challenging at times. What remains uncertain is how the formation appeared in antiquity. Sea levels have risen and fallen repeatedly over the past 10,000 years. It is plausible that earlier populations encountered a more continuous land connection or a series of easily navigable shoals. Whether such conditions inspired epic storytelling, or whether the story preserved memory of an ancient landscape, is not fully understood. Modern sonar mapping and sediment analysis continue to refine understanding of the ridge's structure. Each study adds detail, but does not entirely quiet the broader conversation. Ram Setu exists at the edge of disciplines where geology meets mythology and where physical terrain intersects with collective memory. Beneath the surface of the Palk Strait, currents shift and sand drifts slowly from shore to shore. The chain remains partly visible, partly submerged, linking lands in a way both literal and symbolic. And between stone and story, sea and scripture, the question endures quietly: what traces of the distant past lie hidden beneath the tide? Deep beneath the surface of South Africa's northwest province, miners once chipped away at ancient rock formations laid down billions of years ago. Within those layers of pyrophyllite, a soft, metamorphic mineral, small metallic-looking spheres occasionally emerged. They were smooth, rounded, and in some cases marked by parallel grooves running around their circumference. To the untrained eye, they appeared deliberate, manufactured, out of place. These objects, now known as the Klerksdorp Spheres, were first brought to wider attention in the latter half of the 20th century. Found in mines near the town of Otterstal, they were reportedly embedded within rock strata dated to approximately 2.8 billion years old. That staggering age became central to their mystery. If the surrounding rock was truly that ancient, how could shaped spheres exist within it? Several of the spheres were placed on display at the Klerksdorp Museum. They vary in size, generally between a few centimetres in diameter. Some are nearly perfectly spherical, while others are slightly flattened. A number exhibit 3 distinct grooves around their middle, evenly spaced and running parallel. The material composition has been analysed, and most are composed primarily of hematite or goethite, iron-rich minerals commonly formed through geological processes. The core mystery lies in the apparent precision of their shape and markings. The grooves in particular have drawn attention. They appear linear and consistent, as though carved. Combined with the extreme age of the rock matrix, This has led some to propose that the spheres are artifacts of an unknown, possibly prehistoric intelligence. Such interpretations often suggest that the objects challenge conventional timelines of technological development. Mainstream geological research offers a different explanation. Many geologists classify the spheres as concretions, natural mineral formations that develop when mineral cement precipitates around a nucleus within sedimentary rock. Over time, layers accumulate concentrically, forming rounded shapes. The grooves may result from differential erosion or internal crystalline structures that fracture in patterned ways. In some cases, fine layering within the mineral composition can produce visible banding. Pyrophyllite, the host rock, is soft enough that harder concretions remain intact as the surrounding material erodes. This can create the impression that the spheres were inserted into the rock, when in fact they formed within it during its geological history. Studies of their microstructure indicate that the spheres exhibit crystalline patterns consistent with natural mineral growth rather than machining. Yet the debate persists, fueled in part by popular accounts that emphasize the age of the surrounding strata. The idea of a 2.8 billion year old artifact is compelling. It invites speculation about lost civilizations or unknown chapters of Earth's history. However, the age of the rock does not necessarily imply that the spheres themselves were shaped by intelligent hands. Geological processes operating over immense spans of time can produce forms that mimic deliberate design. Alternative interpretations have expanded into more speculative territory, including claims of extraterrestrial origin or advanced ancient technology. These views often focus on the sphere's symmetry and the seeming regularity of the grooves. However, no credible evidence has demonstrated tool marks, artificial alloys, or manufacturing residues. The mineral composition aligns closely with naturally occurring hematite concretions found elsewhere in the world. What remains unresolved is the precise sequence of formation for each individual sphere. Geological environments are complex. Variations in pressure, temperature, and chemical composition can influence the growth patterns of mineral deposits. While the general explanation of natural concretion is widely accepted, detailed formation pathways for specific specimens continue to be studied. The Klerksdorp Spheres occupy an unusual space between geology and imagination. They are small objects, easily held in the hand, yet associated with almost unfathomable spans of time. Their smooth surfaces and balanced forms evoke intentionality, even when natural forces are sufficient to explain them. Humans are inclined to recognize pattern and purpose, especially when confronted with symmetry. In museum cases, the spheres rest quietly under glass, stripped of the rock that once enclosed them. Visitors peer at their grooves, tracing lines with their eyes, searching for clues. The ancient earth that shaped them offers no narrative in words, only mineral layers, silent and immense. And within those layers, stretching back beyond memory and language, the boundary between nature's artistry and human perception remains subtly blurred. In the limestone hills of southwestern China, caves open like quiet thresholds into deep time. Stalactites hang motionless from the ceiling, and cool air drifts across sediment layers undisturbed for millennia. Within two of these caves, Maludong, known as Red Deer Cave, and Longlin Cave, human remains lay hidden until relatively recently, sealed beneath the earth while civilizations rose and fell far beyond their entrances. The fossils were first excavated in the late 20th century, but it was not until 2012 that a detailed analysis brought them into global discussion. The remains, dated to between approximately 14,000 and 11,500 years ago, belonged to individuals who lived at the end of the last ice age. At first glance, that timeline places them squarely within the era of modern Homo sapiens, yet their skeletal features did not align neatly with expectations. The skulls exhibited a curious mosaic of traits. Some characteristics appeared distinctly modern, rounded brain cases and relatively small teeth. Others seemed more archaic. The brow ridges were pronounced, the skulls were thick-boned, facial features appeared robust, and the shape of the cranial vault differed from typical late Pleistocene modern humans in East Asia. This unusual combination prompted researchers to suggest that the Red Deer Cave individuals might represent a previously unknown population. The core mystery centres on their identity. Were they an isolated group of early modern humans retaining ancient anatomical traits? A late surviving branch of a more archaic hominin lineage? Or perhaps evidence of interbreeding between Homo sapiens and other human relatives? Mainstream scientific interpretation approaches the question cautiously. The end of the Ice Age was a complex period in human evolution, marked by migrations, population bottlenecks, and genetic mixing. Modern humans are known to have interbred with Neanderthals and Denisovans, leaving traces in the genomes of present-day populations. It is possible that the Red Deer Cave fossils reflect such admixture, preserving anatomical features that had largely disappeared elsewhere. Another explanation suggests regional variation within Homo sapiens. Human populations living in relative isolation can develop distinctive physical traits over time. The robust characteristics observed in the fossils may represent localized adaptation or genetic drift rather than a separate species. Without complete skeletal remains and extensive genetic data, classification remains debated. Attempts to extract ancient DNA have faced challenges due to preservation conditions. Some studies have reported limited genetic material, but results have not yet definitively resolved their lineage. The ambiguity leaves room for interpretation. Scholars continue to analyse cranial measurements, compare them with other fossil populations, and refine dating techniques. Alternative interpretations have ventured further. Some researchers have cautiously proposed that the Red Deer Cave people might represent a late surviving archaic human species existing alongside modern humans far more recently than previously believed. Such a scenario would complicate established timelines of human evolution in East Asia. However, this hypothesis remains controversial, and many experts argue that the evidence does not yet justify designating a new species. The archaeological context adds another layer of intrigue. Stone tools and evidence of animal remains, including red deer bones from which the cave takes its name, suggest that these individuals were capable hunters. There is no indication that they lacked the cultural sophistication associated with modern humans. If they were distinct in appearance, they nonetheless occupied a behavioural landscape similar to their contemporaries. What remains unanswered is how long this population persisted and why it eventually disappeared. Did they merge genetically into surrounding groups? Were they gradually replaced by incoming populations? Or did environmental pressures at the close of the Ice Age contribute to their decline? The Red Deer Cave people challenge the simplicity of linear evolutionary narratives. Human history is not a straight progression from primitive to advanced, but a branching, interwoven tapestry. Traits can reappear, persist, or fade in unexpected ways. The boundaries between species and populations blur under close examination. In the quiet chambers of Maludong and Longlin, the fossils remain fragments of incomplete stories. They do not proclaim their identity. They offer measurements, shapes, and hints, nothing more. And as scholars continue to examine bone and genome, the question lingers in the dim light of the caves. How many versions of humanity once walked the earth, and how recently did some of them vanish from view? On a quiet hillside in West Dunbartonshire, Scotland, beneath layers of grass and soil, lies a vast slab of sandstone etched with symbols whose meaning has long been debated. When exposed, the Cochno Stone reveals a surface covered in spirals, concentric circles, cup-shaped depressions, and winding grooves that stretch across nearly 13 metres of rock. The carvings seem deliberate, almost rhythmic, as though inscribed according to a pattern understood by hands long vanished. The stone was first documented in 1887 by Reverend James Harvey, who recognised the significance of the markings and recorded detailed drawings. At the time, the site lay within farmland, partially visible and largely unprotected. Harvey identified the carvings as examples of cup and ring marks, a form of prehistoric rock art found across parts of Atlantic Europe. Yet the sheer scale and density of the Cochno Stone set it apart. Archaeologists date the carvings to the late Neolithic or early Bronze Age, roughly between 3000 and 2000 BCE. Similar motifs appear across Scotland, Ireland, and northern England, often carved into exposed bedrock or standing stones. The purpose of these designs, however, remains uncertain. Unlike later inscriptions, they contain no decipherable language. They are abstract, circles within circles, radial lines, clusters of hollowed cups. The core mystery lies in what these symbols were meant to represent. Some researchers propose that the carvings were ritual in nature, perhaps linked to cosmology or territorial marking. Others suggest they functioned as maps, recording local landscapes, water sources, or pathways. A few have speculated that the patterns correspond to astronomical observations, charting stars or celestial cycles. In the 20th century, interest in the stone grew beyond academic circles. During the 1930s, Ludovic Mann, an amateur archaeologist, painted over parts of the carvings in an attempt to enhance their visibility. He even overlaid grid lines, hoping to interpret the stone as a complex map or celestial diagram. While his intentions were preservationist, the intervention altered the surface and complicated later analysis. By the 1960s, concerns about vandalism led authorities to rebury the Cochno Stone for protection. For decades, it lay hidden again, shielded from weather and graffiti. In 2015, archaeologists temporarily uncovered it to conduct 3D scanning and photogrammetry. These modern techniques captured detailed digital records, allowing scholars to study the carvings without leaving the stone permanently exposed. Mainstream archaeological interpretation approaches the stone cautiously. Cup and ring marks are widely considered symbolic expressions, possibly related to ritual landscapes. Their repetition across wide regions suggests shared cultural practices among Neolithic communities. However, no consensus exists on precise meaning. The absence of written context limits interpretation to comparative analysis and theoretical modelling. Alternative interpretations have ranged into more speculative territory. Some have suggested that the Cochno Stone encodes advanced astronomical knowledge or even contact with unknown influences. Others imagine it as an ancient calendar or a star map aligned with constellations. While intriguing, such theories remain controversial and lack conclusive supporting evidence. Patterns in abstract art can invite projection, especially when viewed through modern frameworks. What remains unanswered is why such labour-intensive carvings were made on this particular hillside. The stone's placement suggests it may once have overlooked a broader prehistoric landscape, perhaps settlements, burial sites, or ceremonial routes now lost to time. Erosion, agriculture, and development have altered the surrounding terrain, obscuring the original context in which the carvings were created. The Cochno Stone is not alone in its ambiguity. Across Atlantic Europe, thousands of cup and ring-marked stones exist, each contributing to a pattern of symbolic communication that has yet to be fully understood. They predate written language by millennia. Their creators left no accompanying explanations. Today, the digital scans preserve the carvings in remarkable detail. Scholars analyse depth variations, carving sequences, and spatial organisation. Each new method refines the picture, but does not fully decode it. The stone resists translation. Beneath Scottish skies that shift from mist to sudden light, the Cochno Stone rests once more under layers of earth. Its circles remain intact, spiralling inward without revealing their centre. And in those silent grooves, carved by hands that saw a different world, the meaning waits, unspoken, unfinished, and still debated. In the dry plains stretching across what is now Pakistan and northwestern India, the remnants of one of the world's earliest urban civilizations lie beneath layers of dust. Cities such as Harappa and Mohenjo-Daro once rose in measured grids, their streets aligned with quiet precision. Brick houses, drainage systems, granaries and wells reveal a society organised and methodical. Yet among the most enigmatic remnants of this civilization are small carved seals bearing compact rows of symbols that have resisted interpretation for over a century. The Indus Valley civilization flourished between approximately 2600 and 1900 BC. It was contemporary with ancient Egypt and Mesopotamia, and its cities were among the largest of the Bronze Age. Archaeological excavations in the 1920s, led by Sir John Marshall and others, brought its scale into focus. Alongside pottery, beads and standardised weights, archaeologists uncovered hundreds of steatite seals engraved with animal figures and brief sequences of abstract signs. These inscriptions are typically short, rarely exceeding 5 to 7 symbols. To date, over 4,000 inscribed objects have been found, including seals, ceilings, pottery fragments, and small tablets. The symbols number around 400 distinct signs, though some scholars argue that variations reduce the core set to fewer than 200. They include stylized animals, geometric shapes, and recurring motifs arranged in linear order. The core mystery lies in whether this system constitutes a true writing system, and, if so, what language it encodes. Unlike Egyptian hieroglyphs or Mesopotamian cuneiform, the Indus script has not been deciphered. No bilingual inscription, equivalent to the Rosetta Stone, has been discovered. Without such a key, interpretation relies on pattern analysis and contextual inference. Mainstream scholarship generally treats the Indus symbols as a writing system representing language, though the precise linguistic family remains debated. Some researchers propose that the underlying language may have been Dravidian, ancestral to languages still spoken in southern India. Others have explored links to early Indo-Aryan or entirely lost linguistic branches. Statistical analyses of sign order suggest structured patterns consistent with language, rather than random symbols. However, a minority of scholars argue that the inscriptions may not represent full writing in the conventional sense. They suggest that the symbols could be non-linguistic markers, perhaps clan symbols, religious emblems, or economic identifiers. The brevity of the texts complicates efforts at decipherment. Without longer inscriptions or clear syntactic repetition, establishing grammar or phonetic values remains challenging. Alternative interpretations occasionally venture into more speculative territory, proposing forgotten global scripts or lost connections between distant civilizations. Some have claimed that the script encodes advanced scientific or astronomical knowledge, yet such theories lack empirical grounding and are not widely accepted in academic circles. What remains particularly intriguing is the consistency of the script across a vast geographic area. Seals bearing similar signs have been found hundreds of kilometres apart, indicating cultural cohesion. The standardised weights and measures of the Indus cities further suggest administrative sophistication. If the script was used for trade, governance or ritual, it likely played a central role in maintaining urban order. The decline of the Indus civilization around 1900 adds another layer of uncertainty. Urban centres were gradually abandoned and material culture shifted. The reasons for this transformation are still debated, with climate change, river course shifts, and social reorganisation all proposed as contributing factors. As cities dispersed, the script appears to have fallen out of use. No later inscriptions clearly continue the tradition. Modern computational methods have attempted to detect linguistic structure within the sign sequences. Machine learning models analyse frequency patterns, searching for repetition indicative of syntax. While some findings support the hypothesis of structured language, definitive decipherment remains elusive. The Indus script stands as one of the last major undeciphered writing systems of the ancient world. It offers a silent testament to a civilization that mastered urban planning and long-distance trade, yet left no readable record of its own voice. In the baked clay of seals and tablets, pressed into form thousands of years ago, the symbols endure, compact, deliberate, inscrutable, and as scholars continue to trace their shapes across time, the question persists in quiet persistence. What stories lie sealed within signs that no one can yet read? In the vast pay of southern Russia, where grasslands stretch toward a distant horizon and the wind moves uninterrupted across open plains, faint circular patterns once lay hidden beneath the soil. From ground level, nothing remarkable could be seen, only gentle rises and depressions in the earth. But from above, the geometry becomes clear. Concentric rings forming a near-perfect circle, intersected by radial streets and enclosed by fortified walls. It is a design both deliberate and precise. The site is known as Archaim, discovered in 1987 during surveys preceding the construction of a reservoir in the Chelyabinsk region. Soviet archaeologists, alerted by aerial photographs, recognized unusual formations beneath the surface. Excavations soon revealed the remains of a Bronze Age settlement dating to around 2000 BCE. The reservoir project was halted, and Archaim became the centre of renewed interest in steppe archaeology. The settlement's layout is striking. Two circular walls, built of timber and packed earth, enclosed a central plaza. Within the rings stood dozens of interconnected dwellings, arranged in uniform patterns along radial streets. Each dwelling appears to have had its own hearth, storage areas, and possible metallurgical facilities. The architecture suggests planning rather than gradual expansion. The core mystery lies not in whether Archaim was a settlement, it clearly was, but in the sophistication of its design and its cultural context. The site is associated with the Sintashta culture, a Bronze Age society known for early chariot burials and advanced metallurgy. Yet the circular urban plan stands apart from most contemporary settlements in the region. Its symmetry and organisation have prompted debate about its purpose. Mainstream archaeology interprets Archaim as a fortified settlement and proto-urban centre, possibly serving as a hub for trade, craft production and defence. Evidence of metalworking, including moulds and slag, suggests that bronze production played a significant role in its economy. The fortified walls may have offered protection in a period marked by intergroup competition. Some researchers have proposed that the circular layout reflects social organisation with communal planning and shared infrastructure. The central square may have functioned as a gathering space for ritual or civic activities. The settlement's abandonment after a relatively short period, perhaps only a few centuries, remains an area of study. It appears that inhabitants deliberately burned parts of the site before leaving, though the reasons for this remain debated. Alternative interpretations have expanded into more symbolic territory. Some observers note that Arkaim's design aligns with certain astronomical directions. Studies have suggested that gates and streets may correspond to solar events such as solstices or equinoxes. This has led to speculation that the settlement held cosmological significance, perhaps serving as a ritual centre aligned with celestial cycles. While some alignments are measurable, scholars caution that intentionality is difficult to prove definitively. In the decades since its discovery, Arkaim has also attracted cultural and nationalist narratives. Some groups have associated it with early Indo-Iranian or Aryan heritage, viewing it as a cradle of ancient civilization. These interpretations often extend beyond the available archaeological evidence and remain controversial. Academic consensus remains grounded in material findings rather than ideological frameworks. What remains uncertain is how Arkaim fits within the broader network of similar circular settlements found across the Eurasian P. Several comparable sites, sometimes referred to collectively as the country of towns, share elements of circular fortification and planned design. The extent of interaction among these communities and their influence on later cultures continues to be studied. Arkaim's preservation has allowed archaeologists to reconstruct aspects of daily life with unusual clarity. Post holes reveal roof structures. Half placements indicate domestic routines. The compact arrangement of dwellings suggests close-knit community life within defensive boundaries. Yet beyond these physical traces, questions linger. Why was such a carefully planned settlement abandoned? Did environmental changes, shifting trade routes, or social pressures contribute to its decline? Was its circular form purely practical, or did it encode meanings now lost? Today, the P-wind moves across the reconstructed outlines of walls and foundations. The geometry remains visible against the landscape, a faint echo of deliberate design in an open world. And in that quiet symmetry, traced in earth and memory, the question persists. What vision once shaped a city in a circle, and why did it fade so quickly into the grass? High in the remote mountains near the borderlands of western China, where ridges cut sharp silhouettes against the sky and caves punctuate the cliffs like darkened eyes, a story began to circulate in the 20th century. It spoke of stone discs discovered deep within caverns, circular objects with tiny etched markings spiralling outward from a central hole. According to the account, these discs held a message from a distant past, one that blurred the line between archaeology and myth. The so-called Dropa Stones are said to have been found in 1938 by an archaeological expedition led by a professor named Chi Pu Te in the Bayan Ha Mountains. The caves reportedly contained skeletal remains of small-bodied individuals with unusually large skulls. Among them were hundreds of stone discs, each about 30 centimetres in diameter, carved with fine grooves forming spiral patterns. The discovery was allegedly documented in academic reports, though no verified publications from that period have been conclusively identified. The core mystery begins with the lack of verifiable evidence. No widely recognised Chinese archaeological institution confirms the existence of the original excavation records. The names associated with the discovery, including that of a researcher named Tsum Nui, who supposedly deciphered the inscriptions in the 1960s, have proven difficult to trace in official academic archives. This absence has led many scholars to question whether the Dropa Stones were ever documented in the way later narratives describe. According to the popular version of the story, Sum Umnui's translation revealed that the discs told of beings who crash landed on Earth thousands of years ago. These beings, called the Dropa, were said to have struggled to survive in the mountains, eventually integrating with local populations. The spiral inscriptions were interpreted as a chronicle of their arrival and hardships. Mainstream archaeological consensus treats this narrative with skepticism. Researchers have found no confirmed physical examples of the discs matching the detailed descriptions. Photographs often circulated in books and documentaries tend to show generic carved stone discs or Neolithic artifacts that bear little resemblance to the alleged originals. In China, no major museum displays artifacts labelled as Dropa stones in the context described by the story. Some scholars believe the Dropa narrative may have originated from misinterpretations of legitimate archaeological finds. Circular stone discs with central holes do exist in various ancient cultures, often used as ritual objects, weights, or tools. Additionally, skeletal remains with unusual proportions can sometimes be attributed to pathological conditions, population variation, or incomplete excavation context. Over time, fragments of information may have merged into a more dramatic tale. Alternative interpretations, however, continue to circulate. Enthusiasts of ancient astronaut theories often cite the Dropa stones as evidence of extraterrestrial contact in antiquity. The spiral inscriptions are framed as advanced script, and the cave burials are presented as proof of non-human origins. Yet these claims rely heavily on secondary sources and lack primary archaeological documentation. What remains particularly intriguing is how the story gained traction despite the absence of physical verification. During the mid-20th century, interest in unexplained artifacts and hidden histories was growing globally. Accounts of mysterious discoveries often travelled through magazines and translated articles, sometimes losing accuracy in the process. The Dropa Stones narrative appears to have evolved through retellings rather than through peer-reviewed excavation reports. The broader question is not only whether the stones existed as described, but why such stories persist. They reflect a deep human fascination with the unknown, especially with the idea that history contains chapters still concealed. In regions as remote and difficult to access as the Baiae Mountains, imagination finds fertile ground. If discs were indeed found in caves there, their function and origin would require careful, systematic study. Without artifacts available for examination, scholars are left with narrative fragments. The mystery, in this case, lies less in the stones themselves and more in the uncertainty surrounding their documentation. In the silence of high-altitude caves, where wind brushes against rock and echoes carry without witness, stories can take root easily. Whether the Dropa stones were misunderstood artifacts, fabricated accounts, or lost discoveries remains debated. And somewhere between documented history and whispered legend, the question lingers: how much of the past is shaped by evidence, and how much by the stories we choose to believe? Along the arid southern coast of Peru, where desert sands meet the Pacific in a stark and wind-carved landscape, burial grounds lie hidden beneath layers of dust. In the 1920s, Peruvian archaeologist Julio Tello began excavating a necropolis on the Paracas Peninsula. What he uncovered would become one of the most debated collections of human remains in South American archaeology. Hundreds of skulls, many dramatically elongated, their shapes strikingly different from the modern human norm. The Paracas culture flourished between approximately 800 BCE and 200 BCE. Known for intricate textiles and elaborate funerary practices, its people buried their dead in large communal tombs, wrapping bodies in layers of finely woven cloth. Within these burial bundles were skulls that extended upward and backward in pronounced conical forms. Some appeared almost twice the length of an average human cranium. The core mystery initially centered on whether these skulls represented a distinct biological group or a cultural practice. Artificial cranial deformation, intentionally shaping the skull during infancy, is a well-documented tradition in many ancient societies. By binding an infant's head with boards or cloth while the skull bones are still malleable, communities could alter its shape as it grew. Evidence of this practice exists across the Americas, Africa, and parts of Eurasia. Mainstream archaeological and anthropological consensus holds that the Paracas elongated skulls are largely the result of deliberate cranial modification. Infant skulls were wrapped tightly for extended periods, producing the elongated appearance seen in the remains. This practice may have signified status, identity, or affiliation with a particular lineage. In some cultures, elongated heads were associated with nobility or spiritual distinction. However, the Paracas skulls have also fueled debate due to certain anatomical features reported in some specimens. Claims have circulated that a few skulls display reduced numbers of cranial sutures, or unusually large cranial capacities. Such observations have led some researchers and independent investigators to question whether all the skulls can be explained solely by artificial deformation. Alternative interpretations have ventured into more speculative territory, suggesting that the Paracas individuals may represent a distinct or hybrid population. Some fringe theories even propose non-human ancestry. These claims often rely on selective measurements or contested DNA analyses that have not been widely replicated or peer-reviewed in mainstream academic journals. More recent scientific studies using CT scans and genetic testing have sought to clarify these issues. Most findings support the conclusion that the elongated shapes can be explained by cultural cranial modification rather than evolutionary divergence. The human skull is remarkably adaptable during infancy, and significant reshaping can occur without altering fundamental biological identity. Variations in suture patterns or bone thickness can arise naturally or as a result of the deformation process itself. Yet questions remain in specific cases. Not all Paracas skulls are identical in shape or size. Some appear more extreme than others, raising the possibility that different techniques were used, or that natural anatomical variation played a role alongside intentional shaping. DNA analysis has been limited by preservation conditions, and while some studies suggest genetic continuity with indigenous South American populations, the dataset is still evolving. Beyond biology, the deeper mystery concerns meaning. Why did the Paracas people place such importance on altering the human form? The practice required time, care, and intention. It suggests a worldview in which physical appearance was closely tied to identity and social structure. Perhaps elongated skulls signified belonging to an elite class. Perhaps they were seen as aesthetically desirable or spiritually significant. The desert climate preserved these remains with unusual clarity. Today, the skulls are displayed in museums in Peru, their elongated forms still startling to modern eyes. They evoke both familiarity and strangeness, recognizably human, yet altered in ways that challenge expectation. The Paracas elongated skulls remind us that human diversity is shaped not only by genetics, but by culture. Across history, societies have modified the body to express belief, status, and belonging. What appears extraordinary through a contemporary lens may once have been a symbol of honour or beauty, and in the quiet halls where these ancient faces rest beneath glass, the question lingers softly. How much of what we call natural is shaped by the hands of culture, and how much remains beyond our understanding? In southeastern Iran, along the fertile banks of the Halil River, a landscape of stark contrasts unfolds. Desert plains stretch outward in muted tones, interrupted by low hills and scattered vegetation. Beneath this quiet terrain, buried for thousands of years, lay the remnants of a Bronze Age society that would only come to widespread attention in the early 21st century. The discovery was not born of careful excavation at first, but of disaster. In 2001, heavy flooding along the Halil River exposed ancient graves near the modern city of Jiroft. Local villagers uncovered intricately carved stone vessels and artifacts, many of which quickly entered the black market. The sudden appearance of these objects, decorated with elaborate motifs of animals, mythic beings, and architectural scenes, caught the attention of Iranian authorities and archaeologists. Emergency excavations soon followed, revealing what appeared to be the remains of a substantial and previously underappreciated civilization. The culture associated with these finds is now often referred to as the Jiroft Culture, dated roughly between 2500 and 2000 BCE. The artifacts, particularly carved chlorite vessels, display a high level of craftsmanship. They feature complex iconography, serpents intertwined with trees, figures standing between animals, stepped architectural forms that resemble early ziggurats. The sophistication of these designs raised immediate questions. The core mystery surrounding Jiroft lies in its place within the broader narrative of ancient Near Eastern civilizations. For decades, Mesopotamia was widely regarded as the primary cradle of urban development in the region. The emergence of a seemingly advanced culture in southeastern Iran suggested a more interconnected and perhaps decentralized Bronze Age world than previously assumed. Archaeological excavations at sites such as Konar Sandal revealed large mud brick platforms and architectural remains that some researchers interpret as evidence of monumental construction. A stepped structure discovered at one site led to comparisons with Mesopotamian temples. Some scholars have proposed that Jiroft may represent the long-lost kingdom of Aratta, mentioned in Sumerian texts as a wealthy land rich in precious materials. This identification remains debated. Mainstream scholarship approaches these claims cautiously. While the material culture of Jiroft is undeniably impressive, definitive proof linking it to Aratta or positioning it as an independent cradle of civilization is still under study. The chlorite vessels, for instance, may have been part of an extensive trade network that connected Iran, Mesopotamia, and the Indus Valley. Similar artifacts have been found in distant regions, suggesting cultural exchange rather than isolation. The script found on some tablets at Jiroft adds another layer of intrigue. A few inscriptions appear to use a linear writing system that differs from known cuneiform. Some researchers have suggested that this script may represent an independent writing tradition. However, the inscriptions are limited, and decipherment remains incomplete. Without longer texts or bilingual examples, interpretation is tentative. Alternative interpretations have emerged as well. Some scholars argue that the significance of Jiroft has been overstated in early reports, influenced by the dramatic circumstances of its discovery. The initial looting may have distorted the archaeological record, making it difficult to reconstruct the full context of the artifacts. Others cautioned against framing Jiroft as a rival to Mesopotamia without more comprehensive evidence. What remains uncertain is the true scale and political structure of this culture. Was it a centralized kingdom with administrative complexity comparable to its neighbours, or was it a regional centre participating in a wider network of trade and cultural exchange? The architecture uncovered so far suggests organised settlement, but much of the area remains unexplored. The Jiroft discoveries have reshaped understanding of the ancient Iranian plateau. They highlight how much remains buried beneath landscapes long considered peripheral to early urban development. The Bronze Age world appears increasingly interconnected, with ideas and goods moving across vast distances. Along the Halil River, where floodwaters once revealed carved stone to the light, excavation continues carefully. Each layer of soil uncovers fragments of a narrative still being assembled. The iconography on the vessels, figures confronting serpents, structures rising in tears, speaks of beliefs and stories not fully recovered. And in the silent earth of southeastern Iran, the question endures: how many chapters of early civilization remain hidden, waiting for water, chance, or patience to bring them back into view? In 1961, in the quiet village of Tritria in modern-day Romania, archaeologist Nicolae Vălasa uncovered 3 small clay tablets during excavations at a Neolithic site. They were modest in size, easily held in the palm of a hand. Yet their markings, carefully incised symbols arranged in rows and compartments, would spark decades of debate about the origins of writing in Europe. The tablets were found within a ritual pit alongside figurines and the remains of a burial. The site itself belonged to the Wiener culture, a late Neolithic society that flourished in southeastern Europe between roughly 5500 and 4500 BCE. The Wiener people are known for their settlements, ceramic craftsmanship, and a range of symbolic markings found on pottery and figurines. However, the tablets from Tartaria appeared unusually deliberate in their inscriptions. The core mystery lies in the nature and age of the symbols. Radiocarbon dating of associated materials suggested that the tablets could date to around 5300 BCE, significantly earlier than the earliest known writing systems of Mesopotamia, which emerged around 3200 BCE. If the symbols on the Tartaria tablets represent true writing, they would predate Sumerian cuneiform by nearly 2 millennia. The tablets bear incised signs arranged in structured patterns. One tablet features symbols organised into rectangular compartments, almost resembling a grid. Some of the signs share visual similarities with later symbols found in the Wiener script, an assemblage of markings that appear across southeastern Europe. A few even resemble early Sumerian pictographs, though the resemblance is not exact. Mainstream archaeological interpretation approaches the tablets with caution. Many scholars argue that the markings do not constitute writing in the full linguistic sense. Instead, they may represent symbolic or ritual signs, proto-writing at most. Proto-writing systems can convey limited information or represent ideas without encoding spoken language in a systematic way. The brevity of the inscriptions and the absence of longer texts make decipherment nearly impossible. Another complication arises from the context of discovery. Some researchers have questioned whether the tablets were accurately dated. The clay tablets themselves were reportedly baked after excavation to preserve them, which complicates direct dating of the objects. Dating relies primarily on associated materials from the same stratigraphic layer. While most scholars accept the Neolithic context, debates about precise chronology continue. Alternative interpretations have been more ambitious. Some researchers have proposed that the Wiener culture developed an early writing system independent of Mesopotamia, suggesting that Europe may have been home to one of the world's earliest literate societies. A few have even argued for cultural transmission between southeastern Europe and the Near East during the Neolithic period. However, definitive evidence for such connections remains limited. Skeptics caution against projecting the concept of writing onto every structured symbol system. Human societies have long created marks that carry meaning, ownership signs, religious symbols, decorative motifs, without developing full phonetic scripts. The Tartaria Tablets may represent a complex symbolic tradition rather than a system encoding language. What remains unanswered is the function of these specific tablets. Their placement in a ritual context suggests ceremonial or religious significance. They may have served as offerings, amulets, or mnemonic devices. Without parallel inscriptions or longer texts, interpretation relies heavily on comparison with other Vina artifacts. The broader mystery touches on the origins of symbolic communication. Across Neolithic Europe, geometric signs appear on pottery, figurines, and architecture. Whether these marks represent early steps toward writing or a distinct symbolic tradition is still debated. The Tartaria Tablets sit at the centre of that discussion. In museum collections, the small clay objects seem unassuming. Their lines are shallow, their surfaces worn by time, yet the questions they raise are expansive. Did a Neolithic community in southeastern Europe experiment with encoding language, or do the tablets reflect a symbolic system whose meaning has dissolved into silence? In the quiet space between mark and meaning, the Tartaria Tablets remain suspended, fragments of a message whose language, if it was ever a language, is still not fully understood. Across the highlands of northern Laos, where rolling hills fade into mist and grasslands stretch beneath a wide, pale sky, thousands of massive stone jars stand scattered across the landscape. Some are solitary, half buried in earth and lichen. Others gather in clusters, arranged in quiet fields that seem to defy explanation. They vary in size, some small enough to kneel beside, others towering over a person's height, and many weigh several tons. This region, known as the Plain of Jars, has drawn attention for over a century. French researchers first documented the jars in the late 19th and early 20th centuries, noting their unusual distribution across multiple sites. Today, more than 90 jar fields have been identified, with estimates suggesting over 2,000 individual stone vessels dispersed across the Shangquang Plateau. The jars are carved primarily from sandstone, though some are made of granite and limestone. Most are cylindrical with slightly wider bases and narrow openings at the top. A few have stone discs found nearby, which some scholars believe may have served as lids. The craftsmanship varies. Some jars are carefully shaped and smooth, while others are rougher, suggesting different workshops or time periods. Dating the Plain of Jars has proven complex. Early assumptions placed them in a broad prehistoric context, but more recent research, including radiocarbon dating of associated burials, suggests they likely date between approximately 500 BCE and 500 C. Excavations around several jars have revealed human remains, burial goods, ceramic fragments, and iron tools. This has led many archaeologists to associate the jars with mortuary practices. The core mystery centres on their purpose. The prevailing theory holds that the jars were part of an elaborate burial tradition. Some researchers propose that bodies were placed inside the jars temporarily, possibly for exposure or decomposition, before final burial in surrounding pits. The discovery of human bones and grave goods near the jars supports this interpretation, though direct evidence of bodies within intact jars is limited. Another theory suggests that the jars functioned as secondary burial containers, holding cremated remains or selected bones. The variation in jar size and shape may reflect differences in social status or ritual practice, yet no inscriptions or detailed iconography accompany the jars, leaving their symbolic meaning open to interpretation. Alternative explanations have persisted over time. Local legends speak of ancient giants who used the jars to brew rice wine after victory in battle. Other speculative theories propose that the jars were storage vessels for food or water, though their size and remote placement make such interpretations less likely. The absence of clear habitation remains nearby, has further deepened the puzzle. Complicating research is the region's more recent history. During the Vietnam War, parts of the Plain of Jars were heavily bombed, leaving unexploded ordnance scattered across the area. This has limited excavation and preservation efforts for decades. Only in recent years, with ongoing clearance operations, have archaeologists been able to conduct more systematic studies. One enduring question concerns how the jars were transported. Quarry sites have been identified several kilometres from some jar fields. Moving multi-ton stone vessels across uneven terrain would have required coordination and engineering skill. No written records survive from the communities that created them, leaving archaeologists to infer methods from tool marks and landscape analysis. What remains uncertain is the cultural identity of the jar makers. The Iron Age societies of mainland Southeast Asia were interconnected through trade and migration, but definitive links between the jars and a named historical culture are still debated. Each excavation reveals fragments, beads, ceramics, iron implements, but no comprehensive narrative. In 2019, the Plain of Jars was designated a UNESCO World Heritage Site, recognising both its archaeological significance and its enduring mystery. The jars continue to stand in open fields, weathered by centuries of wind and rain. Moss gathers along their rims, shadows pool inside their hollow interiors. They do not speak of their makers. They offer no inscriptions, no carved scenes explaining their purpose. Instead, they remain silent witnesses on a plateau where clouds drift low and the horizon feels distant. And among these stone vessels, shaped by hands long forgotten, the question persists. What rituals once unfolded beneath this sky, and why were they carved so deeply into the earth? Along the rugged coast of Brittany, in northwestern France, where Atlantic winds sweep across low hills and salt hangs faintly in the air, thousands of standing stones stretch across the landscape in long, disciplined rows. At first glance, they appear almost military in formation, upright slabs of weathered granite, aligned in parallel lines that run for kilometres. Some stones tower above a person's height, others are smaller, half sunken into the earth. Together, they form one of the largest megalithic complexes in the world. These are the Carnac Stones, erected during the Neolithic period, roughly between 4500 and 3300 BC. The site includes not only alignments, but also stone circles, tumuli and dolmens scattered across the surrounding terrain. The alignments themselves are divided into several major groups: Nek, Camario, and Kaleskan, each containing hundreds of menhirs arranged with remarkable consistency. The core mystery of Carnac lies in its purpose. Why would prehistoric communities invest such immense labour into quarrying, transporting, and erecting over 3,000 stones in ordered lines? Unlike later monuments, there are no inscriptions to guide interpretation. The stones stand mute against sky and grass, their meaning absorbed into time. Early theories proposed astronomical significance. In the 19th century, some researchers suggested that the alignments functioned as a prehistoric observatory, tracking solar or lunar events. Certain orientations of the rows appear to align roughly with solstice sunrises or sunsets. However, the sheer scale and variation of the site complicate this explanation. Not all stones point in consistent directions, and later analyses have questioned whether the alignments are precise enough to confirm systematic astronomical design. Mainstream archaeological interpretation tends to frame Carnac within the broader context of Neolithic ritual landscapes. Across Western Europe, the period saw the construction of megalithic monuments, stone circles, passage graves, and standing stones, often associated with burial practices and communal gatherings. Excavations around Carnac have uncovered evidence of nearby settlements and burial mounds, suggesting that the alignments were part of a larger ceremonial environment. Some scholars propose that the rows of stones may have delineated sacred pathways or processional routes. Others suggest they marked territorial boundaries or served as gathering places for seasonal rituals. The variation in stone size, larger stones at one end gradually decreasing in height, has prompted speculation about symbolic progression or hierarchical meaning. Yet without written records, interpretation remains tentative. Local folklore offers its own explanation. Medieval legends claimed the stones were once Roman soldiers turned to stone by Saint Cornelius. Such stories reflect a long human tendency to fill silent monuments with narrative. The mystery of Carnac has inspired generations to imagine giants, druids, and forgotten peoples shaping the land. The practical challenge of construction also raises questions. The stones, carved from local granite outcrops, weigh several tons each. Transporting them would have required coordinated effort, wooden rollers, ropes, and perhaps sledges. The absence of metal tools during the early Neolithic makes the achievement even more striking. Experimental archaeology has shown that such feats were possible using stone tools and communal labour, though the scale remains impressive. What remains uncertain is the precise social structure that enabled such organisation. The alignments suggest planning over extended periods. Were they constructed all at once, or added incrementally across generations? Radiocarbon dating of associated materials indicates phases of construction, but a detailed timeline is still being refined. Carnac also challenges assumptions about prehistoric Europe. Far from isolated tribes, these communities demonstrated complex social coordination and shared symbolic traditions. The stones may represent a cultural language expressed not in words, but in landscape. Today, the alignments remain partially fenced to protect them from erosion and tourism. Visitors walk along designated paths, observing the long rows that ripple gently over low rises. In certain light, the stones cast elongated shadows that merge into a pattern almost hypnotic in its repetition. They do not reveal their builder's intentions. They offer only form, granite against sky, alignment against horizon. Yet their persistence across 5 millennia suggests that meaning once flowed through these lines, connecting people to place and perhaps to each other. And as wind moves steadily across the Breton fields, threading between silent stones, the question lingers: what vision once compelled a community to write its beliefs not on parchment, but across the earth itself? In the baked earth of southern Iraq, where the Tigris and Euphrates once fed marshes and early settlements, fragments of clay figures began to emerge during excavations in the early 20th century. These small statues, dating back nearly 7,000 years, belonged to what archaeologists call the Ubaid culture, one of the earliest complex societies in Mesopotamia. At first glance, they appear human, but a closer look unsettles that certainty. The Al-Ubaid figurines, discovered at sites such as Tel Al-Ubaid and date to approximately 5000 BCE. They are typically small, ranging from a few inches to about 20 centimetres in height. Most are made of fired clay, carefully shaped and painted. Their bodies are slender, elongated. Their eyes are large and almond-shaped, and their heads are distinctly reptilian in appearance, long snouts, slit-like features, sometimes with what seem to be scales indicated by paint. The core mystery lies in these unusual facial characteristics. Why would one of the earliest known settled cultures in Mesopotamia depict humanoid figures with lizard-like heads? The figurines often appear in domestic contexts, not monumental temples. Some are shown holding infants. Others stand upright, with hands folded across the chest. Their poses suggest ritual or symbolic importance. Mainstream archaeology interprets the statues within the broader context of symbolic and religious expression. The Ubaid period marked a transitional era in Mesopotamia, preceding the rise of the great Sumerian city-states. Communities were developing irrigation, architecture, and social stratification. Figurines from this era likely represented deities, fertility symbols, or mythological beings. One common interpretation suggests that the elongated features are stylized rather than literal. Artistic conventions in ancient cultures often exaggerate certain traits to convey symbolic meaning. Large eyes, for example, may represent spiritual awareness or divine presence. The reptilian appearance may not reflect an attempt to depict actual creatures, but rather a symbolic blending of human and animal attributes. Animal-human hybrids appear frequently in later Mesopotamian mythology, beings such as the Apkallu or other mythic guardians. While direct continuity between Ubaid figurines and later myths remains debated, the blending of forms suggests an early symbolic vocabulary. Alternative interpretations have attracted public fascination. Some have speculated that the statues depict non-human entities, perhaps visitors or lost species integrated into early human memory. These interpretations often draw on the unusual head shape and the nurturing poses of certain figures holding infants. However, such claims lack supporting archaeological or biological evidence. It is also important to note that artistic stylization can appear strange when removed from its cultural context. The Ubaid figurines are not uniform. Some have more human-like faces, while others are more abstract. The range suggests experimentation in artistic representation, rather than consistent depiction of a specific being. The archaeological context provides additional clues. The figurines were found in settlements with clear evidence of agriculture, pottery production, and early temple structures. There is no indication of advanced technology beyond what is expected for Neolithic societies. The statues appear integrated into everyday spiritual life, rather than signalling a break from known human development. What remains uncertain is the precise belief system that produced these forms. The Ubaid culture left no written records. Their symbolic language survives only through artifacts. The meaning of the reptilian features, whether representing a deity associated with water, fertility, or protection, remains debated. Southern Mesopotamia's marshlands would have been home to reptiles and amphibians, creatures possibly imbued with symbolic significance. The figurines stand at the threshold of recorded history. They predate cuneiform writing by nearly 2 millennia. They reflect a worldview in which humans and animals may have occupied overlapping spiritual categories. The boundaries between species in myth are often fluid, even if biology remains fixed. Today, the Ubaid statues rest behind glass in museum collections, their painted features faded by time. Their elongated eyes still gaze outward, expression unreadable. And in that quiet ambiguity, between art and anatomy, symbol and speculation, the question lingers. What stories did these earliest sculptors mean to tell, and how much of their world has slipped beyond our understanding? High on the Bolivian Altiplano, where the air is thin and the horizon feels almost infinite, thousands of straight lines stretch across the earth. They run over hills, across plains, and toward distant mountains without deviation. From ground level, they are nearly imperceptible, subtle tracks etched into the volcanic soil. But from above, they reveal themselves as a vast geometric network, covering more than 22,000 square kilometres around the dormant volcano Nevado Sajama. These are the Sajama Lines, one of the largest ancient landscape modifications in the world. Unlike the more widely known Nazca lines of Peru, which form animal and geometric figures, the Sajama lines are almost entirely straight. They crisscross the plateau in dense grids, some extending for over 20 kilometres in unbroken paths. The lines were first documented systematically in the 20th century, though local communities had long been aware of their presence. Satellite imagery and aerial photography later made clear the immense scale of the network. Archaeological research suggests that the lines were created by removing dark surface stones to expose the lighter soil beneath, a simple yet labour-intensive process. Over centuries, the dry climate preserved their visibility. Dating the Sajama lines has proven challenging. While direct dating of the lines themselves is difficult, nearby archaeological sites provide context. Settlements, burial towers known as chulpas, and artefacts in the region indicate occupation from around 1000 C and possibly earlier. Most scholars associate the lines with pre-Columbian indigenous communities, likely the ancestors of the Aymara people who still inhabit the region. The core mystery lies in their purpose. Why would communities invest such effort into creating thousands of straight paths across such a vast area? One prevailing interpretation suggests that the lines functioned as ceremonial or pilgrimage routes. Many appear to connect settlements, sacred mountains, water sources, and burial sites. In Andean cosmology, mountains, especially prominent peaks like Sajama, hold spiritual significance as apus, or protective spirits. The lines may have served as pathways for ritual processions, linking communities to sacred landmarks. Walking in straight lines across the plateau could have been an act of devotion, reinforcing social bonds and spiritual identity. Their precision suggests deliberate planning rather than random movement. Another interpretation views the lines as territorial markers or communication routes. In a landscape where natural features can appear uniform, straight lines might have helped delineate boundaries or guide travellers. However, the sheer density and redundancy of the network suggest that practical navigation alone does not fully explain their existence. Alternative theories have occasionally ventured beyond conventional archaeology, suggesting astronomical alignments or even large-scale mapping systems. Some observers note that certain lines appear oriented towards specific celestial events or horizon markers. Yet systematic studies have found that while some alignments may occur, they are not consistent enough to confirm a comprehensive astronomical design. What remains particularly striking is the scale of coordination implied by the Sajama lines. Maintaining such paths over centuries would require communal effort and shared cultural understanding. The lines cross multiple communities and terrain types, suggesting regional cohesion rather than isolated construction. Unlike monumental architecture built upward, the Sajama lines are inscribed into the earth itself. They are subtle interventions, visible only from a vantage point rarely accessible to their creators. This raises further questions. Did their builders conceptualize the full network, or did the system evolve gradually over generations? Were individual lines created independently, eventually forming the vast web seen today? The arid conditions of the Altiplano have preserved the lines with remarkable clarity. Yet modern development, vehicle tracks, and erosion pose ongoing threats. Efforts to document and protect the network continue, though much of it remains relatively unexplored. Standing on the plateau, one might walk directly across a line without noticing it. Only from above does the pattern emerge, thousands of straight paths converging and diverging across open land. And in that quiet geometry etched beneath the sky, the question endures: what invisible map once guided these ancient footsteps across a landscape written not in words, but in lines? In 1936, near the small town of London, Texas, a curious object was reportedly discovered embedded within a chunk of rock. According to accounts, a couple walking along a creek noticed a piece of wood protruding from a stone concretion. When the rock was later broken open, it revealed what appeared to be a metal hammerhead attached to a partially fossilised wooden handle. The artefact, now commonly referred to as the London Hammer, would become a focal point of debate. At first glance it resembles a standard carpenter's hammer, an iron head, somewhat rusted, fitted onto a wooden shaft. Yet the surrounding rock has been described by some as ancient, potentially dating back hundreds of millions of years. If true, such a timeline would challenge established understandings of human history. The hammer eventually came into the possession of a local collector and was later displayed in creationist museums. Early claims suggested that the rock encasing the hammer was part of Ordovician limestone, approximately 400 million years old. This assertion fueled speculation that the tool was an out-of-place artifact, implying human existence far earlier than mainstream archaeology allows. The core mystery lies in the geological context. Was the hammer truly embedded within ancient bedrock, or was it encased within a more recent mineral concretion that formed around a comparatively modern object? Mainstream geological analysis offers a measured explanation. Concretions, hardened mineral masses, can form relatively quickly under the right conditions. When mineral-rich water flows around an object, such as a nail, shell, or tool, it can deposit layers of calcite or other minerals that gradually encase the object. Over decades or centuries, this can create a rock-like shell that appears ancient, even though the object inside is much younger. Examinations of the London Hammer suggest that the iron head is consistent with 19th century metallurgy. Some metallurgical analyses have indicated that its composition resembles that of tools manufactured in the 1800s. The wooden handle, though partially mineralised, does not show signs of extreme age beyond what might occur in a few generations under certain burial conditions. Geologists who have studied similar formations note that limestone nodules and concretions can form around modern objects in relatively short geological timeframes. The presence of fossil-bearing limestone in the region does not necessarily mean that the hammer was embedded during the formation of that rock. It may have become encased within a concretion formed in more recent sediment. Alternative interpretations persist. Some proponents argue that the hammer's apparent purity of iron or its partial fossilization indicates great antiquity. Others suggest that conventional geology underestimates the object's age. However, these claims remain controversial and are not widely supported within the scientific community. What remains unanswered is the precise chain of events that led to its discovery. The original find was not documented under controlled archaeological conditions. No formal excavation record details the exact stratigraphic layer from which it emerged. Without that documentation, reconstructing its context relies on anecdote rather than systematic study. The London Hammer highlights a broader challenge in archaeology and geology. Context is everything. An artifact removed from its original setting loses much of the information needed to interpret it accurately. Without careful excavation, it becomes difficult to distinguish between ancient and recent associations. Today, the hammer rests in display cases, often presented as evidence of a deeper historical mystery. Its weathered iron and partially fossilized handle evoke curiosity. Yet the prevailing explanation remains grounded in natural processes and known human history. The question it raises is less about rewriting the timeline of civilization and more about how easily appearances can mislead. Stone can form quickly under certain conditions. Objects can become encased and seem older than they are. And in the quiet space between rock and rumour, the London Hammer continues to rest, an object shaped by human hands, surrounded by a story that still invites scrutiny. Beneath the streets of Paola, on the island of Malta, a doorway descends into shadow. Steps carved directly into limestone spiral downward into a subterranean world where light fades and sound deepens. The air grows cooler, walls curve and narrow, then open into chambers shaped with deliberate precision. This is the Hypogeum of Hal-Saflieni, a vast underground complex excavated more than 5,000 years ago. The Hypogeum was discovered accidentally in 1902 during construction work. As builders cut into the bedrock, they broke through into a hidden chamber. Archaeologists soon recognised that the site was no natural cave. It was a carefully carved, multi-level structure extending over 500 square metres, consisting of halls, corridors, niches and burial chambers arranged across 3 levels. Dating places the Hypogeum between approximately 4000 and 2500 BC during Malta's Temple period. This era saw the construction of some of the world's earliest freestanding stone temples above ground, yet the Hypogeum is unique, an entirely subterranean monument carved from solid rock. The core mystery centres on its purpose and design. Excavations revealed that the Hypogeum functioned at least partly as a burial site. The remains of over 7,000 individuals were reportedly discovered within its chambers, suggesting prolonged use over generations. Yet the architectural refinement suggests it was more than a simple tomb. One of its most striking features is the so-called Oracle Room, a chamber with curved walls and a small window-like opening carved into the rock. Acoustic studies have shown that certain tones resonate strongly within this space. When a voice chants at particular frequencies, the sound amplifies and reverberates throughout the complex. This phenomenon has led some researchers to propose that the Hypogeum may have been used for ritual ceremonies involving sound. Mainstream archaeological interpretation views the Hypogeum as a combined necropolis and sanctuary. Its layout mirrors aspects of above-ground temples, with carved imitations of trilithon doorways and decorative spirals painted in red ochre. These details suggest symbolic continuity between surface and subterranean sacred spaces. The underground environment may have represented a womb-like or underworld setting connected to beliefs about death and rebirth. The labour required to carve such a complex using stone tools was immense. Limestone, while relatively soft, still demands careful excavation. The precision of the chambers, smooth walls, aligned doorways indicates advanced planning. Yet no written records survive to explain the intentions behind its construction. Alternative interpretations have ranged from the spiritual to the speculative. Some have proposed that the Hypogeum served as an initiation chamber where altered acoustics and darkness heightened ritual experience. Others suggest it encoded astronomical alignments, though evidence for precise celestial orientation remains debated. More speculative theories have ventured into ideas of lost technologies or hidden chambers, but these claims lack archaeological support. What remains uncertain is the full symbolic meaning of the space. The discovery of the so-called Sleeping Lady figurine, a small clay statue depicting a reclining woman, within the Hypogeum hints at fertility or goddess symbolism. Yet connecting specific artifacts to specific rituals remains challenging. The Hypogeum also presents a preservation puzzle. Its enclosed environment protected many features, but modern tourism introduces humidity and carbon dioxide that threaten delicate surfaces. Strict visitor limits now regulate access, preserving the site's fragile equilibrium. Descending into the Hypogeum today, one moves through narrow passages that seem to absorb time. The carved doorways, though cut from solid rock, resemble architectural forms built above ground. It is as though the builders sought to replicate a world beneath the earth, a mirror of life carved into stone. and in the dim stillness of those underground chambers, where sound lingers longer than light, the question endures: what voices once echoed here, and what did they hope the earth would remember? On the high plateau near Lake Titicaca in Bolivia, where the Andes rise into a thin and brilliant sky, an unassuming ceramic vessel entered public awareness under unusual circumstances. Unlike artifacts recovered through controlled excavation, this bowl surfaced in the mid-20th century, reportedly after being discovered by a local farmer near the site of Tiwanaku. It would later become known as the Fuente Magna Bowl, and it would spark a debate that stretches far beyond the shores of the Andean lake. The bowl itself is large and shallow, made of ceramic and decorated on both its exterior and interior surfaces. On the outside, it bears geometric patterns typical of Andean artistic traditions. But it is the interior that draws attention. Incised into the clay are symbols that some researchers have claimed resemble ancient Near Eastern cuneiform writing, specifically Sumerian script. The core mystery lies in that claim. If the markings are indeed Sumerian, the implications would be extraordinary. Sumerian civilization flourished in Mesopotamia, modern-day Iraq, around 3000 BCE. The Andean civilizations, including Tiwanaku, developed independently thousands of kilometers away. No widely accepted evidence suggests direct contact between these regions in antiquity. A Sumerian inscription in South America would require a profound reconsideration of ancient transoceanic connections. The bowl first gained attention in the 1950s, but it was not subjected to systematic academic scrutiny at that time. In later decades, a few independent researchers proposed translations of the inscriptions, claiming they described offerings to a Sumerian deity. These translations, however, have been contested. Mainstream archaeology approaches the Fuente Magna Bowl with significant caution. One major concern is provenance. Because the bowl was not excavated under controlled archaeological conditions, its exact discovery site and stratigraphic context are uncertain. Without secure context, dating becomes difficult. It is unclear whether the bowl originated in the Tiwanaku area, was moved there later, or was introduced in modern times. Linguists and epigraphers who have examined photographs of the inscriptions have raised additional doubts. While some symbols bear superficial resemblance to cuneiform signs, they do not consistently follow known grammatical structures of Sumerian. Critics argue that the markings may represent random or stylized designs rather than meaningful script. Human perception is inclined to detect patterns, especially when comparing unfamiliar symbols to known systems. Another possibility is that the bowl is a modern forgery or a later addition to the region's material culture. Forged artifacts have appeared in many archaeological contexts, sometimes created to attract attention or financial gain. However, no definitive proof has established the bowl as a forgery. Its material composition and stylistic elements remain under discussion. Alternative interpretations suggest that even if the inscriptions are not genuine Sumerian, they may reflect an unknown local symbolic system. Pre-Columbian Andean cultures employed quipus, knotted string devices for record-keeping, but no confirmed pre-Columbian writing system similar to cuneiform has been identified. The possibility of an indigenous script remains speculative. The broader mystery touches on themes of contact and isolation. Throughout history, maritime travel has connected distant societies. Yet evidence for sustained contact between Mesopotamia and the Andes in antiquity remains absent from mainstream scholarship. Archaeological layers, genetic studies, and artifact typologies all suggest independent development. What remains unresolved is the bowl's origin story. Without precise excavation records, it floats in a liminal space between artifact and anomaly. Some Bolivian researchers have called for renewed scientific analysis, including thermoluminescence dating of the ceramic and detailed epigraphic comparison. Such studies could clarify whether the bowl belongs to a known cultural horizon or represents a later intrusion. For now, the Fuente Magna Bowl sits at the intersection of archaeology and imagination. It raises questions not only about ancient contact, but about how evidence is evaluated. Extraordinary claims require rigorous documentation. In the absence of that documentation, uncertainty persists. On the windswept plateau near Lake Titicaca, where ancient cities once aligned with mountain peaks and solar cycles, the bowl's markings remain etched into clay. Whether they represent misunderstood decoration, experimental symbolism, or something else entirely is still debated. And in that quiet uncertainty, the question endures, does this vessel whisper of forgotten journeys across oceans, or does it reflect the fragile line between resemblance and reality? On the western shores of Lake Turkana in northern Kenya, where volcanic ridges rise from a landscape of wind-carved stone and shimmering heat, a circle of basalt pillars stands against the open sky. The terrain is stark and expansive, marked by long horizons and shifting light. Here, in a region now arid and remote, one of Africa's oldest monumental cemeteries emerged from the earth. The site is known as Lofagam North Pillar Site. It was first recorded in the 20th century, but systematic excavation began only in the early 21st century. Archaeologists soon realised that beneath the circular arrangement of standing stones lay a large burial platform, carefully constructed and used over several centuries. Radiocarbon dating places the site between approximately 3000 and 2300 BCE. This was a time of significant environmental change in East Africa. Lake Turkana, once higher and surrounded by more fertile landscapes, was beginning to recede as climate patterns shifted. Communities in the region were transitioning toward pastoralism, herding cattle, sheep, and goats across changing terrain. The core mystery of Lofagam lies in its scale and social implications. Excavations revealed a central mortuary cavity containing the remains of at least 580 individuals. Men, women, and children were buried together, often adorned with elaborate personal ornaments, beads made of stone, ostrich eggshell, and semi-precious materials. Some burials included pendants carved from hippopotamus ivory or other rare substances. Unlike many later monumental burial sites, Lofagam does not appear to reflect rigid social hierarchy. The grave goods are relatively evenly distributed. There is no clear separation between elite and non-elite individuals. This challenges common assumptions that large-scale monuments require centralized authority or stratified societies. Mainstream archaeological interpretation suggests that Lofagam was constructed by early pastoralist communities who gathered periodically to bury their dead and reaffirm social bonds. The site may have functioned as a communal ritual centre during a period of environmental uncertainty. As water levels fell and landscapes transformed, shared burial practices could have strengthened identity and cooperation among mobile groups. The basalt pillars surrounding the burial mound likely served as markers, both symbolic and territorial. Their arrangement suggests careful planning, though their precise alignment does not appear strictly astronomical. Some stones are taller and more prominent than others, possibly indicating phases of construction or ritual emphasis. Alternative interpretations have proposed that the site reflects more complex social organisation than currently understood. Some researchers have speculated that the absence of obvious hierarchy may conceal subtler forms of status differentiation. Others have considered whether the monument functioned not only as a cemetery, but as a gathering place for seasonal ceremonies, trade, or dispute resolution. What remains uncertain is the full meaning of the ornaments found within the burials. The beads and pendants reflect extensive networks of exchange, linking communities across vast distances. Materials not native to the immediate area suggest long-distance interaction. Whether these objects symbolised wealth, lineage, or spiritual protection is still debated. The construction of Lophagam required significant labour. Stones had to be transported and arranged. The burial cavity was dug and reopened repeatedly over generations. Yet there is little evidence of permanent settlement directly at the site. This reinforces the idea that it was a ceremonial locus rather than a residential centre. Lophagam challenges narratives that monumental architecture emerges only in densely populated, agriculturally based societies. Here, mobile pastoralists created a lasting stone monument without clear signs of centralised power. It suggests that shared belief systems and communal identity can inspire architectural achievement independent of urbanisation. Today, the pillars stand quietly, in the heat of the Turkana Basin. Wind moves between them, carrying dust across the ancient burial mound. The bones beneath have long since been studied and reburied, but the structure remains. And in the stark light of northern Kenya, where climate once shifted and communities adapted together, the question persists: what compelled these early herders to anchor their dead in stone? And what did that act mean in a world already changing? In 1974, near the banks of the Mur River in Romania, construction workers reportedly uncovered a curious metallic object buried alongside fossilised animal bones. The find occurred near the town of Aiud, a place with a long archaeological history stretching back to prehistoric settlements. Among the bones, workers noticed a wedge-shaped piece of metal, partly encased in hardened sediment. It was unlike the surrounding material, smooth, metallic, angular. The object would come to be known as the Aiud aluminum wedge. Measuring roughly 20 centimetres in length, it has a tapered form with drilled holes and surfaces that appear worked rather than natural. Laboratory analysis later suggested that it was composed primarily of aluminum, along with traces of copper, zinc, silicon, and other elements. That composition became the centre of the controversy. Aluminum, while abundant in the Earth's crust, does not occur naturally in pure metallic form. It must be extracted from ore through complex industrial processes. Modern large-scale aluminum production began in the 19th century, particularly after the development of the Hall-Rolt process in 1886. If the wedge were genuinely ancient, its existence would challenge established technological timelines. The core mystery lies in the object's context and dating. Reports have claimed that the wedge was found in a geological layer alongside Pleistocene bones, suggesting significant age. However, detailed documentation of the exact stratigraphic conditions at the moment of discovery is limited. The absence of formal archaeological recording complicates efforts to determine whether the wedge was truly embedded in ancient deposits or introduced into them more recently. Mainstream scientific analysis has proposed more conventional explanations. Metallurgical studies indicate that the alloy composition resembles modern aluminum alloys used in machinery or aircraft components. Some researchers have suggested that the wedge could be part of industrial equipment, possibly a fragment of an excavator bucket tooth or similar mechanical part that became buried and later encased in sediment. Over time, mineral deposits can accumulate around metal objects, giving the appearance of great antiquity. Corrosion layers and oxidation may create a hardened crust that seems fossil-like. In riverine environments, sediment shifts and redeposits frequently, making it possible for modern objects to become embedded in older layers. Alternative interpretations have taken a more dramatic turn. Some have described the Aiud wedge as an out-of-place artifact, implying advanced ancient technology or even extraterrestrial origin. These claims often emphasise the high aluminum content and the supposed geological age of the surrounding layer. However, such assertions remain controversial and are not supported by peer-reviewed archaeological evidence. The Romanian authorities reportedly conducted material testing in the years following the discovery, but full technical reports have not been widely disseminated in international academic literature. This lack of transparent documentation has contributed to ongoing speculation. What remains uncertain is the precise history of the object prior to its burial. If it is indeed a modern industrial fragment, identifying its specific function could clarify the mystery. Comparisons with known machinery parts have produced similarities, though no universally accepted match has been confirmed publicly. The Aiud wedge illustrates a recurring theme in archaeology and geology: the importance of context. Without clear excavation records, photographs of in situ discovery, and precise geological mapping, even a simple object can acquire layers of mystery. The difference between ancient artifact and misplaced modern tool often lies not in the object itself, but in the circumstances of its discovery. Today the wedge remains a subject of curiosity. Its smooth metallic surface contrasts with the earthy sediment that once encased it. It sits at the intersection of industry and imagination, a manufactured shape surrounded by unanswered questions, and in that quiet ambiguity between alloy and assumption, the question persists: was this wedge a fragment of modern machinery swallowed by shifting earth, or does it point toward a chapter of technological history still not fully understood? In the southwestern Amazon, where dense rainforest stretches across vast distances and rivers coil through emerald canopies, geometric shapes have emerged from beneath the trees. For centuries, they lay hidden, covered by thick vegetation and invisible from ground level. Only in recent decades, as sections of forest were cleared for agriculture and revealed through satellite imagery, did their outlines become clear: massive squares, circles, and interconnected enclosures carved directly into the earth. These are the Brazilian Geoglyphs, primarily concentrated in the state of Acre. First noticed in the 1970s, but widely recognised in the early 21st century, they number in the hundreds. Each consists of large ditches and earthen embankments forming precise geometric shapes. Some span more than 300 metres across. Straight lines connect certain enclosures, suggesting planned networks across the landscape. The core mystery lies in who built them, when, and for what purpose. Radiocarbon dating of charcoal found within the ditches suggests that many of the geoglyphs were constructed between approximately 2000 BCE and 1000 C. This timeline challenges long-held assumptions about the Amazon as a region inhabited only by small, dispersed groups with limited social complexity. Mainstream archaeological interpretation increasingly views the geoglyphs as evidence of organised large-scale societies in the pre-Columbian Amazon. Excavations have uncovered ceramics, stone tools, and evidence of controlled burning associated with the sites. Some researchers believe the enclosures functioned as ceremonial or gathering spaces rather than permanent settlements. The ditches themselves are relatively shallow, often too small to serve as defensive fortifications. The geometric precision of the shapes suggests deliberate planning and communal labour. Constructing such features would have required coordination among many individuals, likely over extended periods. The presence of straight connecting roads indicates movement between sites, hinting at regional integration. One important factor in understanding these structures is the concept of terra preta, or Amazonian dark earth, anthropogenic soil enriched through long-term human habitation and agricultural management. The existence of terra preta near some geoglyph sites supports the idea that complex societies once shaped and sustained portions of the rainforest rather than merely adapting to it. Alternative interpretations have occasionally ventured into more speculative realms. Some have proposed astronomical alignments or symbolic maps of cosmological beliefs. While certain geoglyphs appear oriented toward cardinal directions, comprehensive evidence for systematic celestial alignment remains debated. Others have imagined lost civilizations of great scale, though archaeological findings suggest societies that were organized yet distinct from Old World urban centers. What remains uncertain is the full extent of the geoglyph network. As satellite imaging improves and deforestation reveals new areas, additional sites continue to be identified. It is possible that many more lie hidden beneath intact forest canopy. The scale of Earth modification implies a population density and social organisation not fully documented in historical accounts. Another unresolved question concerns the relationship between the geoglyph builders and later indigenous groups. Did cultural continuity persist after European contact, or were these societies disrupted or displaced prior to the arrival of colonisers? The demographic collapse following European diseases likely erased much of the living memory associated with these sites. The Brazilian geoglyphs complicate narratives that once portrayed the Amazon as an untouched wilderness. They suggest that human influence on the landscape extends far deeper into the past than previously believed. Forest and civilization may not have been opposites here, but intertwined realities. Today, some geoglyphs lie exposed in cleared farmland, their earthen outlines stark against open fields. Others remain partially concealed beneath trees, visible only from above. They are quiet shapes, circles and squares carved into soil, their original purpose unspoken, and as the rainforest continues to reveal and conceal its past, the question persists in the humid air. How many stories of ancient Amazonian societies still lie hidden beneath the canopy, waiting for light to find them? In the cold, dim waters of the Baltic Sea, nearly 90 metres below the surface, sonar equipment once traced an unusual outline on the ocean floor. It was 2011 when a Swedish diving team known as Ocean X was scanning the seabed between Sweden and Finland, searching for shipwrecks. Instead of the expected debris of maritime history, their instruments recorded something circular, an object roughly 60 metres in diameter with edges that appeared angular and defined. The image, grainy and indistinct, quickly circulated. It seemed to show a disc-like formation resting on the seabed, with what looked like steps or ridges extending from one side. Media outlets dubbed it the Baltic Sea Anomaly. Comparisons were immediate and dramatic. Some saw echoes of science fiction spacecraft. Others speculated about lost civilizations or sunken structures. The core mystery lies in the nature of the formation. Was it an artificial object or a natural geological feature misinterpreted through limited imaging? The original sonar scans, while intriguing, offered only low-resolution outlines. Underwater visibility in the Baltic is notoriously poor due to sediment and low light. Direct investigation required careful dives under challenging conditions. When divers reached the site, they encountered a rocky formation partially embedded in sediment. Samples collected from the area included granite, gneiss, and sandstone, common glacial deposits in the region. Geologists who later examined the materials suggested that the anomaly could be a glacial moraine or a rock formation shaped by Ice Age processes. During the last glacial maximum, massive ice sheets covered much of northern Europe, depositing and sculpting rock in irregular patterns as they retreated. Mainstream scientific interpretation generally leans toward a natural explanation. The Baltic seabed contains numerous unusual rock formations shaped by glacial activity. Rounded edges, flat surfaces, and layered appearances can result from erosion, sediment accumulation, and fracturing under pressure. The disc shape observed in sonar images may be an artifact of perspective and resolution. However, uncertainties remain. The OceanX team reported that certain electronic equipment malfunctioned near the site, though such claims have not been independently verified. Some divers described features resembling steps or geometric edges. Critics argue that human perception tends to identify patterns and symmetry even in random formations, a psychological phenomenon known as pareidolia. Alternative interpretations have flourished in the absence of definitive mapping. Some propose that the anomaly could be remnants of a sunken structure from a time when sea levels were lower, perhaps linked to prehistoric settlements along ancient coastlines. Others speculate about military debris or unexploded ordnance. More speculative voices have ventured into extraterrestrial narratives, though no credible evidence supports such claims. One factor complicating interpretation is the Baltic Sea's unique environment. Its brackish water, low oxygen levels, and heavy sediment cover can preserve shipwrecks remarkably well, while also obscuring geological details. The region has yielded numerous historical wrecks from various eras, reinforcing the sense that hidden structures might exist beneath the surface. What remains unanswered is the precise morphology of the formation. High-resolution sonar mapping and comprehensive geological surveys have been limited. Funding constraints and the site's depth have restricted extensive study. Without detailed 3-dimensional mapping, interpretations remain provisional. The Baltic Sea Anomaly serves as a reminder of how little of the ocean floor has been thoroughly explored. Vast areas of seabed remain poorly mapped compared to terrestrial landscapes. When unusual shapes appear in sonar data, they often capture imagination before evidence can clarify their nature. Today, the anomaly rests in darkness beneath layers of sediment and cold water. It does not emit signals or reveal inscriptions. It is a shape on the ocean floor, interpreted through instruments, filtered through expectation. And in the quiet depths of the Baltic, where glacial history meets modern curiosity, the question lingers: is this formation a relic of natural forces sculpted by ice and time, or does it conceal a story that has yet to surface? Beneath the calm surface of Rock Lake in Wisconsin, where reeds sway along quiet shores and fishing boats drift in slow arcs, something angular is said to rest on the lake bed. On certain days, when the water is clear and the light strikes at the right angle, divers and boaters have reported glimpsing stone shapes below, forms that appear stepped, symmetrical, almost architectural. The story of the Rock Lake Pyramids dates back to the 19th century. In 1836, a settler named Increase A. Lapham documented the presence of earthen mounds around the lake, part of a broader network of effigy and burial mounds constructed by indigenous cultures of the region. Decades later, in 1936, a local diver named Max Knoll claimed to have discovered stone structures underwater resembling pyramids. His description sparked curiosity that has endured for generations. Rock Lake lies near the town of Lake Mills and sits within a region known for prehistoric mound-building cultures, including the woodland and Mississippian traditions. These communities constructed conical burial mounds, platform mounds, and animal-shaped effigy mounds across the Midwest between roughly 500 BCE and 1500 CE. The existence of such earthworks lends historical context to claims of submerged structures. The core mystery centres on whether the underwater shapes are indeed man-made pyramids or natural geological formations. Early divers described stone blocks arranged in tiered forms, some allegedly measuring over 6 meters in height. Photographs and sonar scans have been circulated over the years, though many are grainy or ambiguous. Mainstream archaeological investigation has approached the claims cautiously. Several underwater surveys have identified stone features on the lakebed, but interpretations vary. Some geologists suggest that the formations could be glacial deposits, rocks and sediment arranged by Ice Age processes. During the last glacial retreat, large blocks of stone were scattered across the region, sometimes settling in configurations that appear structured. The lake's water level has also fluctuated over millennia. It is possible that natural rock outcroppings were once exposed above water before being submerged. Erosion can create stepped or angular appearances in sedimentary rock, particularly when viewed through refracted light. Alternative interpretations propose that the structures are remnants of ancient constructions predating known mound-building cultures. Some suggest that a previously undocumented society may have built stone pyramids on what was once dry land before rising waters submerged them. These theories often point to the geometric appearance of certain sonar images. However, definitive archaeological evidence remains limited. No systematic excavation of the alleged pyramids has produced artifacts, tools, or cultural materials that would confirm human construction. Without such evidence, the formations remain classified by many experts as likely natural. The broader landscape of Rock Lake adds complexity to the discussion. Surrounding areas contain verified prehistoric mounds, some aligned with celestial events or situated along prominent topographical features. The possibility that submerged features could relate to this cultural landscape has not been entirely dismissed, but remains unproven. Technological advances such as high-resolution sonar and underwater mapping have improved documentation in recent years. Yet sediment, algae growth, and limited visibility complicate interpretation. Underwater environments can distort scale and perspective, making ordinary rock formations appear monumental. What remains unanswered is whether future detailed surveys will clarify the origin of these shapes. If they are natural, they represent another example of how geology can mimic architecture. If they are human-made, they would extend the narrative of mound-building cultures in unexpected directions. For now, the lake surface remains placid, reflecting sky and tree line. Beneath it, stone shapes linger in dim green light, their edges softened by silt and time. And in the quiet depths of Rock Lake, where water conceals as much as it reveals, the question persists, are these forms the work of ancient hands, or the patient artistry of ice and stone? In the heart of the Amazon basin, where dense rainforest stretches beyond sight and rivers carve silver paths through green immensity, patches of unusually rich soil lie hidden beneath the canopy. To the untrained eye, they are unremarkable clearings in a vast wilderness. But to archaeologists and soil scientists, they represent one of the most transformative discoveries about pre-Columbian Amazonia. These fertile deposits are known as terra preta, Amazonian dark earth. For centuries, the Amazon was described as a land of ecological limits, its acidic soils thought incapable of sustaining large, complex societies. Early European explorers and later scholars often assumed that indigenous populations were small, dispersed, and dependent on shifting cultivation. The rainforest, in this narrative, was too fragile and nutrient-poor to support urban life. That assumption began to unravel in the 20th century when researchers noticed that certain areas of soil were strikingly different. Terra preta is darker, richer, and far more fertile than surrounding earth. It contains high levels of charcoal, organic matter, pottery fragments, animal bones, and other human refuse. Unlike typical Amazonian soils, which rapidly lose nutrients when cleared, terra preta remains productive for centuries. The core mystery initially centred on how such soil formed. Natural processes alone could not easily explain its composition. Radiocarbon dating suggests that many terra preta sites were created between roughly 450 BCE and 950 CE, though some may be older. The distribution of these soils, often near rivers and archaeological sites, indicates deliberate human activity. Mainstream scientific consensus now holds that terra preta is anthropogenic, meaning it was intentionally created by ancient indigenous communities. Through controlled burning, food waste deposition, composting, and the addition of charcoal, known as biochar, these societies engineered soil that could sustain long-term agriculture. The charcoal component is particularly significant. It stabilizes nutrients and fosters microbial life, preventing rapid leaching in the humid rainforest environment. This realization has reshaped understanding of Amazonian history. Rather than passive inhabitants of a pristine wilderness, pre-Columbian communities actively managed and transformed their environment. The presence of terra preta supports evidence from geoglyphs, raised fields, and settlement, remain suggesting that the Amazon once hosted complex and interconnected societies. Yet, questions remain. How widespread was the practice? Some researchers estimate that terra preta may cover tens of thousands of square kilometres, though much remains undiscovered beneath forest canopy. The scale implies not isolated experimentation, but sustained cultural knowledge passed across generations. Another unresolved issue concerns population size. If large areas were intensively cultivated, the number of inhabitants may have been far greater than previously assumed. Some scholars argue that millions could have lived in the Amazon before European contact, their societies later devastated by disease and colonial disruption. This view remains debated, though evidence increasingly challenges older models of sparse habitation. Alternative interpretations have occasionally taken the concept further, suggesting that terra preta represents a lost advanced technology or an ecological system beyond conventional understanding. While its long-term stability is remarkable, scientific study has identified clear mechanisms behind its formation. What makes terra preta extraordinary is not mystery in composition, but the ingenuity of the people who created it. The implications extend beyond archaeology. Modern agricultural scientists are studying biochar as a sustainable method for improving soil fertility and sequestering carbon. In a world facing climate change and soil degradation, ancient Amazonian techniques offer lessons that feel unexpectedly contemporary. Still, much remains uncertain. The social structures that organised large-scale soil production are not fully understood. Was terra preta the result of centralised planning or gradual accumulation through everyday life? Did certain communities specialise in its creation? How did knowledge of soil management spread across vast forested distances? The Amazon's thick canopy conceals as much as it reveals. Beneath roots and leaf litter, dark earth waits quietly, layered with fragments of pottery and charcoal from forgotten hearths. Each patch is a record of human presence, resilience, and adaptation. And as new surveys and excavations continue to uncover these fertile traces beneath the forest floor, the question deepens: how many chapters of Amazonian civilization remain hidden in the soil, waiting to reshape what we believe about humanity and the rainforest? In the dry necropolis of Saqqara, south of Cairo, where shifting sands cover the tombs of ancient Egypt's elite, a small wooden object was unearthed in 1898 during excavations of a Ptolemaic period burial. It was catalogued quietly and stored among countless other artefacts recovered from the desert. For decades, it attracted little attention. Only in the 20th century did it become the centre of a quiet controversy. The object, now known as the Saqqara Bird, measures about 15 centimetres in length. Carved from sycamore wood, it resembles a bird in flight. Its wings are straight and outstretched. Its body is tapered. The tail extends vertically rather than horizontally, giving it a silhouette that, to some observers, appears surprisingly modern. The artifact dates to roughly 200 BCE, during Egypt's late period under Greek influence. It was found in a tomb, among other wooden objects, including models and symbolic items often placed with the dead. At first, it was classified as a simple bird figurine, perhaps a representation of a falcon, an animal closely associated with the god Horus. The core mystery arises from its aerodynamic shape. In 1972, an Egyptian physician named Khalil Masiha examined the artifact and suggested that it bore a resemblance to a glider. He noted that the wings were straight and level, unlike the curved wings typical of carved birds. The vertical tail, he argued, resembled a stabilizer rather than a natural avian feature. Masiha proposed that the Saqqara Bird might represent knowledge of flight in ancient Egypt. This interpretation sparked interest beyond traditional archaeology. Some enthusiasts claimed that the artifact was evidence of early aviation experiments, perhaps even functional gliders. Models were constructed to test the theory. Early replicas, without modification, failed to achieve sustained flight. Later versions, adjusted with horizontal stabilizers or slight design changes, performed better, but these modifications deviated from the original artifact. Mainstream Egyptology remains cautious. Most scholars interpret the Saqqara Bird as a stylized representation of a bird, possibly a toy, a weather vane component, or part of a larger ceremonial object. Ancient Egyptian artisans often created simplified forms, emphasizing symmetry and balance over naturalistic detail. The vertical tail could be a broken or incomplete piece, or simply an artistic convention. The context of discovery also supports a conventional interpretation. The artifact was found alongside other symbolic items, not within a workshop or engineering context. No accompanying tools, texts or depictions suggest experimentation with flight. Egyptian art, while rich with imagery, contains no clear evidence of gliders or mechanical flying devices. Alternative theories persist, pointing to the precision of the wings and the apparent understanding of balance. Some have argued that ancient Egyptians may have experimented with gliding models for religious or recreational purposes. Others suggest the object could have served as a wind indicator or decorative finial placed atop a pole. What remains uncertain is the exact function of this specific artifact. Wooden objects are vulnerable to damage over centuries. The Saqqara Bird's tail, in particular, may have lost components that altered its original appearance. Without clear evidence of missing parts, interpretation remains tentative. The broader fascination reflects a recurring theme in archaeology. When ancient objects resemble modern technology, imagination often accelerates ahead of evidence. Human societies have long observed birds and dreamed of flight. That impulse does not necessarily imply practical achievement. Today, the Saqqara Bird is displayed in the Egyptian Museum in Cairo. Its small wooden form rests behind glass, modest in size, yet expansive in implication. It invites comparison, projection, curiosity. And in the quiet space between artistry and aerodynamics, the question lingers, was this simply a stylized symbol of a sacred bird, or does it hint at ideas that fluttered briefly through ancient minds, never fully recorded? Just beneath the clear, shallow waters off the southern coast of Laconia in Greece, stone outlines ripple under shifting light. From the surface, the sea appears calm and unremarkable. But a few metres below, arranged across the sandy seabed, lie the foundations of streets, courtyards and buildings, an entire town preserved in silence beneath the Aegean. This is Pavlopetri, often described as the oldest known submerged city in the world. First identified in 1967 by British marine geologist Nicholas Fleming, the site was systematically mapped the following year by a team from the University of Cambridge. What they revealed astonished the archaeological community, a remarkably intact Bronze Age settlement lying just 3 to 4 metres underwater. Radiocarbon dating and pottery analysis suggest that Pavlopetri was inhabited as early as 2800 BC during the early Bronze Age and continued into the Mycenaean period. The city covers at least 9,000 square metres and includes a network of streets, multi-roomed buildings, courtyards, and what appear to be tombs. The urban layout is strikingly organised, with clear planning and structural cohesion. The core mystery surrounding Pavlopetri is not its existence, its physical remains are undeniable, but the circumstances of its submergence. Geological studies indicate that the region is tectonically active. Over millennia, a combination of gradual sea level rise and seismic activity likely caused the land to sink. Evidence of fault lines in the area supports the idea that earthquakes contributed to its descent beneath the sea. Mainstream scientific interpretation holds that Pavlopetri was once a coastal settlement that slowly succumbed to natural geological processes. As sea levels rose following the end of the last ice age and tectonic shifts altered the coastline, portions of the town became submerged. Unlike cities destroyed by sudden catastrophe, Pavlopetri appears to have faded beneath the water over time. What makes the site particularly significant is its state of preservation. Because it lies in shallow water with relatively low currents, much of its layout remains clearly visible. Advanced underwater mapping techniques, including 3D sonar imaging conducted in the early 21st century, have allowed archaeologists to create detailed digital reconstructions of the city. These models reveal doorways, staircases, and even indications of 2-story structures. Artifacts recovered from the site, including pottery and tools, suggest active trade connections with other Aegean cultures. Pavlopetri's location along maritime routes would have positioned it strategically within the Bronze Age network of commerce and exchange. Its architecture reflects characteristics seen in Minoan and Mycenaean settlements, indicating cultural integration rather than isolation. Alternative interpretations occasionally frame Pavlopetri as evidence of lost advanced civilizations or catastrophic flooding events akin to mythical narratives. However, geological data aligns with gradual subsidence and regional seismic activity. There is no evidence of sudden annihilation or unexplained technology. Still, questions remain. Why was the settlement established so close to a tectonically unstable shoreline? Did inhabitants recognize signs of environmental change before abandoning it? The absence of widespread destruction layers suggests that residents may have left gradually rather than perishing in place. Another lingering uncertainty concerns the full extent of the submerged landscape. Only part of the ancient coastline has been thoroughly mapped. It is possible that additional structures lie buried beneath sediment beyond the currently visible zone. Pavlopetri challenges assumptions about the fragility of coastal heritage. Across the Mediterranean and beyond, rising seas have concealed portions of ancient human history. As modern sea levels continue to shift, submerged archaeology gains renewed relevance. Divers who visit the site today glide above ancient streets where people once walked. Fish pass through stone doorways. Sunlight filters down, illuminating foundations that have rested underwater for thousands of years. There are no standing walls, no towering ruins, only the quiet geometry of a town suspended between land and sea, and in those submerged outlines, preserved by salt and time, the question endures: how many other cities lie hidden beneath rising waters, their stories waiting in the silence below the tide? In a quiet sandstone ravine north of Sydney, Australia, where eucalyptus trees cast long shadows and cicadas hum in the afternoon heat, a cluster of carvings marks the rock walls. At first glance, they resemble ancient hieroglyphs, rows of figures etched into the stone, including birds, serpents, and stylized human forms. The site, located in Brisbane Water National Park, near the suburb of Kariong, has become known as the Gosford Glyphs. The carvings reportedly came to wider public attention in the 1970s, though some locals claim to have seen them earlier. Spread across two sandstone walls facing each other, the glyphs number in the hundreds. Many appear to imitate Egyptian hieroglyphic symbols. Some enthusiasts have claimed that the inscriptions tell the story of ancient Egyptian sailors who reached Australia thousands of years ago. The core mystery centres on authenticity. Are the Gosford Glyphs genuine ancient inscriptions, or are they modern creations carved into weathered stone? Mainstream archaeological and Egyptological consensus strongly favours the latter explanation. Linguistic analysis of the glyphs reveals inconsistencies that would be unlikely in authentic ancient Egyptian writing. Symbols from different dynasties appear mixed together, some separated by more than 1,000 years in Egyptian history. Grammatical structures do not align with known forms of hieroglyphic syntax. Certain signs are copied inaccurately or placed in combinations that make little linguistic sense. Furthermore, there is no corroborating archaeological evidence to support ancient Egyptian presence in Australia. No artefacts, tools, settlement remains, or biological traces consistent with Egyptian culture have been found in association with the glyphs. Australia's archaeological record, including indigenous history stretching back more than 60,000 years, shows no credible indication of transoceanic contact with Egypt in antiquity. Geologists who have examined the site have noted that the carvings appear relatively fresh compared to the surrounding rock surface. Weathering patterns suggest that many of the incisions are recent, possibly only decades old. Sandstone, while durable, erodes gradually, and differences in patina can help estimate relative age. In the case of the Gosford Glyphs, the grooves lack the degree of erosion expected if they were thousands of years old. Alternative interpretations continue to circulate. Some argue that the glyphs were carved by early European settlers or soldiers with knowledge of Egyptian imagery. Others propose that they were created in the 20th century by individuals inspired by books on Egyptology. A few fringe theories maintain that they are authentic but suppressed by mainstream academia. However, no credible evidence supports the claim of ancient Egyptian exploration of Australia. The fascination surrounding the Gosford Glyphs reflects a broader human tendency to connect distant civilizations through shared symbols. The idea of ancient mariners crossing vast oceans captures imagination, yet extraordinary historical claims require substantial material evidence, artifacts, settlements, inscriptions in controlled contexts. In this case, such evidence is absent. What remains interesting about the site is not proof of transcontinental voyages, but the story of how myths form. The glyphs emerged during a period of growing popular interest in ancient mysteries. As images circulated, interpretations expanded. Without formal excavation or documented discovery under scientific supervision, the carvings became a canvas for speculation. For indigenous Australians, whose cultural history in the region is rich and deeply rooted, the presence of pseudo-Egyptian carvings can be seen as a distraction from authentic heritage. The land itself contains rock art and archaeological sites of genuine antiquity, bearing witness to tens of thousands of years of human presence. Today, the Gosford Glyphs remain in the sandstone ravine, partially obscured by vegetation and debate. Visitors sometimes trace the incisions with their fingers, comparing them to textbook hieroglyphs. The shapes appear convincing at a glance, but closer study reveals inconsistencies, and in that narrow space between resemblance and reality, the question lingers: how easily can carved stone create the illusion of antiquity, and how carefully must history be read before it is believed? In the arid landscape of northern Mexico, where desert winds sweep across limestone caves and silence settles deep within rock chambers, two unusual skulls were reportedly discovered in the 1930s. According to later accounts, a teenage girl exploring a mine tunnel in the Copper Canyon region came upon a small cave containing skeletal remains. Among them was a skull that would decades later be called the Star Child. The skull surfaced publicly in the late 20th century when it came into the possession of Ray and Melanie Young, who promoted it as an anomalous specimen. Unlike a typical human skull, this one possessed features that seemed exaggerated. The cranium appeared unusually large and rounded. The eye sockets were shallow and wide. The back of the skull was flattened, and certain structural aspects seemed atypical when compared to standard anatomical references. The core mystery centres on whether the skull represents a rare human condition or something beyond known biological variation. Early proponents of the anomaly suggested that the bone structure was too thin, the cranial capacity too large, and certain sutures too unusual to fit within normal human parameters. Some proposed that it might be evidence of a hybrid being, even suggesting extraterrestrial ancestry. Such claims attracted considerable public attention. However, mainstream scientific analysis has approached the specimen through established biological frameworks. Anthropologists and medical researchers have identified several conditions that can significantly alter skull morphology. Congenital hydrocephalus, for example, can cause enlargement of the cranium due to fluid accumulation in infancy. Genetic disorders affecting bone growth can also produce atypical shapes and thinning of bone structure. In 1999, and again in the early 2000s, DNA testing was conducted on the skull. Results indicated that the specimen was human. Mitochondrial DNA analysis suggested maternal lineage consistent with indigenous populations of the Americas. Some tests encountered degraded samples, leading to incomplete sequencing, but no conclusive evidence of non-human origin was found. Further anatomical examination revealed that many of the skull's unusual features could be explained by pathological conditions combined with post-mortem deformation. The flattening at the back of the head, for instance, may reflect intentional cranial modification, a practice documented in various Mesoamerican cultures. Artificial cranial deformation was performed by binding infants' heads to achieve elongated or altered shapes as markers of status or identity. Alternative interpretations persist among enthusiasts who argue that conventional explanations do not account for every structural detail. They point to perceived anomalies in bone density or facial structure. However, such claims often rely on selective measurement or comparisons without full clinical context. The absence of peer-reviewed evidence supporting non-human origins remains significant. Another layer of uncertainty involves the original discovery. The skull was not excavated under controlled archaeological conditions. Documentation of its exact location, associated artifacts, and stratigraphy is limited. Without that context, reconstructing the life and circumstances of the individual becomes more challenging. The Star Child skull reflects a broader tension between anomaly and explanation. Human biology encompasses considerable variation. Pathologies, genetic mutations and cultural practices can produce forms that appear extraordinary when isolated from context. When such specimens surface outside rigorous scientific frameworks, speculation often fills the gaps. Today, the skull remains a subject of debate in fringe circles, while mainstream anthropology regards it as a human individual who likely suffered from congenital conditions. It is a reminder that the line between the unfamiliar and the inexplicable is often narrower than assumed. In museum-like displays and online forums, images of the skull continue to circulate, its large eye sockets staring outward, its rounded cranium inviting interpretation. It carries the weight of projection, shaped not only by bone but by imagination. And in that silent curvature of bone, preserved from a lifelong past, the question remains: how often does mystery arise not from what lies beyond humanity, but from the complexity within it? In 1961, in the arid hills near Olancha, California, 3 amateur rock collectors set out in search of geodes, rounded stones that often conceal crystalline interiors. The Coso Mountains, shaped by volcanic activity and desert wind, are known for such finds. As they split open one of the nodules they had collected, expecting to reveal quartz or agate, they instead uncovered something metallic embedded within the hardened mass. Inside the stone casing was a small object resembling a spark plug. It appeared to have a ceramic insulator at its centre, surrounded by metal components. The outer crust, mineralised and rough, gave the impression that the object had been encased in rock for an extended period. The discovery soon became known as the Coso Artifact, and it quickly entered the realm of archaeological controversy. The core mystery arose from claims about the age of the surrounding material. Some early reports suggested that the nodule might be hundreds of thousands of years old. If accurate, the presence of a manufactured device within it would radically challenge established timelines of human technological development. Spark plugs, after all, are components of internal combustion engines, a technology of the 20th century. The artifact was reportedly examined using X-ray imaging, which revealed internal structures consistent with a spark plug design. The ceramic insulator, central electrode, and threaded metal shell appeared familiar. Comparisons were made to spark plugs manufactured in the 1920s and 1930s. One researcher later suggested that the object closely resembled a champion spark plug model used in early automobiles. Mainstream scientific interpretation centres on the nature of the surrounding rock. Geologists have pointed out that the casing was likely a concretion rather than ancient bedrock. Concretions can form relatively quickly in mineral-rich environments, especially around metallic objects. Over decades, mineral deposits accumulate around an object buried in sediment, hardening into a rock-like shell. In desert conditions, oxidation and sedimentation can accelerate the process. If the object was indeed a spark plug from the early 20th century, it could have been discarded or lost in the area, later becoming encased through natural mineralization. The Coso Mountains were not untouched wilderness in the 20th century. Mining operations and vehicular travel occurred in the region. The presence of modern machinery parts would not be unexpected. Alternative interpretations have proposed that the artifact represents advanced ancient technology or an out-of-place artifact predating known civilization. Some have suggested lost prehistoric industries or unknown technological phases. However, such claims rely heavily on the assumption that the casing is extremely old, a claim not supported by verified geological dating. A significant limitation in evaluating the Coso artifact is the lack of controlled documentation at the moment of discovery. The object was not excavated under archaeological supervision. Detailed stratigraphic records, photographs of the find in situ, and precise geological analysis of the surrounding sediment were not systematically recorded. This absence of context complicates efforts to reconstruct the sequence of events. Over time, the artifact itself became less accessible for independent scientific study. Without open peer-reviewed analysis and physical examination by multiple experts, speculation has continued to circulate. What remains clear is that the object's design closely matches known spark plug models from the early 20th century. The threaded metal casing and ceramic insulator are consistent with standard manufacturing of that era. No materials or construction techniques beyond modern industrial capabilities have been identified. The Coso artifact illustrates how easily an unusual discovery can take on expansive meaning when context is incomplete. Natural processes can mimic antiquity. Mineral growth can create the illusion of immense age. Without precise dating and careful excavation, interpretation becomes vulnerable to projection. In the desert landscape where heat shimmers across volcanic rock, the Coso Mountains hold layers of geological history stretching back millions of years. Within that vast timescale, a small industrial object, lost, buried and encased, can seem anomalous against its surroundings, and in that narrow space between mineral crust and manufactured core, the question persists: how often does mystery arise not from ancient secrets, but from the quiet ways modern objects return to the earth? In Zhejiang Province, China, near the quiet village of Xi'an-Beikun, a series of man-made caverns lay hidden for centuries beneath murky pond water. Locals had long regarded the ponds as bottomless. In 1992, a villager decided to drain one of them. As the water level receded, something extraordinary emerged, stone steps descending into darkness, leading to a vast underground chamber carved directly into sandstone. Further drainage revealed not one cave, but many. Today, at least 24 such caverns have been documented. Collectively known as the Longyou Caves, they form one of the largest subterranean excavation projects of the ancient world. Each cave is immense, some covering over 1,000 square metres, with ceilings reaching nearly 30 metres high. The walls are marked with uniform chisel patterns, parallel lines etched diagonally across every surface, as though the entire interior were textured deliberately. The core mystery of the Longyou Caves lies in their origin and purpose. No historical records describe their construction. No inscriptions adorn the walls. No artifacts clearly explain their function. Yet the scale of the excavation suggests an organised and labour-intensive effort. Scholars generally date the caves to the late Warring States period or early Western Han dynasty, roughly between 500 and 200 BCE. This estimate is based on pottery fragments and other materials found in the sediment within the caves. However, the exact timeline remains debated, as direct dating of the carved surfaces is difficult. Mainstream archaeological interpretation holds that the caves were deliberately excavated by human hands, likely as quarries, storage chambers, or possibly ceremonial spaces. The sandstone removed during carving would have amounted to nearly 1 million cubic metres across all chambers, a massive undertaking. The absence of debris inside suggests that excavated material was transported elsewhere, perhaps for construction projects nearby. The uniform chisel marks are particularly striking. Each wall and ceiling surface is covered with carefully aligned grooves, angled consistently. Some researchers propose that this pattern may have strengthened the rock by distributing stress evenly. Others believe the markings may have been aesthetic or symbolic, though no clear meaning has been identified. Alternative interpretations have emerged due to the sheer scale and precision of the caves. Some observers suggest that the complexity indicates advanced engineering techniques not fully documented in ancient Chinese records. A few speculative theories propose that the caves served unknown technological purposes or were part of a lost architectural tradition. However, there is no evidence of machinery, metal reinforcements, or tools beyond what would have been available during the late Zhou or early Han periods. One puzzling aspect is the apparent absence of collapse or structural failure. Despite their size, the caves have remained remarkably stable for over 2 millennia. This suggests careful planning and knowledge of geological conditions. Ancient Chinese builders were highly skilled in stonework and large-scale construction, as seen in city walls, tomb complexes, and hydraulic systems of the era. What remains uncertain is why such a monumental effort left no detailed written trace. Chinese historical records from the Han period are extensive, yet none explicitly mention the creation of these caverns. It is possible that they were considered routine quarrying operations not worthy of chronicling. Alternatively, records may have been lost over time. The Longyou Caves also raise questions about labour organisation. Excavating even a single chamber would have required coordinated manpower over many years. Whether this labour was state-directed, community-driven, or part of a specific project remains unclear. Today, visitors descend stone stairways into cool, dim chambers where light glances across chiselled surfaces. The angled grooves catch shadows, creating a visual rhythm that amplifies the sense of deliberate design. The air is still, the scale is overwhelming, and within those carved walls, silent, precise, enduring, the question lingers: what purpose once justified moving mountains beneath the earth, only to leave behind a void without explanation? In the high desert of northern Nevada, where sagebrush stretches across dry basins and distant mountains shimmer in pale heat, a modest cave opens in a limestone outcrop near Humboldt Sink. Known today as Lovelock Cave, it appears unremarkable from a distance. Yet in the early 20th century, as miners excavated back guano for fertilizer, artifacts and human remains began to emerge from its depths, remains that would give rise to one of the American West's most persistent legends. The cave had long been known to the northern Paiute people, whose oral traditions speak of a group called the Sitakar. According to these accounts, the Sitakar were described as red-haired, cannibalistic giants who once inhabited the region and were ultimately driven into a cave and destroyed. When miners uncovered mummified remains in 1911, some quickly connected the discovery to this story. The core mystery centres on the size and characteristics of the skeletal remains found within Lovelock Cave. Early reports described unusually tall individuals, with some claims suggesting heights exceeding 2 metres. Accounts also mentioned reddish hair on certain mummies, reinforcing parallels with Paiute oral traditions. Mainstream archaeological investigations offer a more measured interpretation. Systematic excavations conducted in the 1920s by archaeologists Llewellyn Loud and Mark Harrington documented numerous artifacts and human remains within the cave. These included woven baskets, duck decoys made of tule reeds, and other materials attributed to the Lovelock culture, dating between approximately 1500 BCE and 1500 CE. The skeletal remains examined during controlled studies did not conclusively demonstrate extraordinary height beyond the upper range of normal human variation. While some individuals were tall, none were verified as giants in the mythical sense. The reddish coloration of hair found on certain mummies is widely understood to result from chemical changes during long-term burial. Dark hair can oxidize and lighten over time, especially in arid conditions. Anthropologists note that oral traditions often incorporate symbolic exaggeration. Descriptions of enemies as giants are common in many cultures, serving as narrative devices rather than literal biological claims. The Sitakar legend may reflect historical conflict between groups rather than evidence of a separate giant race. Alternative interpretations have flourished in popular literature. Some authors claim that evidence of oversized skeletons was suppressed or removed from museums. Others suggest that early reports were downplayed by institutions unwilling to challenge established historical models. However, museum collections and excavation records indicate that the remains fall within human anatomical norms. What remains uncertain is the full historical context of the cave's occupation. Lovelock Cave appears to have served multiple functions over time, including as a habitation site and a burial location. The dry environment preserved organic materials with unusual clarity, offering valuable insights into ancient lifeways in the Great Basin region. The cave's artifacts reveal a complex and adaptive culture. The famous duck decoys found within suggest sophisticated hunting techniques along ancient marshlands. Woven sandals, nets, and tools reflect ingenuity suited to desert survival. These tangible remnants provide a clearer picture of the people who once inhabited the region than legends alone. The persistence of the giant narrative illustrates how archaeology can intersect with folklore in powerful ways. When physical remains aligned superficially with myth, red hair, tall stature, the connection can seem compelling. Yet scientific analysis requires careful measurement and contextual evaluation. Today, Lovelock Cave is recognised as an important archaeological site rather than a repository of mythical giants. Its entrance still faces the desert wind. Inside, sediment layers preserve traces of ancient fires, tools and lives lived in harsh but navigable terrain. And in the quiet interior of that limestone shelter, where legend and evidence meet, the question remains: how do stories of giants grow from ordinary bones, and what truths linger between memory and measurement? In 2003, deep inside Liangbua Cave on the Indonesian island of Flores, archaeologists uncovered a skeleton unlike any previously documented. The cave itself opens into a limestone chamber carved by time and water, its cool interior layered with sediments that preserve thousands of years of human activity. Among stone tools, charcoal fragments, and animal bones, a small and nearly complete skeleton emerged from the earth. The remains belonged to an adult female, estimated to have stood just over 1 metre tall. Her skull was small, remarkably small, comparable in size to that of a chimpanzee. Yet her stone tools suggested complex behaviour. The discovery would soon challenge assumptions about the diversity of the human family tree. The skeleton, designated LB1, was initially dated to around 18,000 years ago, though later studies refined that timeline. Current evidence suggests that the species it represents lived on Flores between approximately 100,000 and 50,000 years ago. The creature was named Homo floresiensis, often informally referred to as the Hobbit due to its diminutive stature. The core mystery lies in how such a small-brained hominin could survive so recently in evolutionary history. Modern humans had already spread across much of the globe by that time. Neanderthals were nearing extinction. Yet on this isolated island, a distinct human species appeared to persist. Mainstream scientific interpretation proposes that Homo floresiensis descended from an earlier population of Homo erectus that reached Flores hundreds of thousands of years earlier. Isolated by rising sea levels and limited resources, this population may have undergone a process known as island dwarfism. This evolutionary phenomenon, observed in other species, leads to reduced body size in response to environmental pressures. Supporting this idea, researchers discovered fossil remains of dwarf elephants, stegodon, on Flores, as well as giant rodents and Komodo dragons. The island ecosystem appears to have shaped species in unusual ways. Over time, limited food resources and isolation could have favoured smaller body size. However, Not all researchers initially agreed that LB1 represented a new species. Some argued that the skeleton could belong to a modern human with a pathological condition such as microcephaly, which causes reduced brain size. Detailed anatomical studies followed, comparing LB1's skull and limb proportions to both modern humans and earlier hominins. These studies revealed a mosaic of features. The skull shape, wrist bones, shoulder structure, and feet displayed traits considered primitive, more similar to early hominins than to modern humans. The brain size, while small at approximately 400 cubic centimeters, showed internal organization consistent with functional complexity. Over time, the majority of paleoanthropologists came to accept Homo floresiensis as a distinct species. Yet questions remain. How did these small-bodied humans reach Flores in the first place? The island was never connected to mainland Asia by land bridges. Even during periods of lower sea levels, crossing open water would have been necessary. This suggests some form of watercraft or accidental rafting, though direct evidence is absent. Another uncertainty concerns their interaction with modern humans. Did Homo floresiensis coexist with Homo sapiens for a period? If so, did they interact peacefully, compete, or remain largely separate? No clear signs of conflict have been identified in the archaeological record. The extinction of Homo floresiensis also remains debated. Some researchers propose volcanic activity or environmental shifts. Others suggest that the arrival of modern humans may have contributed indirectly through competition or habitat change. Definitive evidence is limited. Liang Bois Cave continues to yield new discoveries, including additional skeletal fragments attributed to the species. Each find adds detail, but does not fully resolve the mystery. The existence of Homo floresiensis expands the human story beyond a simple progression from primitive to advanced. It reveals a branching tree with unexpected survivors lingering in isolated corners of the world. Inside the cave, where stone tools lie beside the bones of extinct animals, the past feels layered and intricate. The small skeleton of LB1 rests as testimony to a form of humanity once overlooked. And in that quiet chamber beneath the Indonesian hills, the question endures: how many other branches of our lineage once thrived in isolation, their stories erased before they could be fully understood? In 1964, a research vessel named the Ocean's Eltanin drifted across the frigid waters of the Southern Ocean. Operated by the United States Navy and staffed with scientists, the ship was conducting deep-sea surveys near Antarctica. At a depth of nearly 4,000 meters, a camera system was lowered into the darkness to photograph the ocean floor, an environment seldom seen and scarcely understood. When the images were developed, one photograph stood apart from the rest. Amid the soft sediment and scattered marine life, a slender object appeared to rise vertically from the seabed. It was symmetrical and structured, with a central shaft and what looked like horizontal protrusions extending outward in pairs. To some observers, it resembled an antenna. The object soon became known as the Eltanin Antenna. The photograph, stark and grainy, captured a form that seemed oddly out of place in the deep ocean. Unlike the irregular shapes of rock or coral, this structure appeared balanced and geometric. The core mystery lies in the nature of that object. Was it an artificial device resting on the ocean floor, perhaps debris from human technology? Or was it a natural organism captured at an unusual angle? Initial speculation ranged widely. Some suggested it might be a fragment of sunken equipment or military hardware. The symmetrical shape fueled more imaginative interpretations, including the idea of a lost technological artifact in one of the most remote regions on Earth. However, marine biologists offered a more grounded explanation. The object closely resembled a type of deep sea sponge known as a cladohysid sponge, sometimes referred to as a harp sponge. These sponges anchor themselves to the ocean floor with a central stalk and extend symmetrical arms outward to capture small crustaceans drifting in the current. In the still image, the organism structure appears remarkably artificial. Subsequent analysis by experts concluded that the Eltanin photograph most likely depicts such a sponge species. Deep sea sponges can grow in elegant symmetrical forms that mimic engineered designs. At extreme depths, evolution produces shapes adapted to stable, low-energy environments, often resulting in striking geometries. The ocean floor near Antarctica is home to a range of unusual life forms. Cold, high-pressure conditions create ecosystems that differ dramatically from shallow marine environments. Many organisms there are fragile, elongated, and anchored, giving them silhouettes that can appear mechanical when photographed. Alternative interpretations persist in certain circles. Some argue that the clarity and straightness of the object exceed what would be expected from a sponge. Others point to the object's apparent rigidity. However, without additional physical samples or follow-up photographs confirming a different nature, the biological explanation remains the most widely accepted. A key limitation in the case of the Eltanin Antenna is the singularity of the image. Only one clear photograph of the object is known, no retrieval attempt was documented, and no subsequent expeditions reported rediscovering a similar structure at the exact coordinates. The deep ocean's vastness makes revisiting precise points difficult. The event highlights how little of the seabed has been explored. Even today, large portions of the ocean floor remain unmapped in detail. When unfamiliar shapes appear in isolated photographs, interpretation can quickly outpace evidence. The Eltanin Antenna occupies a narrow space between mystery and marine biology. It reminds us that nature often produces forms that resemble human invention. Symmetry, vertical alignment, and repeating structures are not exclusive to technology. They are fundamental patterns in life itself. Beneath kilometres of dark water, where pressure compresses and sunlight never reaches, the ocean floor holds organisms adapted to silence and cold. The photograph taken in 1964 captured a fleeting glimpse of that hidden world. And in that deep Antarctic stillness, where biology and imagination intersect, the question lingers: how many shapes beneath the sea appear engineered, only because we are still learning how nature designs? In the dense forest of New Zealand's North Island, where moss clings to trunks and filtered light slips through layers of green, a curious formation lies partially concealed behind vines and undergrowth. Located near Lake Torp in the Kaimanawa Ranges, the structure appears, at first glance, like a carefully constructed stone wall. Large rectangular blocks sit stacked in neat horizontal rows, their edges sharply defined, their surfaces flat and geometric. This formation, commonly referred to as the Kaimanawa Wall, entered public awareness in the 1990s when photographs circulated showing what looked like precisely cut masonry embedded in a hillside. The blocks appear almost too regular to be natural. Straight lines intersect at near right angles. Vertical and horizontal joints resemble the seams of fitted stonework. The core mystery lies in whether the Kaimanawa Wall is a natural geological formation or the remnant of an ancient human-built structure. If constructed, it would suggest the presence of a previously undocumented civilization in New Zealand predating the arrival of the Maori people, whose Polynesian ancestors settled the islands around the 13th century CE. Mainstream geological interpretation strongly favours a natural explanation. According to geologists, the formation is composed of ignimbrite, a volcanic rock formed from pyroclastic flows during explosive eruptions. The Taup volcanic zone is one of the most active volcanic regions in the world, shaped by immense eruptions over the past 300,000 years. Ignimbrite can fracture along cooling joints in highly regular patterns. As the molten material cools and contracts, it forms cracks that intersect at consistent angles. Over time, erosion exposes these jointed sections, creating block-like shapes that can resemble masonry. Similar formations are found in volcanic regions worldwide, where natural processes produce strikingly geometric rock faces. Field studies conducted by the New Zealand Geological Survey in the late 1990s concluded that the Kaimanawa Wall is a natural outcrop. They identified continuous rock layers extending behind the visible blocks, indicating that the structure is not composed of separate stones stacked together, but rather a single mass fractured by cooling and weathering. Alternative interpretations persist among some researchers and members of the public. They argue that the regularity of the blocks suggests deliberate shaping. Some propose that an ancient pre-Maori civilization once inhabited New Zealand and left behind stone architecture. However, no artifacts, tools, habitation sites, or cultural materials have been found in direct association with the wall to support such claims. The absence of archaeological context is significant. If the structure were man-made, one might expect to find evidence of quarrying, construction debris, or nearby settlements. Extensive archaeological surveys in the surrounding region have not produced such findings. The Kaimanawa Wall also reflects broader conversations about heritage and identity. The idea of a lost civilization preceding Maori settlement has occasionally intersected with political and cultural debates. For this reason, interpretations of the wall have sometimes extended beyond geology into sensitive historical territory. What remains certain is that the Tarp region's volcanic history is capable of producing formations that appear engineered. Nature's geometry can be deceptive. Columnar basalt formations, hexagonal jointing, and layered volcanic cliffs across the globe demonstrate that straight lines and right angles are not exclusive to human construction. Standing before the Kaimanawa Wall today, one sees an imposing fade of stone emerging from earth and foliage. The blocks appear deliberate, almost architectural, yet careful inspection reveals subtle irregularities and continuous rock layers consistent with natural fracturing. In the quiet forest where birds call overhead and roots press against ancient stone, the formation endures, silent, geometric, contested. And in that interplay between volcanic force and human perception, the question lingers. When stone arranges itself in orderly lines, how do we distinguish the hand of nature from the memory of forgotten builders? At sunrise, when the first light spills across the east bank of the Nile, the vast temple complex of Carnac awakens in shadow and gold. Columns rise like a petrified forest, their surfaces carved with hymns to forgotten gods. The air carries a stillness that feels almost deliberate. Yet within this monumental silence lies a subtler mystery, one not of stone alone, but of sound. The Carnac temple complex, constructed over nearly 2 millennia beginning around 2000 BC, stands as one of the largest religious sites ever built. Dedicated primarily to the god Amun-Ra, it was expanded by successive pharaohs, each adding pylons, courts and sanctuaries. The great hypostyle hall, with its 134 massive columns, remains one of the most awe-inspiring architectural spaces of the ancient world. The core mystery associated with what is sometimes called the Carnac Sound Temple concerns the acoustic properties of certain chambers within the complex. Visitors and researchers have long noted that specific areas, particularly enclosed sanctuaries and narrow corridors, produce unusual echoes and resonances. A whispered voice, can carry unexpectedly far. A low chant can vibrate against stone in a way that feels amplified. In the 20th century, scholars and acoustical engineers began to examine these effects more closely. Measurements revealed that some chambers resonate at frequencies within the range of the human voice. The dense sandstone and granite walls reflect sound efficiently, creating prolonged reverberation times. In confined spaces, standing waves can form, reinforcing particular tones. Mainstream interpretation suggests that these acoustic effects are a natural consequence of architectural design rather than evidence of advanced sound engineering. Ancient Egyptian temples were constructed with thick stone walls, narrow passages, and high ceilings. Such features inevitably influence sound propagation. The materials themselves, particularly granite, are highly reflective of low-frequency sound. However, the possibility that ancient builders were aware of and intentionally utilised acoustic effects remains debated. Ritual in ancient Egypt often involved chanting, music, and recitation of sacred texts. The interplay between voice and stone may have enhanced the sensory experience of ceremony. A priest speaking within a resonant chamber could create an atmosphere that felt otherworldly, reinforcing divine authority. Alternative interpretations have expanded on this idea. Some researchers have proposed that certain chambers were designed specifically to induce altered states of consciousness through sound resonance. Low-frequency vibrations, sustained over time, can affect human perception and emotional response. While this hypothesis is intriguing, direct evidence of intentional acoustic tuning remains limited. Unlike structures such as Greek theatres, which clearly demonstrate calculated acoustics, Carnac's design evolved over centuries through successive additions. Its layout is complex and layered, not the product of a single architectural blueprint. This makes it difficult to attribute specific acoustic properties to deliberate planning. What remains uncertain is the extent to which ancient Egyptian architects understood the physics of sound. While they did not possess modern scientific terminology, they were keen observers of natural phenomena. It is plausible that builders recognized how enclosed stone spaces amplified voice and incorporated such knowledge into ritual design. The hypostyle hall offers a striking example. Standing among its towering columns, a single clap echoes between stone shafts. Sound seems to linger as if reluctant to dissipate. In smaller sanctuaries deeper within the complex, resonance can feel even more pronounced, yet caution is warranted. Many ancient stone structures produce similar effects simply due to their materials and geometry. Human perception often imbues such experiences with intentionality. The line between architectural consequence and deliberate design can be difficult to draw. The Carnac complex also functioned as a political statement. Pharaohs used monumental architecture to project power and divine legitimacy. If acoustic properties heightened the sensory impact of ritual, they would have served this broader purpose effectively, whether intentionally engineered or serendipitous. Today, visitors walk through columns that have stood for over 3,000 years. The carvings remain, the stones weathered but intact. In certain corners, voices still resonate unexpectedly, filling space with vibration. And in that interplay between chant and chamber, between stone and sound, the question endures: did ancient builders shape these halls to carry the voice of the divine? Or did they simply discover that stone itself remembers how to sing? Along the shimmering coastline of the Bay of Naples, where volcanic hills descend toward blue water and Roman ruins lie scattered among modern homes, the ancient city of Baiae once stood as a playground of emperors. Known in antiquity for its thermal springs and extravagant villas, Baiae was a place of indulgence and power. but beneath its visible ruins lies another layer, dark passageways carved into volcanic rock, descending into shadow. In the mid-20th century, a British explorer named Robert Paget began investigating rumours of hidden tunnels beneath Baiae. In 1962, accompanied by his colleague Keith Jones, Paget entered a narrow opening partially concealed by debris. What he encountered was a complex network of corridors, chambers and shafts extending deep into the hillside. The most dramatic feature they described was a steeply descending tunnel leading to a chamber filled with scalding water. The water, heated by geothermal activity, created a suffocating environment thick with steam. Paget believed he had discovered a long-lost ritual complex, possibly linked to the ancient Oracle of the Dead described in classical sources. The core mystery lies in the purpose of these tunnels. Were they part of a sacred initiation route designed to simulate descent into the underworld, or were they practical structures connected to Baiae's sophisticated system of thermal baths and hydraulic engineering? Mainstream archaeological interpretation leans toward the latter explanation. Baiae was famous for its thermal springs, and Roman engineers were adept at harnessing geothermal heat. The region sits atop volcanic terrain, where underground water channels can be directed through carved passages. Some scholars propose that the tunnels were service corridors used to regulate water flow, temperature, and ventilation for bath complexes above. The steep incline and narrow passages described by Paget could have facilitated water management rather than ceremonial drama. Roman bath systems often included hypocausts, channels and access shafts invisible to public view. The scalding chamber may have been part of a heating mechanism or natural geothermal vent incorporated into infrastructure. However, Paget argued that certain architectural elements suggested symbolic design. He pointed to alignments and branching pathways that seemed theatrical rather than utilitarian. The dramatic descent, the rising heat, and the final chamber of boiling water created an experience reminiscent of mythological journeys into Hades. Ancient texts mention Baiae in connection with oracles and mystical rites. The Roman poet Virgil described a cave near Lake Avernus, not far from Baiae, where the Sibyl delivered prophecies. While this does not directly confirm the tunnel's ritual use, it adds cultural context to the region's association with the underworld. Alternative interpretations have ranged widely. Some suggest that the tunnels represent a hybrid of engineering and ritual, serving both practical and symbolic functions. Others speculate about secret cult practices or elite initiations conducted away from public view. Yet no inscriptions or definitive ritual artifacts have been found within the passages to confirm such claims. What remains uncertain is the full extent of the underground network. Parts of Baiae are submerged due to Bradyseism, gradual volcanic subsidence that has lowered sections of the ancient city below sea level. Underwater archaeology has revealed villas and mosaics beneath the bay, indicating that much of ancient Baiae lies hidden. It is possible that additional tunnels remain undiscovered or inaccessible. The environment itself complicates study. High temperatures, unstable rock, and toxic gases make exploration hazardous. Modern investigations have been limited, leaving aspects of the system insufficiently mapped. Standing at the entrance of one of these tunnels today, one feels the temperature shift immediately. The air grows damp and heavy. Sound narrows into echo. Whether engineered for plumbing or prophecy, the passageways carry an atmosphere difficult to ignore. Baiae was a city where luxury and danger coexisted, where emperors relaxed in steaming pools above volatile earth. Beneath those pleasures, stone corridors channeled heat and water, perhaps also fear and reverence. And in the dim volcanic chambers below the ruins, where steam once rose from scalding pools, the question lingers: Were these tunnels built merely to harness nature's heat, or to guide chosen souls through a staged descent into the realm of the gods? In the lush lowlands of southern Costa Rica, where rivers wind through dense rainforest and mist clings to distant hills, stone spheres rest in clearings like quiet sentinels. Some are small enough to cradle in both arms. Others stand taller than a person and weigh several tons. Perfectly rounded, smooth to the touch, they seem at once simple and inexplicable. These are the Diquís Spheres, first brought to international attention in the 1930s, when workers clearing land for banana plantations began uncovering them in large numbers. As forests were cut back in the Diquís Delta, dozens of spheres emerged from beneath the soil. Many were moved from their original positions, some even dynamited by treasure hunters who believed gold might lie within. Archaeologists later linked the spheres to the pre-Columbian Diquís culture, which flourished between approximately 500 and 1500 CE. More than 300 spheres have been documented, carved primarily from granodiorite, a hard, igneous rock not native to the delta itself. The stone likely came from the nearby Talamanca Mountains, requiring transport across difficult terrain. The core mystery lies not in their existence, but in their purpose. Why would a culture invest such effort in carving nearly perfect stone spheres, some measuring over 2 meters in diameter? The precision is remarkable. Many of the larger spheres are strikingly symmetrical, deviating only slightly from true spherical form. Mainstream archaeological interpretation suggests that the spheres were symbols of power and status. They are often found near the remains of ancient settlements, arranged in groups or aligned along pathways. In some cases, they appear to mark entrances to important spaces or residences. Their placement may have signified authority, territorial boundaries, or social hierarchy. Excavations have revealed that certain spheres were positioned in deliberate patterns, lines, triangles, or clusters. These arrangements imply planning and cultural meaning rather than random distribution. However, because many spheres were displaced before proper documentation, reconstructing their original context has proven challenging. The technique used to shape the spheres remains a subject of study. Craftspeople likely began by roughly shaping the stone with hammerstones, then refining it through pecking and grinding. Repeated heating and cooling may have aided in fracturing excess material. The process would have required patience, coordination, and specialized knowledge. Alternative interpretations have emerged over time. Some have proposed astronomical alignments, suggesting that sphere arrangements correspond to celestial events. Others have imagined connections to lost global civilizations or advanced technologies, yet no credible evidence supports such claims. The spheres fit within the broader pattern of monumental stonework found across ancient cultures, from megaliths to carved statues. What remains uncertain is the symbolic language behind their form. Unlike statues depicting animals or deities, spheres are abstract. They do not convey narrative through imagery. Their perfection lies in geometry rather than representation. This abstraction invites interpretation. In some indigenous traditions, circles symbolize completeness, unity, or the cosmos. It is possible that the sphere, as a form without beginning or end, held spiritual significance. Without written records from the Diquís culture, interpretation relies on archaeological context and comparative anthropology. The arrival of Spanish colonizers in the 16th century disrupted the societies that once inhabited the delta. Disease, displacement, and cultural transformation erased much of the living memory associated with the spheres. What remains are the stones themselves. Silent, durable, resistant to decay. In 2014, the Diquís Spheres were designated a UNESCO World Heritage Site, recognising their cultural and historical significance. Today, some remain in situ near archaeological parks, while others stand in public spaces across Costa Rica. Standing before one of the larger spheres, its surface cool and unmarked by inscription, the mind instinctively seeks meaning. The precision suggests intention. The scale implies importance. Yet the sphere reveals nothing beyond its shape. And in that smooth, unbroken curve, crafted by hands that left no written trace, the question endures: what idea was important enough to carve into stone, yet subtle enough to remain perfectly round? In the remote wilderness of Siberia and the Ural Mountains, where taiga forests stretch endlessly and rivers cut through ancient rock, reports have surfaced of enormous stone spheres scattered across the landscape. Unlike the carefully carved spheres of Costa Rica, these objects appear rougher, heavier, and far more massive. Some are said to measure several meters in diameter, embedded in hillsides or partially exposed along riverbanks. Often referred to as the Russian Megaspheres, these formations have drawn attention through photographs and field reports rather than formal archaeological excavation. In certain regions, particularly in the Franz Josef Land archipelago and parts of the Urals, clusters of spherical stones have been documented resting naturally on the ground or protruding from sediment. The core mystery centres on whether these spheres are natural geological formations or evidence of ancient human activity. Their size and apparent symmetry invite speculation. To an untrained eye, a massive stone sphere rising from tundra can seem deliberately shaped. Geologists generally classify these objects as concretions, rounded masses formed through the gradual accumulation of mineral cement around a nucleus within sedimentary rock. Over time, minerals such as calcite or iron compounds precipitate from groundwater and bind sediment grains together. As erosion strips away surrounding material, the hardened concretion remains, often in a spherical form. Spherical concretions are not unique to Russia. Similar formations exist in places such as Kansas, Utah, and New Zealand. The physics of mineral growth tends toward radial symmetry, producing rounded shapes under certain conditions. In colder climates, freeze-thaw cycles can further refine exposed surfaces. In the Franz Josef Land region, some megaspheres have been identified as weathered sandstone or siltstone concretions shaped by Arctic conditions. Their surfaces are often pitted and irregular upon close inspection, revealing natural layering rather than tool marks. However, alternative interpretations have emerged. Some observers argue that certain spheres appear too symmetrical or too isolated to be purely natural. The clustering of spheres in particular areas has prompted speculation about intentional placement. In the absence of extensive peer-reviewed excavation, these claims continue to circulate. It is important to note that no credible archaeological evidence has linked the Russian megaspheres to ancient construction. No associated artifacts, habitation remains, or tool fragments have been documented in connection with them. The regions where they are found, often sparsely populated and geologically active, provide ample opportunity for natural processes to create unusual forms. The scale of some spheres does contribute to their mystique. Objects several meters in diameter can weigh many tons, lending an impression of monumental significance. Yet geological forces operating over millions of years are capable of producing structures that rival human engineering in scale. What remains uncertain is the precise formation history of each individual sphere cluster. Geological environments vary widely. Differences in sediment composition, mineral content, and groundwater flow can influence size and shape. Detailed mapping and petrographic analysis would clarify their origins, though many sites remain remote and minimally studied. The Russian Megaspheres also reflect a broader human fascination with symmetry. Spherical shapes appear purposeful because they mirror mathematical ideals. When encountered in isolation against open landscape, they seem deliberate, even symbolic. Standing before one of these massive stones in the silence of Siberian wilderness, the mind instinctively seeks narrative. The wind moves across frozen ground. Lichens cling to curved surfaces. There are no inscriptions, no carved patterns, only stone shaped by time. In the vastness of northern terrain, where geological epochs unfold slowly and quietly, the Russian megaspheres remain as they formed, rounded, weathered, enigmatic. And in that still expanse of forest and frost, the question endures, when nature sculpts in perfect curves, how easily do we mistake its patience for intention? In the quiet archive rooms of Sibiu, Romania, where old parchment carries the scent of dust and ink long dried, a thick manuscript rests among other early modern documents. Bound in worn leather and filled with careful diagrams, it does not immediately announce its significance. Yet within its pages are drawings that appear startlingly modern, multi-stage rockets, conical projectiles, and detailed notes on propulsion. This document, known as the Sibiu Manuscript, has become one of the more intriguing texts in the history of early science. The manuscript was discovered in 1961 in the archives of Sibiu, formerly Hermannstadt, a city with deep historical ties to Central Europe. The document itself dates to the 16th century and consists of approximately 450 pages. It is written primarily in German, interspersed with technical sketches and calculations. The most remarkable portion is attributed to an Austrian military engineer named Konrad Haas, who worked in Transylvania in the mid-1500s. Haas served in artillery units during a period of frequent military conflict in Eastern Europe. Gunpowder technology was evolving rapidly, and engineers were experimenting with new forms of weaponry. Within the Sibiu manuscript, Haas describes rockets powered by gunpowder, and even outlines the concept of multi-stage rockets, devices in which one section ignites after another has burned out, extending range and efficiency. The core mystery lies not in whether the manuscript is authentic, it has been examined and dated to the 16th century, but in how advanced its ideas appear for its time. Multi-stage rocket concepts are often associated with much later developments, particularly in the 20th century. Yet here, in Renaissance Europe, Haas had sketched configurations that resemble modern space-bound rockets. Mainstream historical analysis places Haas's work within the broader context of early rocketry in Europe and Asia. Gunpowder rockets were not new inventions in the 16th century. They had been used in China for centuries and had spread westward through trade and warfare. European engineers adapted these devices for military purposes, particularly for signalling and incendiary attacks. What distinguishes the Sibiu manuscript is its detailed exploration of staging and fuel mixtures. Haas proposed designs involving 3-stage rockets, where smaller rockets would ignite sequentially after the initial booster burned out. He also described combinations of fuel components aimed at improving stability and thrust. Scholars emphasize that while the theoretical concepts are striking, there is limited evidence that Haas successfully constructed or launched such advanced rockets. The manuscript reads as both technical manual and experimental notebook. It reflects ambition and imagination, but not necessarily realized achievement. Alternative interpretations have occasionally framed the Sibiu manuscript as evidence of forgotten technological breakthroughs or suppressed knowledge. Some have suggested that Haas possessed insights far beyond his era, implying lost traditions of advanced engineering. However, historians caution against projecting modern standards backward. Renaissance Europe was a period of intense experimentation in mechanics, mathematics, and warfare. Inventors frequently sketched ideas that would not be practically achievable for centuries. The manuscript also contains philosophical reflections. In one passage, Haas reportedly wrote that his rockets were intended not for war, but for peace, expressing hope that such devices might serve more constructive purposes. Whether this statement reflects genuine pacifism or rhetorical flourish remains debated. What remains uncertain is the extent of the manuscript's influence. There is little evidence that Haas's designs significantly shaped later rocketry development. It is possible that his ideas remained confined to local military circles or were simply overlooked as technology advanced along other lines. The Sibiu Manuscript illustrates how innovation often precedes capability. Concepts can exist long before materials science and engineering techniques allow them to be realised. The leap from gunpowder rockets of the 16th century to orbital spacecraft required centuries of cumulative progress. Yet the manuscript endures as a reminder that imagination has long reached beyond immediate horizons. Within its yellowed pages are diagrams that echo designs familiar to modern engineers. They testify to a continuity of curiosity, the desire to push further, to harness fire and force in pursuit of distance. In the quiet archive where the Sibiu manuscript rests, its ink remains steady across centuries. The diagrams do not launch. The pages do not burn. They simply wait. And in those careful lines drawn by a 16th century hand, the question lingers softly. How many ideas lie dormant in history, conceived long before the world was ready to bring them to life? In a private collection in Colombia, a dark, circular stone object rests beneath controlled light. Its surface is smooth, yet intricately carved, its edge perfectly rounded. At first glance, it resembles a ceremonial disc, an artifact perhaps meant to be displayed rather than handled. But closer inspection reveals something more unsettling. Etched across both sides are detailed images that appear to depict stages of human reproduction. Sperm-like forms, ovum-like structures, embryonic development. The object has become known as the genetic disc. The disc is said to be made of lyddite, a hard black stone similar to slate, capable of preserving fine detail. Measuring roughly 27 centimetres in diameter and weighing several kilograms, it is carved with miniature reliefs arranged in concentric patterns. Some figures resemble anatomical forms seen under a microscope. Others suggest stylized representations of male and female reproductive systems. The core mystery lies in the apparent subject matter. If the carvings genuinely represent microscopic biological structures, how could ancient artisans have possessed such knowledge without optical magnification? The microscope was not developed until the late 16th and early 17th centuries. Human sperm cells were first observed and documented in 1677 by Antony van Leeuwenhoek. Proponents of the artifact's antiquity claim that the disc dates back thousands of years, possibly to pre-Columbian cultures in the Americas. Some suggest that it demonstrates advanced anatomical understanding far beyond what is conventionally attributed to those societies. The imagery, they argue, is too specific to be symbolic alone. Mainstream archaeology approaches the genetic disc with considerable skepticism. One central issue is provenance. The artifact did not emerge from a controlled excavation. Its exact discovery location, stratigraphic context, and associated materials remain undocumented. Without secure archaeological context, determining age and cultural origin becomes extremely difficult. Furthermore, many archaeologists question whether the carvings genuinely depict microscopic structures, or whether modern interpretation is imposing contemporary biological imagery onto ambiguous forms. Human cognition tends to recognize familiar shapes even in abstract designs. Circular patterns, elongated forms, and segmented figures can be interpreted in multiple ways. Detailed stylistic analysis has also raised concerns. Some scholars note that the carving style does not clearly align with known pre-Columbian artistic traditions in Colombia or neighbouring regions. The disc's aesthetic appears atypical, though variation within ancient cultures is not uncommon. Alternative explanations include the possibility that the artifact is a modern creation. Forged artifacts have appeared throughout the history of archaeology, sometimes crafted to provoke fascination or financial interest. The hardness of lyddite makes carving possible with modern tools, and fine detailing can be achieved by skilled artisans. No comprehensive peer-reviewed dating study has conclusively established the disc's age. Techniques such as thermoluminescence or residue analysis could potentially offer insight, but without controlled excavation data, interpretation remains limited. The genetic disc also reflects a broader theme in archaeological mystery, the tension between symbol and science. Ancient cultures often depicted fertility, birth, and the cycle of life in symbolic terms. Stylized embryos or reproductive imagery might represent cosmological concepts rather than literal biological knowledge. If the disc is indeed ancient, it may encode mythological narratives about creation and continuity. If it is modern, it reveals something equally revealing about contemporary fascination with hidden knowledge and lost science. What remains unanswered is the artifact's true origin story. Without excavation records, laboratory dating, and transparent scholarly review, the disc exists in a liminal space between artifact and anomaly. In photographs, its black surface gleams softly, carvings catching light along their edges. The concentric arrangement suggests order, progression, intention. It invites interpretation. And in that circular expanse of carved stone, the question endures, does this disc preserve a forgotten chapter of anatomical insight? Or does it reflect the enduring human desire to find modern meaning etched into ancient form? In 1929, within the quiet halls of the Topkapi Palace in Istanbul, a fragment of parchment was rediscovered among Ottoman archival materials. It was part of a larger world map drawn in 1513 by the Ottoman admiral and cartographer Piri Reis. The map, carefully inked on gazelle skin, depicted portions of Europe, Africa, and the newly encountered coasts of the Americas. But it was the southernmost section that would later ignite controversy. The fragment appears to show a landmass extending beneath South America, one that some have interpreted as Antarctica. The suggestion gained prominence in the mid-20th century when certain researchers claimed that the coastline depicted matched the contours of Queen Maud Land, a region of Antarctica now buried beneath thick ice. If accurate, such a representation would imply knowledge of Antarctica centuries before its official discovery in 1820. The core mystery lies in whether the Piri Reis map truly depicts Antarctica, and if so, how such knowledge was obtained. Antarctica, covered in ice for thousands of years, was unknown to 16th century explorers. The idea that a Renaissance-era map could show its coastline, possibly even ice-free, challenges conventional timelines. Mainstream historical and cartographic analysis offers a more restrained explanation. Piri Reis himself noted that he compiled his map using approximately 20 earlier sources, including Portuguese charts and what he described as ancient maps from the time of Alexander the Great. Scholars widely agree that the southern landmass on the map likely represents a distorted extension of South America, drawn with limited information and speculative geography. Early modern maps often included conjectural southern continents. Cartographers believed that a large landmass must exist in the southern hemisphere to balance the known continents in the north, a concept known as terra australis incognita. These imagined continents were common in maps from the 15th through 17th centuries. Detailed comparison between the Piri Reis map and modern Antarctic coastlines reveals inconsistencies. The shapes do not align precisely, and scale distortions are evident. Most cartographic historians conclude that the supposed Antarctic coastline is more plausibly an elongated representation of Patagonia, drawn before the full extent of South America's southern tip was accurately charted. The ice-free Antarctica hypothesis emerged in 1956 when Arlington Mallory, an amateur historian, argued that the coastline resembled subglacial Antarctic contours mapped by modern surveys. Later, Charles Hapgood expanded this idea, suggesting that ancient civilizations might have charted Antarctica during a hypothetical ice-free period thousands of years earlier. Hapgood proposed that this knowledge was preserved and transmitted through lost sources. However, geological evidence indicates that Antarctica has been covered by significant ice sheets for millions of years. While localized ice-free areas have existed along coasts during warmer periods, the notion of a fully ice-free Antarctic coastline in recent human prehistory is not supported by current scientific consensus. Alternative interpretations continue to circulate, proposing ancient seafaring civilizations with advanced mapping skills. Some speculate about lost global cultures whose cartographic knowledge surpassed what is conventionally attributed to antiquity. Yet these ideas remain speculative and lack corroborating archaeological evidence. What remains fascinating about the Piri Reis map is not necessarily its alleged depiction of Antarctica, but its testament to Renaissance navigation and information exchange. Piri Reis operated in a world of expanding horizons. European explorers were charting new territories, and information flowed between cultures through trade, conquest, and scholarship. The map fragment itself is beautifully executed. Coastlines curve with deliberate strokes. Notes in Ottoman Turkish describe sources and observations. It reflects the synthesis of accumulated maritime knowledge at a pivotal moment in global history. The enduring mystery reflects how easily ambiguous shapes can invite extraordinary interpretation. A distorted coastline, viewed through modern expectation, can appear prophetic. But cartography is shaped by conjecture as much as observation. In the climate-controlled archives of Istanbul, the parchment rests quietly. Its ink has faded slightly over 5 centuries, yet its lines remain visible. It does not declare hidden continents. It offers instead a glimpse into a world where oceans were vast uncertainties and maps were evolving instruments of imagination. And in that delicate balance between exploration and speculation, the question lingers: does this fragment whisper of forgotten discoveries beneath the ice, or does it simply reveal how the unknown once took shape on the edge of the map? Along the rugged canyonlands of the lower Pecos River in southwest Texas, where limestone cliffs rise above winding water, and the desert air holds a dry, ancient stillness, a painted wall emerges from shadow. High on a rock face overlooking the river, a vast mural stretches nearly 8 meters across. Figures in white, red, yellow and black seem to move across the stone, intertwined and layered, their forms elongated and otherworldly. This site is known as White Shaman Rock. The name comes from an early interpretation of one central figure, pale and imposing, once thought to depict a ritual shaman. But as research has deepened, so too has the understanding of what this mural may represent. The painting is attributed to the Pecos River style of rock art, created by hunter-gatherer communities between approximately 2000 BCE and 400 C. The pigments, derived from minerals and organic binders, have endured for thousands of years in the arid climate. Unlike simple petroglyphs scratched into stone, these are pictographs, complex compositions applied with careful technique. The core mystery lies in the meaning of the imagery. The mural is dense with figures, anthropomorphic beings with antler-like adornments, serpentine forms, floating shapes, and abstract patterns. For decades, interpretations varied widely. Some scholars saw hunting scenes, others saw mythological narratives or trance visions. In recent years, archaeologist Carolyn Boyd and other researchers have proposed that White Shaman rock may represent a coherent cosmological narrative. Rather than random or purely symbolic imagery, the mural may encode a structured story of creation and spiritual transformation. The composition appears organised, with central motifs connected by flowing lines that guide the eye across the surface. One interpretation suggests that the mural depicts a journey between worlds, an axis connecting the earthly, the spiritual, and the underworld realms. Certain figures appear to emerge from or dissolve into others, suggesting metamorphosis. The presence of deer and serpents may reflect important symbolic animals within the belief systems of these ancient communities. Mainstream archaeological consensus acknowledges that the mural likely holds ritual or cosmological significance, though precise meanings remain debated. Ethnographic comparison with later indigenous traditions offers partial insight, but direct cultural continuity over thousands of years is difficult to establish conclusively. Alternative interpretations once emphasized hallucinogenic experiences. Some researchers propose that the imagery reflects altered states of consciousness induced by ritual substances. The elongated figures and intertwined forms resemble motifs seen in trance art globally. However, while such interpretations remain plausible, they do not fully explain the apparent narrative structure identified by more recent studies. What makes White Shaman rock particularly compelling is its complexity. The mural is not a single image, but a layered composition. Infrared photography and digital enhancement have revealed faded details invisible to the naked eye. Beneath weathered pigments, earlier lines and shapes emerge, suggesting that the artwork may have evolved over time. The location itself adds meaning. Positioned high above the river, the mural overlooks a vital resource in an otherwise harsh landscape. The lower Pecos region contains hundreds of rock art sites, but White Shaman stands out for its scale and preservation. Yet uncertainty remains. The language of symbols carved or painted into stone rarely translates directly into modern categories. Without written records, interpretation relies on pattern recognition, comparative mythology, and careful archaeological context. Standing before the mural today, one senses movement frozen in pigment. The figures seem suspended between worlds, part human, part animal, part abstraction. Time has faded their edges, but not their presence. The name White Shaman may no longer fully capture the mural's significance. It is less a portrait of an individual than a panorama of belief. It suggests a worldview in which boundaries between forms were fluid, and the cosmos was alive with transformation. And in that painted expanse above the Pecos River, where ancient hands once pressed colour into stone, the question endures: what story unfolds across this cliff face and how much of its meaning still waits beneath layers of time and silence. In December 1998, in a limestone rock shelter in the Lapido Valley of central Portugal, a team of archaeologists uncovered a burial that would quietly reshape conversations about human origins. The shelter, known as Abrigo do Lagar Velho, overlooked a small river and lay beneath cliffs marked by prehistoric occupation. Within its sediment layers, stained red with ochre, lay the partial skeleton of a child. The remains were estimated to be around 24,500 years old, dating to the Upper Paleolithic period. The child, approximately 4 years old at death, had been deliberately buried. The body appeared carefully arranged, sprinkled with red ochre pigment, and accompanied by pierced shells and possibly animal bones. The burial suggested ritual significance, evidence of symbolic behaviour among early modern humans in Europe. The core mystery emerged not from the burial itself, but from the anatomy of the skeleton. When analysed by archaeologists Ju Zilho and Eric Trinkhaus, certain features seemed unusual. The child's lower limbs appeared robust and proportioned in a way reminiscent of Neanderthals, while other traits aligned clearly with anatomically modern Homo sapiens. At the time, the prevailing view in paleoanthropology held that Neanderthals had disappeared from Europe by around 40,000 years ago, replaced by modern humans who migrated from Africa. Interbreeding between the two species was widely debated, but not yet conclusively demonstrated through genetic evidence. The Lapido child seemed to suggest a biological blending, an individual carrying traits from both lineages thousands of years after Neanderthals were believed to have vanished. Mainstream interpretation of the find was cautious. Some researchers argued that the skeletal features fell within the normal variation of early modern humans. Others maintained that the combination of traits indicated admixture between Neanderthals and modern humans. Subsequent advances in ancient DNA analysis would later confirm that non-African modern human populations carry small percentages of Neanderthal DNA. This discovery, announced in 2010 through genomic sequencing, validated the idea that interbreeding had occurred. However, whether the Lapido child represented a relatively recent hybrid or simply a population retaining archaic traits remains debated. The burial context adds another layer of significance. The use of red ochre and grave goods indicates complex symbolic behaviour. Such practices were once thought unique to modern humans. Yet Neanderthals themselves have been found buried with care in other parts of Europe, challenging simplistic distinctions between modern and archaic. Alternative interpretations have proposed that the child's anatomical mixture reflects gradual assimilation rather than a single hybrid event. If modern humans and Neanderthals coexisted and interbred for thousands of years, populations in some regions may have exhibited blended features over extended periods. What remains uncertain is the precise genetic makeup of the Lapido child. Attempts to extract dinner have been hampered by degradation over millennia. Without a full genetic profile, conclusions rely on morphological analysis, an approach subject to interpretation and comparative bias. The discovery also prompts deeper questions about identity in deep time. Categories such as Neanderthal and modern human may not have been as sharply defined in reality as they appear in textbooks. Evolution often unfolds as a network of interactions rather than a clean sequence of replacements. The Lapido child's small skeleton, once resting quietly beneath layers of sediment, now stands as a symbol of connection rather than division. It suggests that ancient populations were not isolated branches, but overlapping communities capable of exchange. In the quiet valley where the burial took place, cliffs still cast long shadows at dusk. The river continues its slow movement past stone and soil. Beneath that ground, for over 24 millennia, a child lay wrapped in ochre, carrying within their bones a story of convergence. And in that delicate fusion of features, Neanderthal and modern intertwined, the question endures, was this child a rare exception in human history, or a reminder that our lineage has always been more braided than linear? In the Appalachian foothills of West Virginia, near the small town of Putnam County, a slab of sandstone once lay quietly exposed along a hillside. To most passers-by, it might have appeared as just another weathered rock in a landscape shaped by deep geological time. But upon closer inspection, its surface revealed a peculiar pattern, intersecting ridges forming a grid so regular that it resembled the imprint of a giant waffle iron pressed into stone. The formation became informally known as waffle rock. Its criss-cross pattern consisted of raised lines intersecting at near right angles, creating square and rectangular segments across the surface. The ridges appeared evenly spaced, and in some sections the pattern extended consistently over several meters. For many who saw it, the geometry seemed too precise to be accidental. The core mystery centered on whether the formation was natural or the result of human craftsmanship. The rock was reportedly discovered in the mid-20th century, though it likely had been visible long before. As photographs circulated, speculation grew. Some observers suggested that the pattern resembled an ancient carving or imprint from an advanced, lost civilization. The regularity of the grid appeared to defy the randomness typically associated with erosion. Mainstream geological interpretation, however, provides a different explanation. The formation is widely understood as a natural example of jointing and weathering in sandstone. Sandstone, formed from compressed sand over millions of years, can fracture along predictable lines due to stress, pressure release, and environmental change. When tectonic forces or shifts in overlying rock layers occur, stress fractures can develop in perpendicular directions. Over time, erosion accentuates these fractures. Water seeps into cracks, freezing and expanding during colder periods. Mineral deposition can further harden certain lines while softer material erodes away. The result can be a grid-like pattern of raised ridges and recessed channels, natural geometry shaped slowly by environmental forces. Similar formations exist elsewhere in the world. In certain desert landscapes and sedimentary basins, sandstone exhibits polygonal cracking and cross-joint patterns. When viewed from particular angles, these features can appear remarkably deliberate, yet the human eye is drawn to symmetry. The waffle rock's grid evokes familiar manufactured textures. That resemblance fuels alternative interpretations. Some have proposed that the rock represents the fossilized remains of an unknown construction method, or even the imprint of some ancient device. Others suggest it could be the remnant of a long, eroded stone pavement or floor. However, no associated archaeological evidence supports such claims. No tools, artifacts, habitation remains, or cultural materials have been found in connection with the rock. Its geological context aligns with natural sedimentary processes common to the Appalachian region. One particularly compelling factor is the scale of the pattern. While some sections appear uniform, closer inspection reveals subtle irregularities in spacing and alignment. The grid is not perfectly consistent when measured precisely. These slight deviations are characteristic of natural fracturing rather than engineered design. What remains fascinating is how strongly the formation evokes intentionality. The mind seeks order in nature. When stone fractures into near right angles, it challenges intuitive expectations about randomness, yet geometry is not exclusive to human hands. Crystals form with symmetrical precision. Honeycombs and basalt columns demonstrate that natural systems often produce patterns that mimic architecture. The waffle rock also serves as a reminder of how perception shapes mystery. When an unusual formation appears in a familiar landscape, interpretation can shift quickly from observation to narrative. In regions rich with folklore and local legend, natural anomalies often become woven into stories of hidden histories. Today, portions of the original formation have been relocated for preservation, as erosion and development threatened its integrity. The grid pattern remains visible, though weathering continues its gradual work. Standing before the textured surface, one feels the tension between simplicity and intrigue. It is stone, undeniably ancient, yet its pattern feels oddly contemporary. And in that cross-hatched expanse of sandstone, shaped not by tools but by time, the question lingers. How often does nature carve in straight lines? And how easily do we mistake its fractures for forgotten design? In the late 19th century, newspapers in the United States occasionally carried reports that blurred the boundary between archaeology and spectacle. One such report, published in 1880, described a startling discovery near Baiae in Bradford County, Pennsylvania. According to the account, a team of researchers excavating a burial mound uncovered several skeletons of unusually large stature. Most striking of all, the skulls reportedly bore bony protrusions, horn-like extensions rising above the brow. The story claimed that the skeletons were over 2 meters tall, and that the horns were part of the bone itself, not separate growths or artifacts. The remains were said to have been removed for further study, though no clear documentation followed. Over time, the tale became part of a broader tradition of reports describing giant skeletons found across North America during the 19th and early 20th centuries. The core mystery of the horned skulls of Baiae lies in whether such remains ever existed in the form described. No verified skeletal specimens bearing true horns have been preserved in museum collections from the site. The primary evidence comes from period newspaper articles, which often lacked rigorous sourcing and sometimes exaggerated details to capture public attention. Mainstream archaeology approaches the story with caution. The late 19th century was a time of intense interest in mound-building cultures of North America. Excavations were sometimes conducted without standardized methods, and findings were occasionally sensationalized. Reports of giants or unusual anatomical features were not uncommon in popular press accounts of the era. From a biological perspective, true horn-like structures growing from the human skull are not known to occur naturally as symmetrical, permanent bone extensions. Certain medical conditions, such as cutaneous horns, can produce keratinous growths on the skin, but these are not integrated into the bone itself. Cranial deformities or tumours can alter skull shape, yet they do not produce functional horns. Some researchers suggest that what may have been interpreted as horns could have been post-mortem distortions, mineral deposits, or artifacts positioned near the skull during burial. Others propose that the story may have been entirely fabricated or embellished. The broader context of mound-building cultures in Pennsylvania and the surrounding region does provide archaeological interest. Indigenous societies in the eastern woodlands constructed burial mounds and earthworks over thousands of years. Skeletal remains found within such mounds have contributed significantly to understanding pre-Columbian life. However, no credible evidence from controlled excavations supports the existence of horned human populations. Alternative interpretations often frame the Baiae account as suppressed evidence of a lost race of giants. Some argue that institutions concealed unusual findings to preserve conventional historical narratives. Yet such claims lack substantiation. Museums and research institutions routinely preserve anomalous specimens for study. The absence of physical evidence weighs heavily against the literal interpretation of the newspaper report. What remains intriguing is the persistence of the story. The image of horned skulls resonates with mythological motifs found across cultures. Horned beings appear in ancient iconography as symbols of power, divinity, or otherness. When combined with 19th century fascination with giants and mysterious races, the narrative gained imaginative traction. The horned skulls of Saya illustrate how easily rumour can solidify into legend when documentation is sparse. A single article, repeated and retold, can acquire the weight of tradition. In the quiet hills of Pennsylvania, burial mounds once rose above the landscape, marking the presence of communities whose histories deserve careful study. The earth still holds many stories, but they require patience and evidence to interpret. And in the space between newspaper ink and archaeological record, the question lingers, did horned skulls ever rest beneath the soil of Saya, or does their legend reveal more about the era that reported them than the past it claimed to uncover? In the spring of 1900, sponge divers sheltering from a storm near the small Greek island of Antikythera descended into unexpectedly deep water. What they found scattered across the seabed was not sponge beds, but the remains of an ancient shipwreck. Bronze statues lay encrusted with coral. Amphorae rested half buried in sand. Among the artefacts recovered from the wreck was a corroded lump of bronze and wood, at first glance unremarkable. Only later, when the object began to dry and fracture in a museum in Athens, did something extraordinary emerge. Within the encrusted mass were interlocking bronze gears, delicate teeth still visible beneath centuries of corrosion. The device, now known as the Antikythera Mechanism, would prove to be one of the most complex artefacts ever recovered from antiquity. Dating to approximately 100 BC, the mechanism was likely manufactured in the Hellenistic Greek world. It consists of at least 30 bronze gears, housed within a wooden casing, roughly the size of a shoebox. Inscriptions on its surfaces refer to astronomical cycles and calendar systems. X-ray imaging and advanced tomography in the early 21st century revealed its internal structure with unprecedented clarity. The core mystery of the Antikythera mechanism lies in its sophistication. The arrangement of gears allowed it to model celestial movements, including the cycles of the sun and moon. It could predict lunar eclipses, track the phases of the moon, and even account for irregularities in lunar motion through a differential gearing system. Such precision would not be seen again in surviving mechanical devices for more than a millennium. Mainstream scholarship now identifies the mechanism as an ancient analog computer, an astronomical calculator designed to predict celestial events. It reflects advanced knowledge of mathematics and astronomy developed by Greek scholars such as Hipparchus, and possibly influenced by earlier Babylonian observations. The device likely operated through a hand crank. As the user turned it, pointers on its front and back dials would indicate positions of celestial bodies and calendar dates. The back dial included a spiral scale representing the Saros cycle, a period of approximately 18 years used to predict eclipses. What remains debated is how widespread such technology was. The Antikythera mechanism is unique among surviving artifacts. No other device of comparable complexity has been recovered from the ancient world. Was it a singular masterpiece crafted by an exceptional artisan, or part of a broader tradition now lost to time? Some scholars suggest that similar devices may have existed but did not survive due to their delicate materials. Bronze was frequently melted down and reused in antiquity. Wooden casings would have decayed. Shipwreck preservation, as in the case of Antikythera, is rare. Alternative interpretations once framed the mechanism as evidence of lost or suppressed advanced civilizations. Early 20th century observers struggled to reconcile its complexity with prevailing views of ancient technology. However, continued research has demonstrated that Hellenistic engineering, particularly in Alexandria and Rhodes, was highly advanced. Water clocks, geared devices, and mechanical automata were known in that era. The Antikythera Mechanism does not suggest knowledge beyond its time, but rather reveals how much of that time's ingenuity was underestimated. Ancient Greek scientists combined mathematical theory with practical craftsmanship. The device embodies that synthesis, yet uncertainty remains regarding its precise origin. Some inscriptions reference games held in specific Greek regions, offering clues to its intended audience. Whether it was educational, ceremonial, or utilitarian remains a subject of study. The shipwreck that preserved it likely carried luxury goods from the eastern Mediterranean to Rome. The mechanism may have been owned by a wealthy patron, perhaps as both scientific instrument and intellectual curiosity. Today, fragments of the mechanism rest in the National Archaeological Museum in Athens. Modern reconstructions, built from digital scans, demonstrate its functioning with clarity that corrosion once concealed, and in those meshing gears, silent now but once turning beneath ancient hands, the question endures: how many other inventions of antiquity were lost, not because they were impossible, but because history allowed them to sink beneath the sea? In 1513, in the bustling maritime world of the Ottoman Empire, an admiral and cartographer named Piri Reis completed a world map that would centuries later ignite debate far beyond its parchment edges. Drawn on gazelle skin and richly annotated in Ottoman Turkish, the map depicted parts of Europe, West Africa, and the newly encountered coasts of the Americas. For its time, it was an impressive synthesis of contemporary geographic knowledge. The map fragment resurfaced in 1929 during the reorganisation of the Topkapi Palace archives in Istanbul. Scholars immediately recognised its importance. Piri Reis himself had written marginal notes explaining that he compiled the map using approximately 20 different sources, including Portuguese charts and maps attributed to Christopher Columbus. He also mentioned older sources, though without precise detail. The core mystery surrounding the Piri Reis map lies in the apparent accuracy of certain coastlines, particularly South America, and the suggestion, made by some later researchers, that the map depicts Antarctica centuries before its official discovery in 1820. At first glance, the southern portion of the map shows a landmass extending beneath South America. In the mid-20th century, some analysts argued that this section resembled the coastline of Antarctica's Queen Maud Land. They suggested that the map might preserve ancient geographic knowledge predating known exploration, possibly even depicting Antarctica before it was covered in ice. Mainstream cartographic historians strongly challenge this interpretation. Detailed comparison indicates that the southern extension more plausibly represents a distorted continuation of the South American coast. Early 16th century European maps frequently contained significant distortions, especially in regions that had been only partially explored. The southern tip of South America was not fully charted until decades later, and speculation often filled the gaps. Furthermore, Renaissance cartographers commonly included hypothetical southern continents known as Terra Australis. These imagined landmasses were based on the belief that a large southern continent must exist to balance the known continents of the northern hemisphere. Such speculative additions were standard practice and do not indicate hidden knowledge. Geological evidence also complicates the Antarctica theory. Antarctica has been covered by extensive ice sheets for millions of years. While small coastal areas may have been ice-free during warmer periods, there is no evidence of an entirely exposed Antarctic coastline within the time frame of human civilization. The idea that an ancient seafaring culture mapped ice-free Antarctica lacks supporting archaeological or geological data. The accuracy of the South American coastline, however, remains impressive for its time. Portuguese navigators had been exploring Brazil's coast for over a decade by 1513. Piri Reis likely had access to their charts through captured vessels or trade networks. The Ottoman Empire maintained extensive maritime connections, and information circulated widely in port cities. Alternative interpretations have suggested that Piri Reis drew upon lost ancient maps from advanced civilizations. Some have speculated about remnants of classical Greek geographic knowledge, or even earlier sources preserved through transmission. While it is true that ancient scholars like Ptolemy created sophisticated maps, there is no evidence that they possessed knowledge of the Americas or Antarctica. The Piri Reis map is better understood as a product of its historical moment, a time when global exploration was accelerating and geographic knowledge was rapidly evolving. It reflects both empirical observation and speculative cartography. What remains fascinating is not hidden continents, but the document's transparency. Piri Reis openly acknowledged his sources and the composite nature of his work. His notes reveal a methodical approach, blending first-hand reports with inherited charts. The fragment that survives today is only part of a larger map. The rest has been lost. Whether that missing portion contained additional geographic surprises is unknown, but the surviving section offers insight into a world newly aware of its expanding horizons. In the quiet museum case where the parchment now rests, its faded inks trace coastlines once at the edge of imagination. The map does not claim perfection. It embodies curiosity, ambition, and the human drive to chart the unknown. And in that delicate intersection of knowledge and conjecture, the question lingers: does the Piri Reis map conceal forgotten voyages beneath its lines, or does it simply remind us how exploration once reshaped the very edges of the world? In 1936, during railway construction near Kujit Rabu outside Baghdad, workers uncovered a small clay jar buried among the ruins of what was once Parthian territory. The vessel, unassuming at first glance, stood roughly 14 centimetres tall. Inside it was a copper cylinder, and within that cylinder an iron rod. The opening had been sealed with asphalt. The arrangement was peculiar, carefully assembled, deliberate. The artefact came into the hands of Wilhelm Nigg, director of the Iraq Museum at the time. When he examined it in 1938, he proposed a provocative idea that the jar might have functioned as a galvanic cell, a primitive battery capable of producing an electric current. The object soon became known as the Baghdad Battery. Nigg noted that if the jar were filled with an acidic liquid such as vinegar or grape juice, a chemical reaction between the iron rod and copper cylinder could generate a small voltage. The design seemed consistent with basic electrochemical principles. The core mystery centres on whether the artefact was indeed used to produce electricity, and if so, for what purpose. The jar has been dated to the Parthian period, roughly between 250 BCE and 250 C. No written records from that era describe electrical experimentation. Mainstream archaeological interpretation remains cautious. While laboratory reconstructions have demonstrated that similar configurations can generate low voltage, usually around 1 volt, there is no direct evidence that the original jar was used this way. No wires were found with the artefact. No electroplated objects from the Parthian period have been conclusively linked to its use. One popular hypothesis suggests that the jar might have been used for electroplating, depositing a thin layer of precious metal onto a surface. Experimental archaeologists have demonstrated that simple galvanic cells can produce enough current to plate small objects with gold or silver. However, evidence of widespread electroplating in Parthian artifacts is lacking. Traditional gilding techniques using mercury amalgam were already known and documented. Alternative explanations propose more conventional uses. Some scholars suggest that the jar may have been a storage vessel for sacred scrolls, with the copper cylinder protecting organic materials. Others believe it could have served as a ritual container, its components symbolic rather than functional. The asphalt seal and internal structure may reflect practical preservation methods rather than electrical design. The context of the find also complicates interpretation. The jar was not discovered as part of a clearly defined workshop or technological assemblage. Its archaeological documentation was limited by the standards of the time. Without a cluster of similar devices found in controlled context, determining its purpose is difficult. The Baghdad Battery gained renewed attention in the 20th century amid growing fascination with ancient technology. It became emblematic of the idea that advanced knowledge might have existed in antiquity but been forgotten or suppressed. Some speculative narratives extended the claim further, suggesting that ancient civilizations possessed electrical systems. However, historians emphasize that isolated capability does not imply widespread application. Even if the jar functioned as a simple battery, it would not indicate an electrical infrastructure comparable to modern systems. It would represent an isolated experiment or niche application. The artifact remains intriguing precisely because of its ambiguity. Its design aligns with electrochemical principles, yet its historical usage is undocumented. It occupies a space between possibility and proof. Today, replicas of the Baghdad Battery are frequently constructed in laboratories and classrooms to demonstrate early electrical concepts. The original artifact, housed in museum collections, continues to invite study. In the quiet display case where clay, copper and iron remain assembled as they were 2 millennia ago, the object offers no explanation. It neither hums nor sparks, it simply rests, and in that silent arrangement of metal within clay, the question endures, did ancient hands unknowingly harness a subtle current? Or does this vessel remind us how easily modern understanding can illuminate old forms with new interpretations? High on the windswept Altiplano of western Bolivia, where the air is thin and Lake Titicaca glimmers in the distance, immense stone blocks lie scattered across an open plain. Some are fractured, others are precisely cut, their edges sharp despite centuries of exposure. This is Puma Punku, part of the Greater Tiwanaku Archaeological Complex, one of the most significant pre-Columbian sites in South America. Puma Punku, meaning Door of the Puma in Aymara, dates to approximately 500–1000 say, during the height of the Tiwanaku civilization. The culture flourished long before the Inca Empire rose to prominence, establishing an urban and ceremonial centre near the southern shores of Lake Titicaca. While Tiwanaku includes temples, sunken courts and monolithic gateways, Puma Punku stands apart for its monumental stonework. The site consists of massive andesite and sandstone blocks, some weighing over 100 tons. Many of these stones display intricate geometric cuts, including the famous H-blocks, stone pieces shaped with precision right angles, internal niches, and smooth planar surfaces. The uniformity of these cuts has led to widespread fascination. The core mystery of Puma Punku lies in the methods used to quarry, transport, and shape these enormous stones. The nearest quarry for some of the andesite blocks lies several kilometres away across uneven terrain. The sandstone blocks likely came from even farther distances. Without draft animals or wheeled vehicles in pre-Columbian Andes, the logistics of moving such weight remain a subject of study. Mainstream archaeology proposes that the Tiwanaku people employed coordinated human labour, wooden rollers, ramps and rope systems to transport the stones. Similar large-scale stone movements are documented in other ancient cultures worldwide. Experimental archaeology has demonstrated that large teams using simple tools can achieve remarkable feats when organised effectively. As for the precision cutting, researchers suggest that stone tools made from harder materials, combined with abrasion using sand and water, could produce smooth surfaces and right angles over time. Evidence of stone tool marks has been identified on certain blocks, supporting this explanation. The apparent machine-like finish may reflect patient craftsmanship rather than advanced technology. Alternative interpretations have proposed that Puma Punku was built by a lost advanced civilization, sometimes linked to speculative theories of prehistoric global cultures or extraterrestrial assistance. These claims often emphasize the tight tolerances of the stone joints and the complexity of the H-block shapes. However, no credible archaeological evidence supports such conclusions. One important factor is the site's current condition. Puma Punku appears chaotic, with blocks scattered and partially buried. Earthquakes and centuries of stone removal likely disrupted the original layout. Early Spanish accounts described more intact structures. The impression of disorder today may exaggerate the sense of mystery. What remains uncertain is the full architectural plan of Puma Punku. Reconstructions suggest it formed part of a raised platform or temple complex aligned with astronomical and ceremonial considerations. The H-blocks may have interlocked with metal clamps. Traces of copper alloy fasteners have been discovered, indicating sophisticated joinery techniques. The Tiwanaku civilization itself remains partially enigmatic. It developed advanced agricultural systems, including raised fields designed to mitigate frost and flooding. Its monumental architecture reflects social organisation and engineering knowledge, though no written language survives to detail construction methods. Standing among the stones at Puma Punku, one feels the weight of scale. The altiplano wind moves across flat surfaces that seem improbably smooth. The blocks appear modern in their geometry, yet they were shaped over 1,000 years ago. The mystery, then, is less about impossibility and more about ingenuity. How did a society without metal chisels or draft animals achieve such precision? Scholars continue to investigate quarry sites, tool marks, and experimental reconstructions in search of clearer answers. In the vast openness of the Bolivian plateau, where sky meets stone in stark contrast, Puma Punku endures as a testament to ambition carved into rock. And among those silent, angular forms, the question remains, does the site challenge our understanding of ancient capability? Or does it remind us that patience and coordination can produce wonders that still appear ahead of their time? Off the southern coast of Japan's Yonaguni Island, where strong currents sweep through the East China Sea and coral reefs ripple beneath shifting light, a massive stone formation rises from the ocean floor. Divers descending into the clear blue water encounter terraces, sharp edges, and what appear to be broad stair like steps carved into bedrock. The structure looms at a depth of roughly 25 metres, its surface is angular and imposing. It has come to be known as the Yonaguni Monument. The formation was first reported in 1986 by local diver Kihachiro Aratake, who had been searching for new dive sites. As he explored beneath the waves, he encountered what seemed like a giant stone platform with flat planes and right-angled corners. Photographs and video footage soon circulated, capturing images of what appeared to be a submerged pyramid or temple. The core mystery lies in whether the Yonaguni Monument is a natural geological formation shaped by tectonic processes and erosion, or the remnant of a man-made structure built during a time when sea levels were lower. If constructed, it would predate known advanced civilizations in the region, as the site would have been above water more than 10,000 years ago during the last ice age. Marine geologist Masaki Kimura of the University of the Ryukyus has been one of the monument's most prominent proponents of human involvement. Kimura has conducted numerous dives and argues that certain features, such as apparent staircases, flat terraces, and what he interprets as carved symbols, indicate intentional modification. He has suggested that the site may date back at least 8,000 years. Mainstream geological interpretation, however, favours a natural explanation. The bedrock in the area consists primarily of sandstone and mudstone, materials prone to fracturing along planes of weakness. Tectonic activity is common in the region, as Yonaguni lies near a complex boundary of the Pacific Plate. Earthquakes and uplift have shaped the coastline dramatically over millennia. Geologists note that sandstone can break into large flat slabs with straight edges due to jointing. When these fractures intersect at near right angles, they create block-like formations that can resemble architecture. Marine erosion further sharpens edges and sculpts terraces. Similar formations can be observed in coastal cliffs above water. One compelling factor is the continuity of the rock layers. Detailed surveys suggest that many of the monument's features align with natural bedding planes extending beyond the most visually striking sections. There is no definitive evidence of tool marks or quarrying debris. The steps may be the result of differential erosion along horizontal strata. Alternative interpretations extend further. Some researchers have proposed that even if the base structure is natural, it may have been modified by human hands. A natural platform could have served as a ceremonial site during prehistoric times. However, no artifacts, such as pottery, tools, or cultural remains, have been recovered from the site to confirm human occupation. What remains uncertain is the exact age of the formation's current shape. Sea levels rose significantly at the end of the last ice age, submerging coastal regions worldwide. It is plausible that portions of the Yonaguni Formation were once above water. Whether humans inhabited the island at that time is still under investigation, though evidence of Paleolithic occupation exists elsewhere in Japan. Diving conditions around Yonaguni are challenging. Strong currents limit exploration windows, and sediment can obscure finer details. Comprehensive underwater excavation is complex and expensive. As a result, much of the analysis relies on surface observation and remote mapping. The monument's appearance is undeniably striking. Standing, or rather floating, before its massive walls, one senses symmetry and intention. The terraces cascade downward, like steps of a forgotten amphitheatre. Light filters through blue water, casting shifting shadows along geometric lines. Yet nature often mimics architecture. Basalt columns, hexagonal pavements and cliff faces worldwide demonstrate that geology can produce patterns that appear engineered. The Yonaguni monument rests beneath the sea, suspended between interpretations. It does not reveal inscriptions or unmistakable carvings. It offers shape without context. And in the quiet currents off Yonaguni Island, where stone meets ocean in layered plains, the question endures: are these terraces the remnants of human design lost to rising seas, or a reminder that Earth itself can sculpt monuments that rival our own? On a windswept hilltop in southeastern Turkey, where the plains of Anatolia stretch toward a distant horizon and dry grasses whisper under an open sky, stone pillars rise from the earth in silent circles. They are older than the pyramids of Egypt, older than Stonehenge, older even than pottery. Their presence alters the sense of time itself. This is Göbekli Tepe, Potbelly Hill, a site that has quietly unsettled long-held assumptions about the dawn of civilization. The hill was first noted in 1963 during a survey by Turkish and American researchers who identified it as a modest archaeological mound. Scattered limestone fragments and flint tools suggested ancient activity, but nothing hinted at its true significance. It was not until 1994, when German archaeologist Klaus Schmidt revisited the site, that excavation began to reveal its extraordinary nature. Beneath layers of soil lay circular enclosures constructed of massive T-shaped limestone pillars, some standing over 5 metres tall and weighing up to 20 tonnes. Radiocarbon dating placed the earliest construction phases around 9600 BCE, during the pre-pottery Neolithic period. This date stunned archaeologists. At that time, humanity was believed to consist primarily of small bands of hunter-gatherers. Agriculture had not yet become widespread. Permanent cities did not exist, and yet here, on a barren ridge, stood monumental architecture of remarkable scale and sophistication. The core mystery of Göbekli Tepe lies not simply in its age, but in what that age implies. How could a society without domesticated crops, metal tools, or settled villages organise the labour required to quarry, transport and erect such immense stones? The site suggests social complexity long before traditional models would predict. Each enclosure consists of a ring of upright T-shaped pillars surrounding 2 larger central monoliths. The pillars are carved with reliefs of animals, foxes, wild boars, snakes, scorpions, cranes and vultures. Some display stylized arms and hands, implying that the pillars themselves represent abstracted human forms. The carvings are precise, deliberate, and symbolically dense. Mainstream archaeological interpretation views Göbekli Tepe as a ceremonial centre built by hunter-gatherer communities. Excavations have uncovered large quantities of animal bones, primarily from wild species such as gazelle and aurochs, suggesting communal feasting. These gatherings may have drawn groups from across the region, uniting them in shared ritual activity. One prevailing theory proposes that the social cohesion required to build such monuments may have preceded, and perhaps encouraged, the development of agriculture. Rather than farming enabling temple construction, it is possible that ritual gatherings created pressures that led to experimentation with plant cultivation. In this sense, belief and symbolism may have shaped subsistence patterns rather than the reverse. The engineering itself, while impressive, appears consistent with tools available at the time. The limestone pillars were quarried from the surrounding bedrock using flint implements. Evidence of unfinished pillars at nearby quarry sites demonstrates the process. Levering, dragging, and coordinated human effort likely enabled transportation and erection. Yet uncertainty remains. No clear evidence of permanent habitation has been found at Göbekli Tepe from its earliest phases. It appears not to have been a settlement in the conventional sense. Instead, it may have functioned as a regional gathering site, an early ritual hub in a landscape transitioning toward domestication. Another intriguing feature is deliberate burial. After periods of use, many enclosures were intentionally filled with rubble and debris, effectively entombing the structures. New enclosures were then constructed above or nearby. The reason for this cyclical burial remains debated. It may reflect ritual closure, shifts in belief systems, or evolving architectural practices. Alternative interpretations have emerged beyond academic circles. Some propose that Göbekli Tepe represents the legacy of a lost advanced Ice Age civilization. Others speculate about astronomical alignments encoded in pillar arrangements, suggesting early celestial observation. While certain alignments have been proposed, comprehensive evidence of systematic astronomical design remains inconclusive. The carvings, though intricate, do not contain written language that might clarify their meaning. The broader context of the Fertile Crescent reinforces Göbekli Tepe's significance. This region witnessed some of the earliest developments in agriculture, animal domestication, and sedentary life. The site stands at the threshold of that transformation, embodying a moment when symbolic expression and social organisation expanded in scale. Excavation continues, and much of the mound remains unexcavated. Geophysical surveys suggest additional enclosures lie buried beneath the surface. Each season of research refines understanding while raising new questions about chronology, purpose, and social structure. Standing among the pillars today, one feels both proximity and distance. The reliefs of animals seem animated in stone. The central monoliths face inward, silent witnesses to gatherings long past. The site is austere. No towering walls, no elaborate ornament beyond carved reliefs, yet its presence feels monumental. Göbekli Tepe does not provide simple answers. Instead, it complicates the narrative of human progress. It suggests that symbolic thought, communal ritual, and architectural ambition emerged earlier than once believed. It implies that the impulse to gather, to build, and to carve meaning into stone may have been foundational to the human story. And on that ancient hill, where pillars older than cities still rise against the Anatolian sky, the question lingers, did shared belief build the first monuments of humanity, and in doing so, quietly alter the course of civilization itself? In the arid deserts of southern Peru, where wind sculpts the sand into shifting waves and the Nazca lines stretch across the plateau in silent geometry, another mystery surfaced in recent years, one not etched into the earth, but wrapped in layers of white material and presented to the world through dimly lit videos and fragmented reports. These became known as the Nazca mummies. In 2017, a series of claims emerged from individuals associated with alternative research groups in Peru. They announced the discovery of small mummified bodies allegedly found in a cave near Nazca. The figures were described as humanoid, with elongated skulls, 3 fingers on each hand, and 3 toes on each foot. Some specimens were small, child-sized, while others were reportedly over a metre tall. Images showed bodies coated in a white powdery substance, later suggested to be diatomaceous earth. The core mystery centres on the authenticity and origin of these mummies. Were they previously unknown human remains, ritual constructs, or modern fabrications assembled from disparate parts? The claims were accompanied by limited documentation regarding excavation context. No officially recorded archaeological dig, supervised by recognised institutions, documented the initial discovery. Mainstream archaeologists and the Peruvian Ministry of Culture responded with scepticism. They emphasised that proper archaeological protocol requires controlled excavation, stratigraphic recording, and transparent peer-reviewed analysis. Without such documentation, establishing authenticity becomes difficult. Subsequent examinations conducted by independent researchers and forensic experts suggested that some of the bodies may have been altered or constructed using pre-Columbian human remains. CT scans released publicly showed inconsistencies in bone structure. In certain cases, bones appeared rearranged to create 3-fingered hands. Joints did not align naturally, and skeletal components showed signs of manipulation. Radiocarbon dating of samples reportedly indicated that some materials were indeed ancient, dating back several centuries to pre-Columbian times. However, this does not necessarily confirm that the composite forms were ancient in their current configuration. Pre-existing remains can be modified in modern times. The elongated skulls displayed by some specimens also warrant context. Cranial modification was practiced widely in pre-Columbian cultures of South America. Infants' heads were intentionally shaped using bindings to create elongated forms associated with status or identity. Such skull shapes are well documented in archaeological collections. Alternative interpretations have extended far beyond conventional explanations. Some proponents claim the mummies represent unknown hominin species or non-human entities. Public presentations have emphasized anatomical anomalies, such as the reduced number of digits. Yet scientific review has repeatedly pointed to the likelihood of fabrication or alteration. The Peruvian government has investigated the case, expressing concern that archaeological heritage may have been disturbed or damaged. Unauthorized excavation and modification of ancient remains is a serious issue, both legally and ethically. Scholars have emphasized the importance of respecting cultural heritage and applying rigorous standards to extraordinary claims. What remains uncertain is the full chain of custody for the mummies. The identities of the original discoverers and the precise location of the alleged cave have not been publicly verified in a manner consistent with standard archaeological practice. Without secure provenance, interpretation remains speculative. The Nazca region itself holds authentic and profound mysteries. The Nazca Lines, massive geoglyphs carved into the desert floor, continue to invite study regarding their ritual and cultural significance. In comparison, the mummies represent a more contemporary controversy shaped as much by media dissemination as by excavation. The episode highlights a recurring theme in archaeological mystery when discoveries bypass academic channels and emerge through sensational presentation. Scrutiny intensifies. Extraordinary biological claims require transparent data, peer review, and reproducible analysis. Today, images of the Nazca mummies continue to circulate online, accompanied by debates and counterclaims. Some see them as suppressed evidence. Others view them as cautionary examples of how fragile ancient remains can be repurposed to support modern narratives. In the desert, where genuine archaeological treasures lie beneath layers of sand, the Nazca mummies remain suspended between artifact and allegation. And in that stark Peruvian landscape, where wind erases footprints as quickly as they appear, the question endures: are these small, silent figures remnants of misunderstood history, or reminders of how easily mystery can be constructed from fragments of the past? In the rolling hills of central Bosnia, near the town of Visoko, a series of steep, triangular slopes rise above the valley. From certain angles, their outlines appear strikingly geometric. In 2005, a local businessman and amateur researcher named Semir Osmanagi announced a bold claim. These hills were not natural formations, but the largest and oldest pyramids on Earth. The largest of the hills, known as Vysoika, was renamed the Pyramid of the Sun. Nearby elevations were designated the Pyramid of the Moon, the Pyramid of the Dragon, and other celestial titles. Osmanagi proposed that the structures dated back at least 12,000 years, predating known pyramid construction anywhere in the world. The claim attracted global media attention and a surge of tourism to the region. The core mystery centres on whether the hills are natural geological formations or human-made, structures hidden beneath layers of sediment and vegetation. Osmanagi and his team began excavations on the slopes, revealing large stone slabs arranged in what they described as concrete-like blocks. They also explored a network of underground tunnels in the area, known as the Ravne tunnels, suggesting they were part of an ancient engineered complex. Mainstream geology and archaeology have strongly contested these interpretations. The hills around Visoko are composed primarily of natural sedimentary rock formations, including sandstone, conglomerate, and clay layers shaped by tectonic activity and erosion over millions of years. Triangular slopes are common in mountainous terrain where fault lines and erosion intersect. Geologists who have examined the site argue that the blocks exposed during excavation are natural strata fractured along joint lines. Sedimentary rock can break into flat, slab-like sections that resemble construction materials. Similar patterns appear in numerous natural formations worldwide. The Ravni tunnels, often cited as evidence of artificial design, are believed by many experts to be either natural cavities or older mining passages. Historical records indicate mining activity in the region during medieval and later periods. The tunnels show signs of reinforcement and modification over time, complicating interpretation. Archaeological institutions in Bosnia and internationally have expressed concern about the project. Critics argue that unregulated excavation risks damaging genuine historical remains in the Visoko area, which includes medieval fortifications and Roman artifacts. Several prominent archaeologists have described the pyramid claims as lacking scientific foundation. Alternative interpretations, however, persist. Supporters point to reported measurements of electromagnetic phenomena at the summit of Vysoka, suggesting unusual energy emissions. Others highlight alignment between the hills and cardinal directions, claiming intentional design. Some propose that the structures represent remnants of a lost Ice Age civilization. Yet no peer-reviewed evidence confirms artificial construction of the hills. Radiocarbon samples presented by project supporters have been criticised for being taken from organic material within soil layers rather than from construction elements. Without clear archaeological context, such as tools, inscriptions or settlement remains linked directly to pyramid construction, the hypothesis remains unverified. The appeal of the Bosnian pyramids reflects a broader fascination with monumental architecture and hidden histories. Pyramids hold symbolic power across cultures, from Egypt to Mesoamerica. The possibility of an undiscovered European pyramid complex challenges established narratives and invites imaginative speculation. What remains certain is that the Visoko Valley has a rich and complex history. The medieval town of Visoki once stood atop Visoka Hill, and the region contains documented cultural layers spanning centuries. Distinguishing between natural geology, medieval activity, and speculative ancient construction requires careful methodology. Today, the site draws visitors who walk the slopes and tour the tunnels. Guided tours present interpretations of ancient energy fields and prehistoric engineering. At the same time, many scientists continue to regard the formations as natural hills shaped by geological processes. Standing at the base of Visoka, one sees steep, forested sides rising toward a flat summit. From a distance, symmetry can seem compelling, but nature is capable of producing geometric illusions, especially in landscapes sculpted by tectonic forces. The Bosnian pyramids remain a point of contention, a place where tourism, national identity, and scientific skepticism intersect. Excavations continue under the direction of the foundation supporting the project, while academic archaeologists largely refrain from involvement. And in the quiet valley of Visoko, where hills cast long shadows at dusk, the question lingers: are these slopes silent witnesses to a forgotten chapter of human construction? Or do they remind us how easily the human mind can impose order upon the patient architecture of the earth itself? In the humid lowlands of southern Costa Rica, where dense jungle gives way to river valleys and mist gathers over the Diquís Delta at dawn, stone spheres once lay half buried in earth and vegetation. Some were small enough to lift with effort. Others towered over a person, nearly perfect in curvature, weighing several tons. When workers clearing land for banana plantations encountered them in the 1930s, the discovery stirred both curiosity and confusion. These became known as the stone spheres of Costa Rica, often associated with the pre-Columbian Diquís culture, which flourished between approximately 500 and 1500 CE. Over 300 spheres have been documented, though many were displaced from their original locations before proper archaeological recording could occur. The spheres are primarily carved from granodiorite, a hard igneous rock sourced from the nearby Talamanca Mountains. Crafting such forms required significant labour. The stones were likely shaped by pecking with harder hammerstones, followed by grinding and polishing. Experimental archaeology suggests that repeated heating and cooling may have aided in refining their surfaces. Achieving near-perfect spherical geometry in solid stone would have demanded patience, coordination, and a sophisticated understanding of form. The core mystery lies not in how the spheres were carved. Research suggests plausible techniques, but in why they were created and arranged as they were. Many spheres were found aligned in groups, lines, arcs, or clusters, marking plazas and pathways. Some appear positioned at the entrances to settlements. Others stood alone, elevated slightly above surrounding ground. Mainstream archaeological interpretation proposes that the spheres symbolized power, status, or territorial boundaries. They may have marked the residences of elite individuals or served as visual statements of authority. Excavations at certain sites, such as Finca 6, revealed spheres associated with house mounds and ceremonial spaces, reinforcing this theory. Yet the spheres remained silent regarding their symbolic language. Unlike carved stelae or statues bearing identifiable imagery, these stones are abstract. Their form, smooth, continuous, without beginning or end, invites interpretation. Some researchers suggest they may have represented celestial bodies, possibly linked to cosmological beliefs. Others propose they symbolized unity, completeness, or cyclical time. Alternative interpretations have ventured into more speculative territory. Some have suggested astronomical alignments embedded in sphere arrangements. A few have proposed connections to lost global civilizations or advanced technologies. However, systematic studies have not produced evidence supporting these claims. The spheres fit within the broader context of pre-Columbian monumentality, reflecting local ingenuity rather than external influence. One complicating factor is the disruption caused by early discovery. Many spheres were moved for decorative purposes or even dynamited by treasure seekers who believed gold might lie within. This loss of context obscured original alignments, making reconstruction of spatial relationships difficult. What remains particularly striking is the scale of precision achieved without metal tools. The Diquís people did not possess iron implements. Their craftsmanship relied on stone, wood, and controlled fire. That such smooth, symmetrical forms were produced under these conditions speaks to advanced skill rather than mystery. The broader archaeological landscape of the Diquís Delta reveals a complex society engaged in trade, agriculture, and social organisation. Artefacts including gold ornaments, ceramics, and carved stone objects demonstrate artistic sophistication. The spheres likely formed part of this cultural expression rather than standing apart from it. In 2014, 4 archaeological sites containing spheres were designated UNESCO World Heritage Sites, recognising their cultural significance. At Finca 6, several spheres remain in situ, carefully preserved and documented. Standing before one of the larger spheres, its surface cool and unmarked by inscription, one senses both simplicity and intention. The stone reflects light softly, its curvature precise yet organic. There are no carvings to decipher, no symbols to translate, only form. The mystery endures not because the spheres defy explanation, but because their meaning is not fully understood. Without written records from the Diquís culture, interpretation relies on context and comparison. The spheres remain as artefacts of identity, monuments whose purpose may have been immediately obvious to their creators, yet elusive to modern observers. In the humid air of southern Costa Rica, where rainforest meets river plain, These silent stones continue to rest as they have for centuries, and in their flawless curvature, shaped by hands that left no written trace, the question lingers: what idea was important enough to carve into enduring perfection, yet subtle enough to remain a sphere without a story? In the southeastern highlands of modern Zimbabwe, where granite hills rise above grassy plains and acacia trees scatter across the horizon, stone walls curve through the landscape with quiet authority. They rise without mortar, built from carefully shaped granite blocks stacked in sweeping arcs. Some walls reach over 11 metres in height. At their centre stands a conical tower, solid and enigmatic. This is Great Zimbabwe, one of Africa's most significant archaeological sites and one long misunderstood. The ruins were first documented by European travellers in the late 19th century, though local communities had always known of their presence. When German explorer Karl Mausch visited the site in 1871, he speculated, without evidence, that it must have been built by a foreign civilization, perhaps linked to biblical figures or ancient Phoenicians. Such interpretations reflected colonial assumptions that monumental stone architecture could not have originated from sub-Saharan Africa. The core mystery surrounding Great Zimbabwe has never been whether it existed, but who built it, and how such a complex society flourished in the region between approximately 1100 and 1450 C. Early European observers struggled to accept that the Shona ancestors of the region were responsible for the construction. Yet, archaeological research over the 20th century firmly established indigenous authorship. Great Zimbabwe served as the capital of a powerful African kingdom that controlled regional trade networks. The site encompasses three main areas: the hill complex, perched atop a rocky outcrop; the Great Enclosure, featuring the massive curving wall and conical tower; and the Valley Ruins, where residential structures once stood. The walls themselves are remarkable. Constructed from locally quarried granite, the stones were shaped and fitted without mortar. Builders exploited the natural exfoliation of granite slabs, breaking them into workable blocks and stacking them with careful precision. The absence of mortar does not indicate simplicity, rather it reflects sophisticated understanding of balance and weight distribution. The Great Enclosure's outer wall stretches more than 250 metres in circumference. Within it stands the conical tower, solid, tapering, and roughly 10 metres tall. Its function remains debated. Some scholars interpret it as a symbol of authority or fertility, possibly representing a grain bin. Others suggest it served as a marker of royal power rather than a practical structure. Mainstream archaeological interpretation identifies Great Zimbabwe as a centre of trade and governance. Artefacts recovered from the site include glass beads from India, Chinese porcelain from the Ming dynasty, and Arab coins. These finds demonstrate extensive trade connections linking southern Africa to the Indian Ocean world. Gold, ivory, and cattle likely formed part of the region's exports. The society that built Great Zimbabwe appears to have been hierarchical, with elites residing within the more monumental enclosures. The hill complex may have served as a ritual or administrative centre. Oral traditions among the Shona people connect the site to ancestral leadership and spiritual significance. Alternative interpretations once attempted to attribute the ruins to outsiders, driven by colonial ideology rather than evidence. These claims have been thoroughly discredited. Excavations led by archaeologists such as Gertrude Caton Thompson in the 1920s provided clear stratigraphic evidence linking the site to local material culture. What remains uncertain is the precise cause of Great Zimbabwe's decline. By the 15th century, the capital was gradually abandoned. Environmental factors such as overgrazing or deforestation may have contributed. Shifts in trade routes along the Swahili coast could also have altered economic balance. Power may have moved northward to emerging centres like the Kingdom of Mutapa. The ruins themselves endured, their stone walls standing long after the city fell silent. During colonial rule, interpretations of Great Zimbabwe were politicised. The acknowledgement of indigenous authorship became intertwined with broader struggles over identity and sovereignty. After independence in 1980, the nation of Zimbabwe took its name from the site, affirming its historical significance. Today, visitors walk along the curved walls, tracing lines of stone shaped by hands nearly 1,000 years ago. The craftsmanship remains evident. Each block sits carefully atop the next, forming patterns that ripple like waves around the enclosure. The conical tower rises within, its purpose still debated, but its presence unmistakable. The mystery of Great Zimbabwe is not one of impossibility, but of rediscovery. It challenges assumptions about African history and demonstrates the complexity of societies that thrived long before colonial narratives took hold. It reveals a networked world in which Southern Africa was deeply connected to global exchange. Standing within the great enclosure at dusk, as shadows stretch along the granite and wind moves softly across the plateau, one senses continuity. The stones hold memory without inscription. They speak through form rather than text. Great Zimbabwe reminds us that history can be obscured not only by time, but by prejudice. Its walls endured skepticism and misattribution before scholarship restored their story to its rightful context. And among those sweeping arcs of stone, rising from African earth beneath a wide southern sky, the question remains: how many other chapters of human achievement lie hidden beneath layers of assumption, waiting for patient excavation to bring them fully into view? In the fertile Bekaa Valley of modern Lebanon, where snow-capped mountains frame open plains and Roman columns rise against a bright Mediterranean sky, lies one of antiquity's most imposing stone platforms. The ruins of Baalbek, known in Roman times as Heliopolis, are dominated by towering Corinthian columns and vast temple foundations. Yet beneath the grandeur of Roman architecture rests something even more enigmatic: the Trilithon. The Trilithon consists of 3 colossal limestone blocks integrated into the western retaining wall of the Temple of Jupiter. Each block measures approximately 19 metres in length, 4 metres in height, and 3.5 metres in depth. They weigh an estimated 800 tons each. Nearby, in an adjacent quarry, lies an even larger stone, often called the Stone of the Pregnant Woman, weighing over 1,000 tons. More recently, excavations have revealed an even heavier unfinished block exceeding 1,100 tons. The core mystery lies in how such massive stones were quarried, transported, and positioned with apparent precision more than 2,000 years ago. The Roman Empire was renowned for engineering prowess, yet the scale of these stones surpasses most other Roman construction projects. Mainstream archaeological interpretation attributes the Trilithon to Roman builders of the 1st century BC, during the reign of Emperor Augustus, or slightly later. The Temple of Jupiter at Baalbek was among the largest in the Roman world, constructed atop an earlier platform that may have originated in the Hellenistic period. The massive stones were likely part of a grand design to create a monumental foundation capable of supporting immense temple structures. Quarrying techniques of the time involved cutting trenches around limestone blocks using iron tools and wooden wedges. Once isolated, the blocks could be freed and shaped. Transport remains the most debated phase. The quarry sits only about 800 metres from the temple site, reducing the distance, but not the challenge. Scholars propose that teams of workers used rollers, sledges, earthen ramps, and coordinated manpower to move the stones. Ancient Romans employed similar methods for obelisks and large architectural components elsewhere in the empire. Positioning the trilithon stones into the retaining wall required careful planning. The blocks were likely raised incrementally using earthen ramps that allowed gradual elevation. As the platform rose, ramps could be extended and later removed. While no direct written account of the construction survives, Roman engineering knowledge, demonstrated in aqueducts, amphitheatres and bridges, supports the feasibility of such methods. Alternative interpretations have flourished around the trilithon due to its extraordinary scale. Some suggest that the platform predates Roman occupation, possibly belonging to a lost civilization with advanced capabilities. Others speculate about forgotten technologies or mechanical devices capable of lifting immense weight. A few fringe theories even invoke extraterrestrial assistance. However, no archaeological evidence indicates construction by a civilization outside known historical timelines. The stonework fits within the broader context of Roman architectural ambition. Baalbek was a site of religious significance long before Roman rule, dedicated to local deities later syncretized with Jupiter. The Romans often built monumental temples to assert power and integrate conquered territories into imperial identity. What remains uncertain is why such unusually massive stones were chosen. Roman builders elsewhere achieved monumental scale using smaller blocks. The decision to incorporate 800-ton stones may have been symbolic, emphasizing permanence and dominance. Monumentality itself was a language of empire. The unfinished megaliths in the quarry offer insight into the process. Tool marks are visible along their surfaces, and the stones remain partially attached to bedrock. These traces suggest traditional quarrying methods rather than unknown technologies. The abandonment of the largest blocks may reflect practical limitations or shifting construction plans. Baalbek's location in a seismically active region adds another dimension. The immense weight of the foundation stones could have contributed to structural stability against earthquakes. The trilithon's interlocking mass forms a resilient retaining wall that has endured centuries of tremors. Standing before the Temple of Jupiter today, one sees 6 remaining columns rising nearly 20 metres high. Beneath them, the trilithon blocks rest quietly, massive and immovable. Their surfaces bear the subtle irregularities of hand tooling. They are not polished to perfection, but shaped for purpose. The mystery of Baalbek's trilithon is not one of impossibility, but of scale. It invites reflection on what organised labour, engineering knowledge, and imperial ambition can accomplish. In the golden light of the Bekaa Valley, where ancient stone meets mountain air, the question persists. Did these colossal blocks represent an architectural necessity, a statement of divine power, or a reminder that human ambition has long sought to build beyond the limits of ordinary measure? At the edge of the Sahara, where the desert begins its slow descent toward the Nile, 3 pyramids rise from a plateau of golden limestone. For over 4.5 millennia, they have stood against wind, sun, and shifting civilization. The largest, the Great Pyramid of Khufu, once gleamed with polished casing stones, its sides aligned almost perfectly with the cardinal directions. Even stripped of its outer sheen, it remains a monument to scale and precision that continues to invite awe. Constructed around 2560 BC during Egypt's 4th dynasty, the Great Pyramid was built for Pharaoh Khufu. It originally stood approximately 146 metres tall and consisted of an estimated 2.3 million stone blocks, each weighing between 2 and 15 tons, with some internal granite beams exceeding 60 tons. Nearby stand the pyramids of Khafre and Menkaure, along with smaller Queen's pyramids and the Great Sphinx. The core mystery surrounding the Giza pyramids is not who built them. Archaeological evidence firmly attributes them to ancient Egyptians, but how they were constructed with such accuracy and efficiency using Bronze Age tools. For centuries, speculation filled the gaps left by incomplete documentation. Ancient Greek historian Herodotus described vast labour forces and ramps used in construction, though his account was written 2,000 years after the pyramids were built. Modern archaeology has sought more tangible evidence. Mainstream scholarship proposes that the pyramids were constructed using a combination of quarrying, sled transport, and ramp systems. Limestone blocks were quarried locally at Giza, while granite was transported from Aswan, nearly 800 kilometres south. Reliefs from later periods depict workers hauling large statues on wooden sledges over wet sand. Experimental archaeology has demonstrated that dampening sand significantly reduces friction, making heavy loads easier to move. Ramp theories remain central to the construction debate. Straight ramps extending from the desert floor, zigzagging ramps along pyramid faces, or internal spiral ramps have all been proposed. Each model addresses different phases of construction. Archaeological traces of ramps have been found at other pyramid sites, though definitive evidence for the precise configuration used at Giza remains elusive. One significant discovery in recent decades has strengthened the conventional understanding. In 2013, papyri were uncovered at Wadi al-Jarf on the Red Sea coast. These documents, attributed to a workforce overseer named Mira, describe the transport of limestone blocks to Giza during Khufu's reign. The texts provide direct contemporary evidence of organised labour and logistics supporting pyramid construction. Excavations near the plateau have also revealed workers' villages, bakeries, and administrative buildings. These findings challenge earlier notions of pyramid construction by enslaved labour. Instead, evidence suggests a rotating workforce of skilled labourers and labour conscripts supported by a centralised state system. Yet uncertainties remain. The precision of alignment within a fraction of a degree of true north raises questions about surveying methods. Scholars suggest that ancient Egyptians used observations of circumpolar stars or solar shadow measurements to achieve accurate orientation. Such techniques are plausible, though direct documentation is absent. The internal architecture of the Great Pyramid adds further intrigue. The ascending passages, the Grand Gallery, and the King's Chamber with its massive granite beams demonstrate sophisticated engineering. Recently discovered voids within the structure, identified through muon tomography scanning, have introduced new questions about hidden chambers or structural design features. Alternative interpretations have flourished for centuries. Some propose lost technologies, advanced machines, or knowledge inherited from vanished civilizations. Others have speculated about extraterrestrial involvement. However, archaeological and experimental evidence consistently supports human ingenuity as the driving force. The pyramids were not isolated achievements. They represent the culmination of centuries of architectural evolution. Earlier step pyramids, such as Djoser's pyramid at Saqqara, demonstrate progressive refinement of techniques. By Khufu's reign, Egyptian builders had developed administrative systems capable of mobilizing resources on an extraordinary scale. What remains profoundly compelling is the integration of engineering, cosmology, and political authority. The pyramids were not merely tombs, they were statements of divine kingship, aligning pharaohs with the eternal cycle of the sun. Their scale embodied permanence, their geometry reflected cosmic order. Standing at the base of the Great Pyramid at dawn, as shadows recede along its limestone tiers, one feels both proximity and distance. The stones bear tool marks, subtle, human, tangible. Each block was shaped, lifted, and set by hands that lived and breathed beneath the same sun. The mystery of Giza does not arise from impossibility, but from magnitude. How did a Bronze Age society organise such labour with such precision? scholars continue to refine models, conduct experiments, and explore newly discovered cavities within the structure. The pyramids endure not because their builders remain unknown, but because their methods, while increasingly understood, still challenge imagination. They are reminders of what coordinated effort, belief, and engineering can achieve. And as the desert wind moves softly across the plateau, brushing against stone laid 45 centuries ago, the question lingers. Do the pyramids guard hidden secrets within their chambers? Or do they simply reflect the enduring capacity of human hands to shape eternity from stone? On the desolate slopes of Mount Baigong in China's Qinghai province, where wind sweeps across saline plains, and the horizon feels almost lunar in its isolation, a series of peculiar cylindrical formations emerge from rock and soil. Some protrude from cave walls. Others lie scattered across the ground, partially embedded in sediment. They resemble rusted metal pipes, hollow, round, and varied in diameter. They have become known as the Baigong Pipes. The formations were first reported more widely in the early 2000s, though local awareness of unusual tubular structures predates that attention. The most discussed site lies near a trio of caves overlooking what is now a dried salt lake, Toson Lake. Observers described pipe-like shapes running vertically and horizontally through rock, some measuring several centimetres in diameter, others much smaller. The core mystery lies in whether these structures are remnants of ancient artificial construction or the result of natural geological processes. Their metallic appearance, combined with the harsh and remote landscape, has fueled speculation that they may represent evidence of lost technology. Initial claims suggested that chemical analysis revealed high concentrations of iron oxide, silicon dioxide, and calcium oxide within the formations. Some reports even stated that portions of the material displayed unusual elemental composition, including trace amounts of rare metals. These findings were interpreted by some as signs of advanced ancient engineering. However, mainstream geological analysis offers a more grounded explanation. Many scientists identify the Baigong pipes as natural concretions or fossilized root casts. Over time, mineral-rich groundwater can flow through cracks and channels in sedimentary rock. When iron and other minerals precipitate from solution, they can solidify into cylindrical forms. If organic material, such as plant roots, once occupied those channels, mineral deposition can preserve hollow or tube-like structures long after the original material decays. Similar formations have been documented elsewhere in the world. In sedimentary environments, especially those associated with ancient lakebeds, tubular mineral formations can occur through entirely natural processes. Iron-rich groundwater oxidizes upon exposure to air, producing rust-coloured surfaces that resemble corroded metal. Further analysis conducted by Chinese geologists concluded that the Baigong pipes are likely natural geological phenomena formed over long periods through mineralization. The surrounding rock shows evidence of sedimentary layering and tectonic influence consistent with such processes. Alternative interpretations continue to circulate. Some suggest the pipes represent remnants of prehistoric infrastructure, perhaps part of a water diversion system or unknown industrial complex. Others speculate about extraterrestrial involvement, citing the remote setting and unusual appearance. Yet no artifacts, tools, or cultural remains have been found in association with the formations. One important factor is scale and irregularity. While certain sections appear pipe-like, closer inspection reveals variation in diameter, branching patterns, and inconsistent internal structure, characteristics more typical of natural mineralization than engineered systems. What remains uncertain is the full geological history of the region. The Qinghai Tibet Plateau has experienced dramatic environmental shifts over millions of years. Ancient lakes have expanded and contracted. Tectonic forces have uplifted and fractured rock layers. Within such dynamic systems, unusual formations are not unexpected. The bygone pipes illustrate how quickly the unfamiliar can be interpreted through technological analogy. In a modern world shaped by metal conduits and industrial infrastructure, cylindrical forms evoke machinery. Yet nature frequently produces shapes that mirror human design. Standing at the mouth of the bygone caves, where reddish tubes emerge from pale stone, one sees geometry that feels intentional. But there are no joints, no uniform fittings, no supporting structures, only mineral traces hardened by time. And in that stark landscape of wind and stone, the question persists, are these silent cylinders remnants of a forgotten design, or reminders that geology itself can mimic the artifacts of imagination? Many artifacts recovered are small gold figures, often described as stylized animals. These objects, crafted using the lost wax casting technique, display elongated bodies, swept back wings, and vertical tail fins. Some modern observers have noted a resemblance to airplanes. The pieces have become widely known in alternative circles as the Quimbayar airplanes. The core mystery lies in whether these artifacts truly represent advanced knowledge of aerodynamics, or if their airplane-like appearance is a modern projection onto symbolic art. The figures are small, often just a few centimetres long, and were likely worn as pendants or ornaments. Mainstream archaeological interpretation identifies them as stylized representations of birds, insects, or fish. Pre-Columbian art frequently emphasized abstract forms rather than strict realism. Many Quimbayar objects display exaggerated features intended to convey movement or symbolic meaning rather than anatomical precision. The lost wax casting technique used by Quimbayar artisans allowed for remarkable detail. Gold was shaped into intricate forms with smooth surfaces and sharp lines. The culture's metallurgical skill is well documented, with numerous artifacts preserved in museums. In the 20th century, a few researchers and enthusiasts proposed that the objects represented evidence of ancient flight technology. They pointed to features such as triangular wings and vertical stabilizer-like tails. In some cases, scaled-up models of the artifacts have been constructed and fitted with propellers, successfully achieving flight when modified with modern adjustments. However, such demonstrations require alterations not present in the original artifacts, including balanced weight distribution and aerodynamic tuning. The original pieces lack features necessary for powered flight, such as propulsion systems or functional airfoils. Archaeologists emphasize that symbolic abstraction often produces shapes that coincidentally resemble modern technology. When viewed through contemporary perspective, certain forms may evoke airplanes simply because human engineering has adopted similar aerodynamic principles observed in nature, such as swept wings found in birds and fish. Context also matters. The Quimbayar artifacts were found in burial sites and ceremonial contexts. They likely held symbolic or spiritual significance rather than technological function. Without corroborating evidence, such as workshops, tools related to aviation, or depictions of flight, the hypothesis of ancient aircraft remains unsupported. What remains compelling is the sophistication of Quimbayar metallurgy. The culture developed advanced goldworking techniques long before European contact. Their ability to create precise, balanced forms speaks to artistic mastery rather than hidden aerospace knowledge. The Quimbayar artifacts illustrate how perception shapes interpretation. In a world familiar with aircraft, winged forms take on new meaning. Yet cultural context suggests a different narrative, one rooted in symbolism, cosmology, and ornamentation. Today, the small gold figures gleam behind museum glass, their surfaces reflecting light as they have for centuries. They are delicate, intentional, and deeply human in craftsmanship, and in their golden silhouettes, poised between bird and machine in the modern imagination. The question lingers: do these artifacts whisper of forgotten technologies? Or do they simply remind us how easily the present reshapes the forms of the past?